taxis are so much worse in Paris.
Make yourself comfy.
What is this?
This is the 2CV. All right, you ready to see the Eiffel Tower?
Do you know where you're going?
I feel confident that we are going to see the outside of the Eiffel Tower.
I'm ready. I would like to see it.
We're just gonna have to go by smell. Have you ever navigated by smell before?
No, can't say I have.
You just have to smell
The Eiffel Tower?
Le Tour de Eiffel. Okay, wait 1 second. Okay, I think we're getting closer. Either that or it's the catacombs. I didn't do that. That'll buff out. That'll buff out.
I went to a cathedral today. Apparently, the Crown of Thorns is there. I didn't get to see it, but
From Game of Thrones?
from Jesus.
As we're actually navigating some of this traffic, here, will you take the wheel for a second? Let me just, go ahead, take the wheel.
I don't know how to drive stick.
I have something back here. It's okay, you'll figure it out. 1 second.
Are you still operating the pedals?
Okay,
Do you know when to brake?
I got it. Yeah, no, I could feel it. Okay, here we go. All right.
Please take the wheel. Am I still holding the wheel?
Oh, no, I got my knee on it. There we go, you're good. How long is the Paris sewer system?
I can't measure distance, so 20 miles.
20 miles? That's pretty far.
2 miles.
It's actually over 1,304 miles long, and much of it is big enough to drive a train through.
Whoa, it's a lot of
It is. It's quite literally
crazy.
a lot of The Eiffel Tower is 330 meters tall, or 1,083 feet if you're American. How much does it grow or shrink based on the temperature?
This thing's growing?
I mean, we know that things tend to grow or shrink based on temperature.
Can I have a hint?
Yes, it's in inches.
3.
Double it.
6.
6 inches.
First try, again.
6 inches? I mean, that's kind of crazy.
That is crazy.
Yes,
I'm
there's a
gonna-
band that did a JoJo opening.
I'm gonna think that you don't know so much about Paris, so...
I'm an expert in Paris. I've been here for like 2 weeks now.
All
at this
right,
point.
well, what can...
Regardez la rue. That means watch the road.
Ah, where's the part?
There we go. Just that le.
True or false? There are no stop signs in Paris.
Haha, true, because I'm just going.
That is so true. Actually true, the city yields traffic lights and right of way, all of which have been disregarded on this drive.
Bonjour, bonjour.
We,
Oh,
wait.
She did not like. She
Wait.
did not like it. Oh wait.
Oh wait, wait.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Excuse me, should we a gauche?
Should we? Well, I think we're a droite. No, wait. I need to a gauche this.
We did a droite.
Let me a gauche this. Let me a gauche this.
Ah, so cute! Oh.
Très belle, le chat.
Hey, watch the road!
What? Oh. Okay, that was their fault. We only need a couple more gauches and we're there.
Maybe I should just take an Uber or like a taxi.
Well, no. That's me. I am your Uber and taxi. I've got a lot of student loan debt.
Another one. No!
Well, I feel like I'm the safest Uber or taxi that you could ask for.
Sure.
Check out my 5-star rating.
Is that the Eiffel Tower?
I think.
That's not the Eiffel Tower.
No,
That's a crane.
I think maybe you can't see the Eiffel Tower because it shrunk 6 inches.
Ah, right. That must be it.
But also because this freaking grandpa is on the road in front of me.
Oh my God, he dropped his croissant!
I have GPS built into my brain. You know, like those pigeons? Those pigeons that always know how to go home?
Yes.
I know how to
Homing
go to the
pigeons.
Eiffel Tower.
Do you? We're still making the... What's the other one?
A droite?
A droite. We're droiting.
That was pretty a gauche.
We're droiting.
We're droiting?
We're droiting.
We're droiting.
You know, maybe I should walk. I'm just gonna get out here.
You're just gonna,
I'm just gonna get out.
right here?
Yeah, just
Wait,
I just
it's not.
I'm just gonna walk, stretch my legs, breathe the Parisian Paris, you know, the air, and just, you know, just.
I can take you the rest of the way.
No, it's, you know what? It's really nice out, and I just think
I know that
it'll be a great walk.
it's just one more a gauche. It's,
wow.
Can I have 5 stars at least? Merci.
Everyone is playing, you're not. yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
What's this?
Oh my God. I can
Seen
smell
this?
it from here. I can smell it from here. I'm kind of hungry.
Seen this? Ed?
¿Qué más puede? Ok. ¿Qué tenemos
sé, pero,
aquí?
o sea,
¿Qué será? Oh.
O sea, como si tiene una manta.
Una mantita.
Debe ser algo de París.
¿Algo de París?
Yo diría
qué?
que
200, aunque viene.
200 el que
un croissant.
¿Un croissant?
Un
No.
croissant.
Cosa ci sta aspettando di bello?
Che
Un espressino.
Andrea, apri.
Oh mio Dio!
Ma che roba è?
È grossissimo!
È enorme! Ma è più grande del Brizz! Calmiamoci! Non è più grande di me! Quanto è grande?
Whoa. Yo. Yeah.
Is that a monster croissant?
Yo.
What is that? Yeah.
Oh my god! Está gigante!
Un big croissant.
Sí.
Yo sí la tiene.
Oh la la!
Oh la la.
We'll have a look. We digging in?
Hey, get your hands ready, boys. Come on, G.
Oh my God.
Damn, bro. You're making off with me.
Get you some of that. Come on, Ed.
Hold on, man.
All right, bro. I'll tear off a little piece, bro. Hold up.
No, get a big piece.
Yeah, I think it. Feeling kind of parched. It's like I need some water or something.
Mordida.
Pero todo, nah.
Sí, güey. Mangiamo?
Proviamo?
Ah, te lo imbottisco tutto, vieni qua.
No, dai.
No. Comportiamoci bene.
¿Sí se rico?
Bueno.
¿Cómo que sabe?
It's actually so dry, I can't lie.
Che buono, pazzo. That's good. Merci.
What's going on, guys? Welcome to Paris as we got EWC underway for Warzone. We're sitting with Godlike. We got art class in session, and we get to test their art skills. Guys, Nate, who do you think's the best artist?
Best artist out of us?
Yeah, out of you guys.
Trick. We saw his handwriting. We did some handwriting stuff before this, and mine and Tekka's was looking rough.
Yeah, no, his
Trick's
looked really good.
Trick's was looking good.
For the colors, we got still fruit. We got a little bit of bread. What do you think's going to be the biggest issue?
The biggest issue? Everything. I'm not a good. Yeah, I think everything's gonna be an issue for me.
Well, guys, take it away. Let's see it.
All right, here we go.
I'm gonna start with the easiest thing, the banana.
It's copy Trick.
Oh God, I'm about to. Whatever Trick's doing, I'm doing.
Wait, why does he? I'm over here putting Y on Y, dude.
That's what I did. I just realized. I realized the same thing.
What do you think you're most excited for here?
Most excited? Just to play.
Just to play?
Yeah.
You're not even a little bit excited to kind of wander around, explore?
No, I'm about business. Oh my goodness. I just made all my water yellow.
All right, man. Banana's done.
We got a couple pieces already done in the art. I think the nectarine, the banana in the middle. Actually, this one's looking pretty good in text.
Yeah, hey, I'm doing better than I thought I was gonna do. I'm not gonna lie.
Would you guys grow up painting anything at school?
No, man. Absolutely not.
I cheated in art class.
How do you cheat in art class?
Like all the pictures I had to draw, I just printed it out and then I just outlined it.
It's a good method.
My paint's dripping on the canvas.
as a team, what do you think you guys have been working on together?
I would say like trusting each other.
Trusting each other and talking to each other more, honestly, has been our biggest issues, and that's what we've been working on.
What do we got here? It's like bleeding.
Oh, yeah, the water dripped on the... Ignore that. Ignore that.
I messed up. Can I add a fruit? Can I add one in there? Can I add one in there? Or?
I don't know. So far, I feel like Intex,
you think?
Kind of has you guys.
No.
Wow. Okay, I kind of see the vision here.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming
together.
It's coming. It's coming.
Oh my God. I'm butchering it. Did what you did, Nate.
What do you think is missing?
I don't know.
Probably everything. I needed to dry my brush.
Yeah, I know. Look at mine. Look at my base. It's because all the colors mixed together. I have a green, white, red base, and then the water dripped from the bottom. Like, I'm cooked. This looks actually pretty good.
It's like zoomed in.
Zoomed in.
Yeah, it does actually.
What's your guys' favorite fruit?
Probably strawberry, bro.
Nah, it's probably like
watermelon.
No, it's like random, like mango or something.
Mango's good.
Yeah.
You almost done, Trey?
Yeah.
I've been done, bro. I can't lie to you.
You didn't try going in more detail?
I am right now, but I don't know how it's gonna work out.
Well, mine is terrible.
Bro, mine's awful. You signing it?
Yeah.
It's not bad.
It's actually not bad at all.
There you go.
So, what's the verdict between you guys?
Trix is by far the best. Me and Nate's are pretty bad.
I'm gonna sign
Nate's is
mine.
better than mine. I think I have the worst one.
Yeah, you for sure.
I have the worst one.
Well, with that, we get to close out our class with Godlike and, Desk Chat. What do you guys think?
It's day 3 of Call of Duty Warzone, which means today is the survival stage. At the end of yesterday, 6 teams' keys were crushed. And after today, only 6 more will make their way through to finals, which means for 10 more teams, their day ends today, here and now. Wait, hold on. Wait, Josh, I thought I was supposed to be doing this with Lace. Why is Lace not here? Where is she?
Falcons didn't go directly through to the finals. Vitality.
Lace, wake up!
Glitter.
What?
I just had a nightmare that the Falcons and Vitality didn't go straight through to the finals.
Well, that's actually exactly what happened, Lace.
Welcome to the survival stage.
Je suis prêt, parti, voir où m'emmène la vie. Comme sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais dit, jamais fait une gros pas. Big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, je sais pas, j'attire. Je coupe la line, laisse la qui laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. De part je tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Beat encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi. Trop vif, trop fort.
Ten teams are already in match point finals. Today we'll be finding out the last 6, and the rest of the teams here in survival will end up getting eliminated. Welcome to COD Warzone Resurgence Championship at EWC 26. I'm the 7WG, and I'm joined by none other than Mile Ross and I Whole Shift. Mile, a lot at stake today for some of these squads, and they need to make sure they come out hot.
Well, there's some squads that, you know, have earned their place here through hard-fought battles. There's a couple who have survived to find themselves here. So a second chance gained, and one that they are not allowed to squander under no circumstances.
And for everybody currently watching at home, don't forget that you can put in your predictions. Do your play at Pick'ems. Go check it out. See which teams you're going to be pushing, because I know ones that I had did not end up working out, but maybe yours will end up working out. And while you're at it, if you do end up predicting something correctly, use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26 to share it on social media, and we might end up showing it here on the broadcast. But whole shift, I mean, we had so many squads that ended up performing so well, sponging up a lot of those points. We'll get a chance to talk about some other squads later in this segment. But the sponge point, I'm excited to not see it here in Survival, hopefully.
Well, hopefully. Who knows, though? I mean, it just feels like with the top teams out of the picture, anybody can take their place and rip apart some of these lobbies. Looking at you, Falcons. Well, wait, with the big fish out of the pond now, you think there was some more points to be grabbed. Those small fries, though, they still got a bite.
Yeah, they still got to make sure they go for those points. We got to see that urgency out of those squads that maybe ended up showing some urgency yesterday. But just for everybody currently watching, in case you missed it, this is the format. This is what it looks like. 16 teams are going to be playing today. Top 6 are going to be moving on to match point finals. We already have 10 teams waiting. The rest are going to get those keys crushed by whoever ends up being in first place today. And the beautiful thing about today is that whatever happened in groups, you're just going to have to forget about it. It's a fresh start today.
That could be tough to do, though, for a lot of these teams. I actually ran into Dongy at the player lounge, and as the way through, I was like, brother, what is happening? He's just like, we have no idea, but we're coming out hot today. Everything's fresh. We're going to play our game, and I think that's going to be the mentality for a lot of teams today.
Did you ask him the important question, though?
Is he going to get unleashed?
Yeah.
Is he going to unzip him? He said he's here to frag today.
Ooh, let's see if that's going to be the case. But if you missed out what happened in groups, day 1 or day 2, this is the STC Rewind.
Welcome into the STC Rewind. It's Coach and Dandro catching you up on everything you missed in the group stages because the first 2 days were crazy. A lot of surprises, but in Group A, what do you think? Everything go to script?
Maybe a little bit to script. Twist of Minds, kick flipping everyone, I think, as everybody expected. We also had teams like T1, Gen G making it just barely in. Virtus Pro, Ravens continuing to fry on out. It was a really fun day. Kind of maybe a little bit of expectations, but also love seeing just a lot of different teams come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, in Group B, there were a couple surprises. I mean, Gentlemates who have looked online. In person, dude, they win map 1 yesterday. They win the last map yesterday. The crowd was going insane. Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series Championship here at EWC has been nothing but fun, and the crowd energy has been electric. Yeah. But there were some surprises. The Falcons have to play through the survivor stages today. This is the last chance for some of these teams.
Are the wings getting clipped? People on the internet are saying, they're asking, I don't think so. This is Hisoka, this is Noobs, this is Donkey. They're world champs for a reason. Back-to-back land winners for a reason. But what it does mean today is that our survival stage is going to be absolutely electric. Because I don't think anybody had the Falcons having to play here on this day. I don't know, man. It kind of feels like maybe a little bit of renewed energy. They might kind of come out and start stomping.
I'm going to be honest. Survivor stages, you got to be top 6 in the lobby to make it to the finals. We've already got 10 teams there waiting. You got JDG, you got the Gentlemates, you got NIP, you got all these teams that have already done the work, and now it's your chance to make it to finals day. Top 6, Vitality. Do they make it through as the top seed? My goodness, I am so excited for today.
They're going to have 10 maps if they want to make it happen, all right? 10 opportunities if you want to try and rise to the occasion because, well, you might be asking, okay, well, do they get another chance here, the Esports World Cup? No, you don't make it in the top 6. Your keys are getting crushed. Your dreams are turning into nightmares. It's not going to be a fun rest of the EWC trip. You get to enjoy Paris, I guess, if you're not top 6 today, but that's not what these teams are here to do.
Match point finals tomorrow, top 6 today. That's how you get there, folks. It is going to be a ton of fun. Dandro, final prediction. Is there a team that we're expecting to make it through survivor stages that's going to get kick flipped out of here?
I don't know if I can make that. I don't know if I want to make that prediction here because I have a strong caster curse. But what I do know is that today is the survival stage. And if you want to make it to match point finals, you need to survive.
Oh, come on, Dandro. Give us that caster curse. We're all about it. I won't be picking it. I'm not going to force you guys to pick just yet.
It's a real thing. It's powerful dark magic. Forbidden.
Coward. Make a hot take. It's definitely a real thing, but you can end up switching it out. You can end up benefiting some other people as well. But let's not forget about the Sony story of the day, because today we're going to be having a team in survival that nobody was expecting to actually be in survival, because they are one of the favorites to win it all, and it's none other than Falcons, a team that feels like they're definitely underperforming here at EWC.
Without question. It's not just that they're underperforming because they came off of 2 land wins. The numbers across the board have been abysmal, arguably. And on top of that, you got to keep in mind that for Falcons, they're still looking for a win for the EWC Club Championship. So a lot of things need to go right for them today as we take a look at our teams that are going to be here in our survival stage.
Yeah, and for some of the squads, I mean, we have Vitality as well. This squad in the Club Championship, currently in the top 5, if it hasn't updated just yet. For them, I mean, both days, they were quite consistent. They were both with 77 points. But is that consistency going to be enough to put them in the top 6 here at Survival?
I think arguably yes, given the caliber of the squads, given the situation of these teams right now. But this is the thing about a day like today. I mean, we're sending a lot of teams home. Only 6 go through. This is where pressure starts to kick in. This is where you see that 30% increase or 30% decrease from that kind of pressure. The question I have, though, is the Falcons now wounded. How do they come out? How do they look? Is this an angry night they spent raging over VOD? Do they come in this morning with a fresh face? Have they forgotten everything? Yeah. Or have they gone, hey, yesterday was bad. This is exactly what we need to change, and here's the adjustment to play. I don't entirely believe in forgetting all about it. They have to learn from the mistakes of yesterday because this is the last chance.
It is the last chance. For this squad, too, is what kind of demeanor are we going to be seeing out of them, right? We also saw Soka, whenever some of the other teammates were getting killed in one of the matches, you could just see the body language starting to affect them a little bit more, too. You need to keep a close eye on that because Soka is one of those players that has a high energy, and if things aren't going their way, it might backfire.
But this is what we're talking about. We look at the team stats across the board. The individual kill performances have not been there. The percent change is roughly around 30% down from where they were both at Atlanta and Birmingham. The team percentages overall had just not been there. But it doesn't just sit in the kills. That's the other concerning thing about it, because they opened up yesterday, or day one rather, with a second place and back-to-back firsts, but neither of them had terribly amounts of high kills. On the other front for this team, though, they're struggling to get into placement position in general. A couple of absolute stinkers yesterday. Their land average going into today was 4.86. Here at EWC, average placement of 7.75. Nearly double the average placement than what they had before. That's just not typical for Falcons, and they need to come out and figure out what the heck has gone wrong in the first 2 days here today in the survival stage.
Serious struggles. If you're not finding the placement and you're not finding the kills, that is exactly how you wind up knocked out of this kind of tournament. So we talk about consistency. Those are the 2 key factors. And at this level, not so easy. Yesterday's group stage is arguably a little bit harder. We had those heavy farmers sucking up all those kills. Not as many points to be found in every round. But here, this is absolutely an opportunity for the Falcons to run rampant, get that confidence back, and look strong going into Sunday.
Yeah, and you know, the interesting thing about day one was I was expecting them to get challenged a lot more by teams like Gentlemates and stuff. They changed their drop positions around, and the whole dynamic of how they play the game felt so different. And then you go to yesterday, they're losing battles versus teams like the Vicious. Like, not at all what you would have expected. So it just doesn't feel like anything is clicking right now. And even though Dongi said they were coming with more confidence, he was also sitting there saying that we were dealing with issues on rotation. We weren't finding the smooth transitions that we were looking for. D'Angelo was talking about it yesterday. Maybe it's just bad COD timing. Whatever it is, it needs to be figured out today.
Yeah, you don't want bad COD timing costing you a chance to win EWC, to even make it to the finals. You don't want to get knocked out at survival, especially because with Falcons, something that's at stake that we're definitely keeping a track of is those club championship points. And right now, Falcons fans are expecting the Warzone guys to do the heavy lifting because they're not even in the top 5 right now. That's something that we'll be keeping an eye on throughout the day in regards to the club championship. Going back to Vitality, I was saying they were very consistent. One thing that they kind of stood out for me a little bit was Sage. Sage currently has 33 kills, which is the only player in that squad under 40. They're going to need him to do a little bit more today.
Well, I mean, go ahead. I was going to say, like, they've been consistent for placements, but they have not converted on their high kill games. When they get into top 5s, they're usually dealing with only one player left alive. So you're not finding those late game kills that you're looking for. Otherwise, they're getting some kills that are 10 plus in the first 3 circles, but they're not getting to the top 10. So it's like, can we get to high places with high kills, or what's actually falling short for you in the mid game?
Can we get all these cash to the bank?
Exactly.
It's really, really tough. I will say that, I mean, a squad like Vitality, I mean, they have been through such a challenging year in and out of game, and the resolve and the mental game that they have had to find to get to this point alone is something short of special. So I will absolutely hold it on them to have a much better day today. They have the resolve, they have the skill, they have the capability to go the distance. They can absolutely break that top 6. It just comes down to the mental. They have had it all year long to survive this far. Do not squander the chance.
The mental is going to be massive, and I feel like that's why I ended up bringing Sage into the conversation as well, because we know he has been here before. We know that he can be that player to kickstart his squad and actually just, if for some reason the day isn't going their way, he'll make sure that he starts fragging out and start putting up those skills for the squad. Another team that was actually able to surprise us with the rookie of the year, the contender right now, Fede with Noble. He has been outperforming everybody, currently sitting with 51 kills for his team.
Yeah, they looked great in day number 1. The only concern was they weren't able to get into any finishing positions yet. yesterday. They only had 55 points yesterday compared to the 96 they had in day number 1. But their kills have been consistent. Everyone's participating. As long as they don't get squad wiped on rotation, they're going to be fine to make it to the top 6. In my
Confident, capable, and absolutely able to get it done. They need the win, though. Without the win, none of this matters.
They definitely need the win. You know what, Repulse? I know you're currently watching, and for everybody doing the watch parties out there, shout out to you. Repulse, who do you think is going to be performing here? What are you going to be your top 6? I'm going to go back and actually see what you end up saying for those top 6. So make sure you actually say it, because if not, then we won't have anything else to talk about. But something that does have a lot to talk about is none other than Blaze trying to catch up with the players.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get day number 3 kicked off. It's a survival Saturday, and we need to figure out who our last few teams are that are going to be going to the finals. Now, as you guys see, the players that are coming through, they're locked in and they're ready to go. And I got to find some noobs. Let me talk to you, brother, okay? How you doing, man? Yo, you on the survival stage today, all right? Y'all didn't want to be here. What's going to happen?
I mean, we're just going to come out, playing our game, and place top 6, make it to tomorrow.
Hey, that sounds simple enough, all right? You guys are back-to-back LAN winners. I know you guys can get it done. What you want to say to Falcons fans?
Appreciate you guys' support. We're going to show out for you guys today. Just prove everyone that we're the best team.
Hey, you heard it there from Noobs, okay? Good luck to you, man. Best of the rest of your day, all right? Good luck, big dog. Give me some dap, give me some dap. Come on, we got Heretics coming. Zeph, I already know you ready to play, yeah?
Of course, bro. Always ready.
Okay, go. You gonna do it for APAC, right?
Yep, of course.
How many kills you dropping today?
In 10 maps, 45.
45, you heard it here, folks, boys. 45, go to over on that one, all right? Let's move on down the line. Yo, Nemesis. Let me talk to these Nemesis boys over here. Hey, man, Nemesis, one of the best brands we got out there. I already know the social media team is going wild out there. You ready for today?
Yeah, I feel so. I'm ready. I'm very, very ready.
What's gonna be different from yesterday?
Yesterday, we honestly played her out. We averaged 90 points. If we do what we did today for the 10 maps, that would put us in the top 6.
Hey, I love that, baby. Best of luck to you, all right? Hold on. I got to talk to these red hot chili peppers behind me. We got the Italian team. We got Novo in the building. Novo, today, you guys got to make it to Championship Sunday. I mean, talk to me about yesterday and what you guys are going to be doing different today.
I mean, we didn't want to end up in this situation because we were top 5 the first day. At the end, we didn't get it, but we're still locked in. Our goal is to get into finals and place well and try to win as well. But today, we're going to see what we got into us. So we're gonna try our best. We're gonna try maybe new things as well. I'm not gonna say anything.
Okay.
But you will see a new Nova today.
Hey, I'm excited to see that, man. Best of luck to you guys out there, all right? Let's all move down the line, okay? Oh, we got Orchid in the building. Come on, great catch. Reflex is already on point. You guys got top 3 going into the last event, but you want to win this one. Talk to me about how you're going to make it through the survival stage today.
I mean, just play our game like the online way. No pressure. Like, we need to slide in the map to kill the people, to get in the top 5 more and more. Because yesterday and like the 2 days before, what cost us didn't qualify is that we didn't play the much the top 5, bro. Not that multiplicator that can get us more points. You know, losing the qual by 3 points. No, it hurts a lot.
Hey, it definitely does hurt a lot, but today is a new day. Best of luck to you. Hit those placements, homie, all right? I mean, the players, they're locked in, they're loaded. Who else do we got here towards the back of the line that's coming on through? Oh, you know what? Let's talk on over to the boys here from Gamax. Gamax, you guys ready to go today?
Of course, you know that.
Yeah. Hey, best of luck to y'all. Godlike, Nate Dogg. Okay, do it for NA, Nate Dogg. He's ready to go. For fun. All right, Bubbles, come here real quick. Can I holler at you? I mean, today isn't just for fun. Today is all seriousness, man. Talk to me about what you guys gonna do on that stage.
I mean, just same as we did yesterday. Make sure the first day is out of mind, lock in. Same thing as yesterday, and we'll be good.
Hey, you guys gonna be great, man. It's a lot of tough teams out there, but you know, I saw the friendship with you guys. We had the sorbet. Take that sweetness to the stage and get it done. Best of luck to you, brother. Hey, you know, it's a survival day. It's Saturday, and it's time to figure out who's going to Championship Sunday. Warzone is about to be underway.
Thank you, Blaze. By the way, one of my favorite segments that we have been doing on the pre-shows, Blaze just going around catching people up. It's like, how you doing, bro? What you doing today?
I'm okay.
Yeah. But he was talking about for fun, looking to do what they were able to do yesterday. And boy, was it a spectacular day for that squad as they were able to get 101 points. And just to put it into perspective, their first day, they ended up with 56 points. Times 2, what?
That's good resolve. That's late game resolve where you needed it the most. That is exactly what you want to see out of a Warzone team. It is hard to make comebacks in this mode. Everything's got to go right for you.
Yeah. I was hoping you just hit us with a
Stay sexy.
Let's take a look at the schedule just so you have an idea of which maps we're going to be playing. It's going to be the exact same, except today we're actually going to be playing 10 matches. Something to keep in mind is that these players have been getting used to playing 6 matches now in back-to-back days. What is it going to be looking like when we get a little bit closer towards that 10 match? Are we going to be seeing some players maybe start getting a little bit too tired and just want to get out of here?
I think the biggest thing is just consistency is going to be key today. I mean, you're going to get a pop-off map here or there, but you can't bank on that being what gets you through today. You have to be consistent, and if you can find a way to tally up the points early, try to maintain the course. Don't try to do anything too crazy. Get yourself in a position to guarantee at least the top 6. If you find yourself down early, don't change things too quickly. All these teams are much closer in skill to each other than what we had seen in groups, so you have to trust that if you have a couple of bad maps, it's not the end of the world.
And the way the maps are structured as well, you get 2 back-to-back, and then towards the end, we rotate individually. At that point in time, don't worry, don't panic. You've still got a chance to get back in maybe one of your favorites. There's a late game opportunity there for a lot of teams. Don't be too scared. Don't worry about it, folks. You'll get home in time.
I'm hoping these teams are not going to be worried about it. Before we actually start today, I want to know what your guys' top 6 is going to be looking like. We've been telling the audience to do their pick'ems, all their predictions. You guys don't get any prizes here besides just bragging rights. But I'm going to go with you, Shift. Who's your top 6?
Yeah, I've got Nova, Orchid, Falcons, Vitality for fun. And then I was between Godlike and Nemesis.
Ooh,
Nemesis was consistent, but I'm going to go Godlike today.
Mine's actually exactly the same. No Nemesis, Heretics. Heretics of the Moss. Come on, boys.
Okay, all right. I like the Godlike pick, too. We saw what they were able to do yesterday. Confidence coming in. Blaze telling them to do it for NA. Ladies and gentlemen, this is COD Warzone Resurgence Championship at EWC 26. And this is Survival Stage. Enough talking from us. It's time we get started, baby.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue à Paris, bienvenue à l'EWC pour notre 3e journée de compétition ici sur Warzone. Hier, 10 équipes se sont qualifiées pour demain. Aujourd'hui, il ne reste plus que 6 tickets pour la grande finale.
To endure in the face of adversity while the lobby collapses around you. That right there is the true definition of survival. Today isn't about who was strongest yesterday, it's about who refuses to give up today.
Évidemment, les groupes d'hier ont donné une deuxième chance aux 16 équipes qui vont rentrer sur scène maintenant. Les Français de leur côté, Ravens et Gentlemen, sont déjà qualifiés, mais il reste encore beaucoup de joueurs français à encourager. Aujourd'hui, c'est do or die.
16 teams go toe-to-toe in a 10-map showdown. The target, just 6 spots in Championship Sunday. It's going to be a bloodbath, and I, for one, and you, of course, cannot wait. And so, ladies and gentlemen, coming to you live from the Gadia City Grid in the heart of Paris, make some noise for your survivors as they make their way to the main stage, starting with Leviathan!
Esports!
H1!
Category Vedati!
BJ!
Godlike Esports!
Gamax Esports!
Team Stallions!
For Fun Esports!
La squad française, Team Hawkeye!
Team Nemesis!
Team Heretics!
Novo Esports!
Eclectic!
Team Vitality!
And finally, your club reigning champions, Team Falcons! Tous veulent marquer l'histoire de l'EWC, mais pour ça, ils doivent d'abord accéder à la grande finale. Aujourd'hui, il faut survivre à tout prix.
Today is a chance to prove that you belong amongst the best and silence the critics. It is time for the Call of Duty Warzone survival stage at the Esports World Cup.
One map is the difference between some of these teams having dreams.
What did our team good? I don't know. I can't tell because we didn't qual. If we would play good, we would insta-qual for finals.
And some of these teams having nightmares.
I feel like when it comes to just straight up gunplay, shooting your gun, I think we're good with that. But I just really feel like we haven't got an easy, early game strat and landing spot. We need to work on that.
There's a lot of teams. Big fight. Sold's gonna take one down, get one knocked out. Try to challenge the second. He gets it. Gonna be underneath. He spots it. Can he get all three? Hisoka's on 1 HP in a dream. How many times have you said this? Is there a chance? Falcons are out.
Falcons group stage is a bit of a sticky one. I have an opinion. It might be unpopular. It might get me in trouble. But I think the ego's got in the way.
The Falcons in trouble.
Gonna be Dongy to try to get it done and crawl his way into top 5.
Disappointing to say the least. I think we're all disappointed in ourselves. Can't do anything about it anymore. We just have to keep our heads up, move on to the next day. We're not out yet. Don't count us out yet either.
Got himself back in. He hears a zip nearby. One. Get up. Active off the back of it. Ooh. Oh my lord. How the hell do you win that?
What? Nobody but shit. Oh my god!
I would say to the haters,
DK, some of these teams that have to battle here, Techie, he's going to be the one.
Focus on your own game.
It's going to be nice looking down when we're standing up there and just seeing them being sad, disappointed in their performance while we lift that trophy.
Well, good afternoon. Good morning, maybe, if you're watching at home in the Americas, folks. Get the sleep out of your eyes. It's Survivor Stage, and my goodness, we've got storylines left, right, and center. Coach Seymour kicking things off today for the first 5 maps. You'll see Dan and Enigma here shortly for the final 5. 10 maps today, and our rotation is as follows, Seymour. 2, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, and the final map has been rolled. It's Rebirth to close things out today. But talk to me, man. Storylines, we got plenty of them.
We got plenty of them, and we got a loud fan base today. That's not going to be the Gentlemaids. It's going to be the Falcons trying to back their team in the bounce back in the LCQ, see if they can make it to the final stage and find the 3rd LAN win out of 3 on the year. So the bounce back is what we're all going to be looking at today. But other than that, I mean, Orchid have been on top of things. For Fun have been on top of things. Vitality's also down here. A lot of big names that we're going to be talking about.
Yeah, a lot of big names and some surprises, certainly. Honestly, of course, the Falcons, the biggest surprise. We've been talking about them all day. I would say Orchid is another huge surprise. This is a team that was slaying out in Atlanta, putting up crazy numbers, and they had a mediocre day the last 2 days, in particular yesterday. So with that in mind, that you heard it from them, they are not concerned at all. I think the thing about Survivor Stage that we do have to remember is that, yeah, it's a little scary to come down here.
Yeah.
It is that fun. I think Shift said it on the death segment. It's this weird kind of dichotomy of some of these teams are excited to have made it to the Survivor Stage. Some of these teams are incredibly disappointed to be here. So we've got kind of everybody in the middle. It's going to be really tight competition.
Regardless of the way that you look at it, it's another day of official practice going into that final, if you can make it to that final day. It's like, you know, it's that extra reps, it's that extra anticipation that you get to play. Other people are going to be watching, studying, seeing how you play during the day today across all 3 of our maps. For these guys, it is locking in and make sure that you are in that tournament mindset for the entire week. So Survival Stage might be a blessing for some. For others, it is a means to try to get to that trophy at the end of the road.
Yeah, I mean, we got to talk about some stats as well. Data points. We've got some teams that have had some map wins. We know the Falcons got back-to-back map wins. Their first 3 maps were pretty categorical for what they're used to doing. Second, first. That's the Falcons we know and love. And then things went catastrophically wrong. We all know that. But talking about some of these other rosters that have wins.
There's 3 teams in the Survival Stage that have won a map on this LAN. It's Falcons, obviously, like you said, with the back-to-back that they had. But other than that, Godlike and Nemesis, the only other 2 teams to win a map this week. I think that's crazy considering how many teams that we have on LAN, but that just shows how consistent those teams at the top that make it to the final stage have been.
Well, talking about margins as well, we said Orchid was close. It was really close. I think in Blaze's interview, they were like, hey, we were like 3 points off.
Well, Orchid were actually 3 points off from that 5th place spot in Group B. Falcons, they were 12 points off in Group B from that 5th place spot. Group A was a little different. I think Group A was very set in stone from what we were expecting. Vitality in that 5th place spot, or sorry, 6th place spot, they were 23 points off of 5th. So you could definitely see yesterday Group B was a lot more competitive.
Well, I think the main reason for that was because, in the words of Dandro, Twisted Minds kick-flipped everybody. They were over 100 points over 2nd place, so there weren't as many points to go around, but it's still an important note. Here's the other thing that we need to bring up. Teams like Vitality and For Fun have been here a couple of times, man. They've been working through Survivor Stages for like multiple lands, and usually when they go down to the Survivor Stages, or in reference to getting to this stage, going through the walls leading up to EWC, they stomped everybody. Those 2 teams could show up big today.
They're in their element. I mean, Vitality, that's been their story. It's just, how do you show up on LAN? How do you become more consistent? They've been struggling, so today's going to be a big day for them to see if they can show up to make it to the finals. And For Fun, I mean, again, like, this is where they love to be. They are pub stoppers. 2 20 bombs yesterday. If they can carry on into today with that same mentality, with that same consistency, you might be seeing For Fun pop off tomorrow as well.
Haven's Hollow to kick things off, ladies and gentlemen. It's only 10 maps today. Your room for error is a little bit smaller and all the teams close together, but you can see our screen. Look at this zone. Folks, we're headed to train station and beyond. It's the western side for the first time in a while here with Haven's Hollow, and we'll see where everybody decides to land. Some of these numbers, some of these colors will be a little bit different. That red 1 is going to be Vitality. Blue for the Falcons, a new seed going into today.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting where all our drops are going to be. Falcons go back to the riverboat. They give up Mansion I imagine Mansion's going to be the home of Stallions for these first couple of games, so see if they can pop off our MENA region team. But starting off with the Falcons, already getting crossed up. They get contested by none than Nemesis from APAC, and they're going to be getting some early KP.
Yeah, the Falcons want to make sure that they can take back boat and claim it as theirs. Unfortunately, Noobs, I think his camera broke. I'm not sure what happened. Becomes flying through the window and gets obliterated by Eclectic. Freddy looking to go frag out and get some kills. They're on the south side of Main Street with their anchor, so they're going to get over here and try to play spoiler to the Falcons. I think everybody has a lot more confidence going into this lobby seeing Falcons in it. Yes, they're a scary team, but they know that they can put them on their heels and cause a bit of chaos. How about a double chow over the top on Donkey? No chance you can win that one. Not when they both peak at the perfect time. Great plays here on Main. Off screen quickly, just so you're aware, Vitality has won their engagement at Train Station. They've got complete control of Train for now. We're going to be hanging out for a while. The only team not playing the western side of the map. There's nobody in Lumber, nobody in Coal, and the only team up in Research is actually Novo. They're the only team that'll have to rotate into New.
Novo's going to be an interesting one because we know that the potential that this team has, but Haven's Hollow has been somewhat of a pain point for those three. See if a safe landing to Research can get them going. We look at Vitality, who won that early contest. Like you said, they got Orchid right behind them in the water, and a sniper in the hand of Sage to see if he can pick them off.
Pushed everybody out. Orchid is that purple 2 you'll see on your map.
And Leviathan back there too. That's that 12 team.
Yeah, Leviathan has been up and down throughout the course of the group stages. They were way up in Haven's Hollow though, so they need to put up some good points here to carry their momentum forward and then hopefully be able to hold on for dear life in the other maps. See Haven's Hollow a couple times though. Vidati, this is an interesting squad for many reasons, and it's a squad that has not a ton of expectations on their shoulders, but they do have a ton of fans in person. A lot of folks cheering on some of the Frenchmen on this roster, and because of that, I think they felt that hometown buff. They made it to the Survivor stages, and they're kind of at a point, let's just see what we can do. Gonna go play through Chapel and take a look at the remnants of Orchid.
That's one thing that Enigma was saying yesterday when he went to the crowd with all those French fans, is he's like, man, I wasn't expecting so many people to turn up for teams, not just Gentlemates here at EWC. So I love to see it. Orchid on screen. They have found their resurgence back into the church. Sariel on screen needs to have a big game, and he's got KGV above him.
But it was nice, but looks like Orchid maybe in a bit of trouble. Sariel gonna try to push him back. If he died, he could just chow this and potentially wipe Orchid. Sat in the corner. It does look like Swissen has regained off screen. It's going to play for Vitality, so with him safe and having gotten the kill, Sariel elects to go for the chow now and does go down. Orchid is going to be just fine for now.
Yeah, and they actually get their second regain too, so that's just going to be a safety net anchor into the water. Looking at other teams, we got Novo. They've left Research. They're at the barn, and they are hunting right now. Vortex gets the better of Sleepy. Looking to kick off their day 3. A little bit of pace behind them. Novo just gonna have to see where they can go with this circle. They're on the edge of it.
Further and further to the west we go, and Novo very smartly comes out of Research hot, and they just all gas, no brakes all the way into mid-map, and they were not stopped because there's fighting on the top side and the bottom side of the map. So the open was wide open. They finally find an engagement here. Watch out for H1. I know Cho is cheering them on in a big way. Unfortunately, they're in a bit of a blender, but Connolly is able to win one. Able to snake out and play the corner. Staying alive for a moment here. A little bit of help from actually Eclectic joining the fight. May allow H1 to actually stay alive, and he's just going to stay in the corner. Teammates should be flying in any second.
Ride it out. Hopefully they make it. And yeah, there's the drop in for your teammates. H1 are going to stay alive. In game 1 of our Survivor stage, Novo on the roof now looking for Eclectic. Freddy can back down. Kills all over, and Connell, who has just been hiding away, is that turn a turn? Freddy in the mincemeat, a couple shots there, gets his teammate back, drops a PA, and they're looking to regain.
Really well played from H1. I think a little bit lucky on timing, but Eclectic getting really aggressive from the south side Main Street. Play both at boat and play for the Falcons, but also play up towards mid-map and barn. So they're looking for any kills they can get their hands on.
We've seen Stallions. They've won their battle over towards a mansion with Heretics. Going to have to drop back in. A couple teams now going to have to leave the edge of the circle. There's actually 4 trios on the outside having to make this rotation in. Falcons being one of them are actually going to push right into Decky and try to take over these gazebos from the south side of this circle into Main Street.
Say what you want about the Falcons in the last couple days. I know yesterday Noobs had a rough go of it. I think only around 6 kills. He's already on 5, okay? So if you were worried about Noobs today, don't care, didn't ask. It's the Falcons. It's still Noobs. It's still one of the most winningest players of all time. So far, so good for the Falcons, who've been playing through the South and are now owned the south side of Main Street, working their way to gazebos.
Out of Group A, surprisingly enough, this GK squad didn't really get talked about too much. They were the 7th place team, 2 spots off of finding themselves into the final day. So they got the Falcons watching them from the gazebos. Gonna have to take their time to really think this one through, but a lot of teams are gonna have to think about their next moves very carefully. And this whole rotation through Barn, you got about 5 teams crossing each other.
Yeah, Eclectic is a fun one to watch. They did fantastic in scrims. Unfortunately, LAN is not scrims. Zanks goes down and Eclectic is out of here. Go down in 15th place. A tough place for them to be because of how aggressive Novo got, and they lost the engagement down with the Falcons. They then left Main Street and get eliminated. Got aggressive, got punished.
And that small glimpse we got of Stallions. They had 10 kills across 2 of them. Jawad had nothing. They get eliminated outside of top 10, so no multiplier, but a lot of KP from their mansion drop.
I'm gonna talk too much about For Fun on this map. They oftentimes will go up and land at Pond, where they're currently situated. Again, these western zones really change the pace of this map. Changes the pace for guys like For Fun that land Pond. It changes the pace for guys like Vitality that land at Train. And especially when you win Train. I haven't seen Vitality in the kill for a while. I think they're gonna be in the same spot they usually are. Placement, not a lot of kills. Let's listen in with the Falcons to see what they're going to do as they rotate through.
Ran away, he's running away. Eddie, drop money if you can. Yeah. I'm just cracked him again. We need to buy a streak. No, they're still shooting me from the left bridge. Yeah. Can you buy another PA? I'm gonna buy a PA. I'm gonna buy a PA on the left bridge. Yep, hurry. Eddie, we need to kill the right kid though. I PA the left bridge. He's looking for you. Looking for you. I PA the left bridge. Yeah, I'm one shot. Hold on. Waiting. Hold on, we need him now. Okay. It's only one in here, Ed. It's only one, okay? I shot a kid. Dead. Nice and over. The water. We need to kill the right kid. Yeah, I got Peter on my body. Yeah, we got a Peter. Yo, kill this. Okay. Bring him back. I get up the guy. I need help with this. He's behind you. I'm behind you. Yeah. On our mirror. I see that. I see him. Be careful of your right too on the crown, okay? Like bricks and shit. All right, this is the only advance we have, okay? Yo, can we try to kill this solo right here? Which one? This guy right here. Top. I can PA. I don't want to. Got this guy. We kill this guy on his face. Yo, look. I'm playing up a little bit. I PA. There's 2 now, Dongy. 2 now. I'm looking for the second guy. Watch out, Dong. Behind us. 2 behind us. Yeah. I got knocked on the mirror. The re-wrap. Behind us. Yes, the re-wrap. Crack one of the re-wrap. They have an advance on the re-wrap. They're aping. Up top the bridge. Watch out on the right. You cracked 2. One shot. I got one. Get the phone. I'm back. Okay, he's up. Duck is in hell. You gotta play your life. I'm dead.
The Falcons with a crazy rotation, and unfortunately Godlike just made a better one, came up right behind them and stunned them. So much intel, so much info is changing hands, but unfortunately the Falcons will fall in 11th place overall as they get hunted down in the water by the classic Leviathan, man. I tell you, every time I see these guys in the water, they're getting pistol kills. Ridiculous. Falcons are out of here.
The Sea Serpent taking down the Falcon. And Godlike with a really strong read on that situation. Orchid also out. Heretics also out when we were in that listen in. And Falcons, they tried to get the better of GK, but it bit them in the behind. We're on with Novo, looking for positioning inside the church. They're not in the circle, they're not in the safe zone. The only team that actually is in the safe zone right now is going to be both Vitality as well as KGV. So they're looking to gatekeep teams on the outside.
Still a big fight for the eastern side of the map though. This new zone could pull anywhere. Most likely it would pull just outside a train station. So Fede and Novo, who have made the craziest rotation, will have to rotate across as well. Leviathan continue to farm kills in the water. They're cleaning up the mess of everybody else. We find ourselves into a top 10 situation, 9, and a lot of changing of blows, and it's actually believed finding a ton. PBJ getting extremely active in the kill feed. They got to go through Godlike still.
Leviathan, they've had a great Havens Hollow this week, and they're in a position to catch both Godlike and PBJ. Believe has to be careful.
Believe with another cleanup. Godlike goes down. Again, they made a great rotation behind the Falcons, and unfortunately, the exact same thing happened to them. Teams get so confident pushing up on the south side of the map, thinking they're clear, but rotations are in. Now, I said they wouldn't have a lot of kills. Foot in my mouth, Vitality on top. They got a banger on their hands, at least 12 between the two that we've seen on screen. And I saw Sage pop up at the kill feed several times as well. This is a great game for them. It's one they should win or at least be top 5 in. Things going well for the Bumblebees.
Well, this is a big one to pay attention to. Novo actually going to be rotating to the north side. They're getting contested by this solo for fun player sitting outside of Pond. Novo technically don't have to rush. They're on the slow side of the circle, so they can figure out exactly how to overtake for fun in this position and try to work their way in safely.
Looks like Amir's got knocked, but Leviathan still have 2 playing deep in the gas. We're swing back to Novo, who have made the rotation of death from research all the way over here to train station. But they still, somehow, some way, have all 3 alive. Getting shot from multiple angles, actually does get cut down. One from distance, Vortex close by. Fede could actually play for this, pending where they're getting shot from. The Skullface just has high ground, man. They are just farming the rest of this lobby. They have win con. They earned it at the very beginning of this game. Vitality put themselves in this position by just winning their POI. They won their drop. Leviathan gets shoved into the water. Everything going right for Vitality as of current. As we make it to the top 5, they get their best multiplier. Now it's just about who wins.
Yeah, this one's going to be between Novo and Vitality. Everybody else is going to have to see how long they can survive. And there goes for fun inside of the pond. And Skullface going to catch Vortex. So this is looking like a Vitality game.
My goodness. The bodies fall and only one remains. Vitality, plenty of kills. Don't have to worry about that one. Fede ends up getting credited the kill as Vitality get credited the win. Win the drop, win the map, up on top.
When you go to the Survivor stage, this is what you've been dealing with all year long. Your first map win on EWC. And that's to kick off your day 3. No better way to be here for Vitality. They got the French crowd behind them. And now they got the wind in their sails.
Like we said before, Vitality, for fun. Some of these rosters that found themselves into a top 5 position on this map, they've done this several times leading up to this competition. I mean, for goodness sakes, Zeesman had to qualify for this competition 4 times between 2 different rosters. Ridiculous what Vitality has been through, and through all those roadblocks, it has certainly prepared them for this moment. Drop a banger map, quick look back on the final win. Things just went their way, got zone pull, got train, won their engagement, and because of that, they just farmed everybody else on the map. The one thing I'll give the credit to here, let's listen in first.
Still there, still there. Nice! Go on, boys! Way to fucking go, man! Let's fucking go, baby. Let's fucking go, boys. Better fucking shit. You guys are the fucking best, man. You guys are...
They are the best, at least as of today. A big map, and the thing I was going to credit them for is old Vitality wouldn't have been so aggressive once they won their POI. Old Vitality would have ended that game with like 12 to 15 kills. I think they had quite a bit more than that.
Yeah, 21 kills at the end of game 1, and with a win, that's going to put them at 33.6 points at the top of the leaderboard to kick off their Survivor stage. Right below them, another squad that we've actually been really, really critical about outside of Havens Hollow, but when they are on Havens Hollow, you look at them to start their day well. It's Leviathan, who got forced away by that Vitality squad, but still walk away with 19 points.
19 points, and I think 19 of those points were them just sitting in the water. Holy moly. Havens Hollow, a fun map to watch, and for the players, a frustrating one, especially if you're the Falcons. My goodness, folks. We'll be right back in just a moment for another Havens Hollow map.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. House for blow the house down.
It's time for another CC update as we head into the survival stage here for Call of Duty Warzone. And it's going to be kind of brief because, believe it or not, a lot of our CC heavy hitters are already through to finals. However, notable names that we'll be seeing on the stage in just a few moments are Falcons, Vitality, and GK Esports, all teams that are CC eligible. Vitality specifically already trophy eligible. They will be fighting to stay alive in the competition. And this is a huge surprise for Falcons as they were absolutely one of the favorites heading into this event. So will Falcons be able to recover and make their way through to finals? Will they be able to find the win that has eluded them for 4 straight weeks? Only time will tell.
Woo, baby! Game number 1 here of the survival stage. Absolutely electric. We thought we might come into this and maybe teams will take a little bit to get into the map, kind of shake off the jitters. Not the case here in game 1.
No, absolutely not. We end up with that really hard dragging western pole, essentially circles itself around train. That forces so many teams to change their drop spot and essentially go center circle as possible. Turns into a bloodbath, and so many teams picked up a lot of points or crumbled underneath that pressure.
You said it was a bloodbath. It was looking great for the Falcons. They had 10 kills. They're on this rotation. They're on the south side. But they weren't ready for a team like Godlike to be trying to hold them at that train side. Falcons go out in 11th, not even making it into the multiplier here in game 1. But we know them. We know they have, obviously, the fans on their side here, getting loud, bringing the energy. Game number 2 is going to be a different story for them.
No, for sure. The one thing that is concerning is we so often talk about the Falcon strategy to win. That is march in with the gas and clear all rivals. They miss Godlike in that rotation. That's something we don't see very often, so are they feeling that pressure early? You can hear how loud it is in here. That's all Falcons noise. They're trying desperately to get their boys into the fight.
Tell you who's not feeling the pressure, though. It's Vitality. They came in. We saw them in the breakfast this morning. They were like, no, we're locked in. We're ready to shoot. Helps when you get a POI that's basically in the exact center of the zone, and everybody has to come to you. But like the Goj was mentioning up there in the cast, sometimes when that happens, they don't get a lot of kills. Not the case this time. They fry out. They're able to hold the line in the sand, and they take that victory.
There's 2 important things for that team. First one is the contest against Leviathan, who land on them. This team have been so inconsistent with contests. The fact that they make it really clean, really quick and simple early on is great for them and for their confidence through this afternoon, because they need points here on Havens Hollows where they've relied upon, but also that late play. It is disciplined, it is great communication and a system. I don't think all Vitality would have come out with that kind of performance.
But hey man, we got 10 maps to play today. It's a marathon. The last 2 days, you've been playing 6 games only. You've been able to then go back and rest after those 6, but it is a marathon and not a sprint here today. So while map number 1 was amazing, we love all of the action, it is not going to end here. What are you looking for some of these teams in map number 2?
I think you've got to be aware if you started poorly there, that's a very abnormal circle. Focus on what your game plan is and your strategy. If you started well, use that momentum. Continue hot here in Paris, believe in each other, trust in one another, and communicate your way through the rest of this sprint.
All right, well guess what? We don't gotta wait anymore. Game number 2, ready to rock. Go Seymour, take it away.
Thank you so much, Dandro and Enigma. A great segment, and I'm going to be honest, I heard about 0% of it because the fans are loud, man. Holy cow, the Falcon super fans are going nuts. So I'll be very excited if the Falcons can make it through today to see the Falcons fans versus the Gentlemates fans here in Paris. I don't know who wins that one, at least not right now. But we got to talk about map 2 of Havens Hollow. I love the breakdown there, and I totally agree. A miss on Godlike's rotation put Falcons into the dirt early, and Vitality really showing up to say that, frankly, hey, we can frag out. Stop saying we're a placement team. We can go get kills. They did just that.
They did that, and that's going to be putting themselves in good pole position for the start of the survival game. Yeah, Falcons, 10 kills, 10 points. They missed the multiplier. That's a really big issue because Havens Hollow has been strong for this team over the course of the week, and it's always just something that you look at them. If they can go mansion like we saw them versus NIP, that's maybe something that they want to change up early in this day. But other than that, You had teams that we didn't even talk about. H1, 11 kills.
Yeah.
PBJ, 15 kills. That puts them pretty high in the leaderboard as well. And then Leviathan, like I said, second place. They contested Vitality. They got pushed out, still made the most of it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of fun points, but we got to drop straight back into Havens Hollow. Ladies and gentlemen, Havens Hollow back on your screen. This will not be the last time you see it today. Again, it's 2-2-2-1-1-1, and then Rebirth to close things out. But we aren't going to go back to the west. We will go to the east. And will that change drop spots? Abso-friggin-lutely. Last time on the eastern side of the map, the only team that landed over here was Novo. Now we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different teams all here on the right side of the map. Keep an eye out for them while Vitality lands at train station alone.
Safe and sound in front of them. Going to be For Fun at the pond. And For Fun actually looks like they're going to be quickly rotating into Mansion. So something for the Heretics to really worry about. We kick off with Lumber. That'll be a ton. Going to be sitting there versus Nemesis. Wiped again.
Still on the map, just barely. Got wiped out of their POI, one floating in the sky. A little false positive there, but still in a blender. Bad news if you pick Nemesis in your predictions.
Where do you go now? You're between Leviathan and Falcons.
Yeah, you go back to the lobby, I guess. My goodness, Levi can't buy a moment on this map. Lumber in complete control by Leviathan. This is the POI that Leviathan said they were going to go to. Of course, things change when the zone pulls all the way basically to train to kick it off the map. So Leviathan back to the form, back to where they wanted to be, back to their practice point down on the southeastern side of the map. But up at Mansion, things much busier as well. We've got 3 teams here. You've got STS on screen, still battling against Heretics. Heretics was a pick that Miles picked onto the desk, saying, let's go Aussies, let's go boys, and I really like this squad. They had moments of greatness. And we'll see what they're able to do here as, yes, QZ does go down. Stallions maybe in a bit of a blender and losing this engagement for now. For Fun is also poking and prodding at this fight at Mansion from their pond drop, so you'll see Flanked actually fall there from Zeppa and could continue to see that engagement for a while.
Still early games, haven't lost a team in the lobby just yet, so good news for everybody. Still lots of game to be played here, and as we look at Gamax inside of the barn, who do they have to deal with? Is going to be H1, who just seemed so resilient back in their first one. Above them is going to be Stallions, who have seemingly been pushed away from Mansion, and that's because that's going to be Orchid sitting there outside of research into Lumber. Leviathan in trouble now because here comes Novo.
Yeah, Novo's got their anchor up in Coal Depot. Again, these teams post on social sometimes where they're landing. Novo said nobody come to Coal unless you want to con us, and it doesn't look like anybody wanted to play against Novo. So Novo's got their anchor nice and safe in Coal. They'll send their fraggers down and go play for some kills in Lumber. That's going to be against Leviathan and Nemesis. Keep an eye out for them. We swing back to DK. You heard it there from Glitter. This is an important game, Warzone, for DK in the club championships. So they desperately need to make it into the finals, make it to tomorrow. To do that, they need to find a lot of kills. Alaze is going to be a key difference maker for that roster and the fragging capabilities that he has. We'll see what DK decides to do. If they full send this and Deathball is a full team of 3, try to take down KGV.
Yeah, KGV as well. I don't realize that they're actually in a pretty decent position to take this. They continue to get poked out in the staircases. So do you full send it, or do you just wait for them to continue to draw this battle out? Who's got the resources to outlast the other? DK would love to, but they don't necessarily need to make a play. But while they're doing this, everybody else gating KP on Havens Hollow, so this is a lot of time being wasted.
New look at the zone. It should continue to pull east. This will likely be outside of research. Is where we'll end up. It does do just that. Could land essentially on, we call it G2. G2 is a team, but it's also a place on the map, kind of the north side of this new zone. Could end up there, could end up dead center around the train cars, but we will see. All the teams trying to figure that out as well. For now, the 3 teams in research are in a bit of a standoff, not wanting to sell. See Intex is taking some shots over the bow that are nice. This is Godlike's position in servers just outside of research. Been playing here for a little while, not getting a ton of value. Finally finding maybe a little bit of... Oh, what? Whoa. A blender? Hello? Trick was shooting you in the back the whole time. Somehow Orchid just get tossed into the Ninja Bullet and sent out the other side. Orchid's still on the map, but Master 5K is hanging out up here waiting for his teammates to respawn. My goodness.
Talking about doing kick flips.
Dude, I got thrown upside down.
That was a literal trick with no empathy. So we got the riverboat to pay attention to. Eclectic now on top of the Falcons, who have a little bit of a split situation between the riverboat and the edge of Main Street. Still outside the circle. Still lots of bodies to deal with. And in front of them will actually be Kike, still holding off KGV.
I thought they were just going to double chow. They don't know where Ahsoka is. He's been hiding. Peekaboo! See you! Oh, almost could have gotten one. Cracked one. They could double chow this together.
Yeah, if he got that knock, they'd know he's an anchor.
Ahsoka's alone, but now his teammates flying back in just outside of boat. Could come chow. This is a 3v3 fight. It's important to pay attention to. PBJ not full wipe. They still have a player in the lobby. False positive there. Let's listen in quickly with Vitality, who may be causing a bit of pressure.
Game time. I'm plating. Waiting. Challenge you. Crack one on the inner. Blue. Challenge you. One shot dead. Run out. One guy's just hitting. One guy's going back to skull. He's first skull. Go down. On the bar. Inside. On your kitchen skull. I'm with you. Nice, good shit. I'm a cluster Browns. We put pressure on this skull. Smith, stay back here. Watch our back left. Up top B2. Yeah, I hear you. Stay our back left, Smith. I hear you. I'm picking up on top B3. One guy's bottom 4. I hear you. B2. Almost cracked. What's the height? Top B2. Crack. I dropped him. Backing up. B3. He's going inside. He's second floor. On the stairs. I'm waiting for you. I'm here. He's in here. Still here. Challenge me. First floor. Going up second. Not first. Second. Dude, second floor. I'm with you. I'm trading now. Jump down. Nice, good shit. Look at the sky in our back left. Let's focus on our back left. Outside mansion. Yep. I'm looking at mansion. Top mansion. Track weak. Top mansion. Track weak. I'm picking up my ammo. Teammates are sawmill. Okay, he's in the sky. Yeah, we're floating in the sky.
Comms near impeccable. An interesting, decent fight. Weren't able to clutch it up and wipe that team, but I hear Sage getting active in the comms, and they were incredibly clean. They're not taking any risk. This is a well-oiled machine. This is a different Vitality that we've seen in the past. In the meantime, though, we saw H1 get eliminated first, and it sounds like Mr. Isles Shit's hot takes are working out today. My goodness, Nemesis in a blender. They go down for a second time early in this game as team in 15.
So 14 out of the 16 teams left. Fire sale active. This might be a good moment if you're on the edge of the circle to take some risks and look for some positioning inside of the new circle that is surrounding Coal Depot, the inner bridges, as well as majority of the river that splits Haven Hollow in half. So good opportunity now if you want to take that space, have a chance to buy back your teams at low cost.
Falcons, Ahsoka has nearly 1,500 damage, no kills yet, just anchoring out for the team. Noobs already up to another 5. In 2 games, he's got 9 kills. 50% more than the entire day yesterday. Things going well, kind of, for the Falcons if they can get some decent placements. As they start working their way up through Main Street, though, could be a bit difficult. Here's Leviathan on main. They're actually the top team in this lobby thus far. Haven's Hollow is their map. Criminal got on 5, Amir on 4. These guys are cooking, and they've been doing it down in Lumber, battling their way through that POI, battling against Novo, who have been poking and prodding from Cole. Finding quite a bit of some action early. Swing over to For Fun, though. No, PBJ actually here on main, fighting For Fun and hunting down the remnants of Godlike.
Big fights going on. For Fun, PBJ trying to find some sort of consistency inside of Research. Intex that he got there. Godlike on the regain, and that is not a good look for Godlike, who took out Falcons in the game previous, but For Fun are on a mission, and PBJ are on their heels.
This kid's good, man. Praise is shooting right now, and unfortunately, Novo is here to join the party and shut it down. See you later. Cue the music. Down go For Fun. They are full wiped. No fun for you because Novo is here for free. Cole is open, so their fraggers are finding some action, and Godlike still answering back. Believe getting cut down by Trick.
Heretics on the north side. Orchid just on the outside versus the Stallions. Godlike have recovered inside Research, and they're going to be underneath PB&J, the last one left alive inside of Research. Big rotation in. Coal Depot is where we're looking. Novo are going to have their positioning on the inside. They're getting pushed by KGV, and they just take them down. KGV now eliminated. We got 11 teams left. You lose out on the next fight. You're going to miss out on the multiplier.
Still 11 teams. And Skullface gets cut up from transition, actually, from the Falcons. This is a pretty big fight here as Kruger goes down as well. There's our top 10. Yes, we found our way to the multiplier. Good job from Vitality.
Falcons are pushing them.
Yeah, they're coming in from the backside. Good job from Vitality for reading this near flawlessly. Down goes Dongi, down goes Noobs. Ahsoka lasts alive with a stim in hand. Deep in gas. There's just no way that he gets through this, right? It is Ahsoka. He has made miracles happen on main. He at least cleans up Skull and gets the multi. Top 10 this time, which is nice, but they don't have nearly as many kills as they did last time. Actually, about the same, I think. About 10 currently. Ahsoka just holding on for dear life. With this circle closing, it may be a bit too late. Godlike does get fully eliminated finally. They did battle their way through this map, but Leviathan continue to find point after point after point. They own the south side of the map.
Right now it's for that top 5. That's what the Falcons are going to be looking for. Vitality are slowly pushing in. Heretics ahead of them. Just below, it's going to be Geeky. In the circle, where does it go? Cold Depot again. Novo are just continuously being blessed right now. I want to see what Leviathan do because they are the only team that can surprise Novo at the moment.
Yeah, Novo is in a fantastic position. This is where they drop uncontested. Been sending their fraggers around, finding a couple kills here, a couple kills there. They don't have a ridiculous amount of points. But it's good enough, and they know kills will come to them when everybody tries to push up to this new zone. Leviathan, I think, are sitting on like 15 kills at this point, just playing through the south side as well. Those 3 teams of 3 will be sat nice and safe for the final fight, looking for top 5. But everything's slowed down as Deki does come up and actually find, looks like Vitality might be in a bit of trouble. I know Ahsoka is battling his way through the gas right now. Vitality under a ton of pressure. Athletic goes down amidst the chaos off screen. Let's take a quick look at him. Z-Smith fighting for his life on the backside. Obs trying to make quick work of him. Heretics are able to do it. Obs win it. Vitality go down. No 1.4x. We made it to top 5. PBJ down as well in 6. And Leviathan have made their way into the south side. And Ahsoka is holding on for dear friggin' life. My goodness.
Well, where Novo once was blessed, it's now Leviathan's turn to the circle and set up shop inside of the new one. You got 4 teams, 5 teams still active. 3 solos, 2 trios.
Ahsoka, they can't shoot him. He won't die to gas. It's gonna have to be a cluster strike square on his forehead. Leviathan find another. But Falcons get the multiplier. A big fight. A fight we've been waiting for. A fight for the win. A fight for the win condition. Fenny's on 12, but Leviathan representing an entire region on their back. Pick up Novo. And all they have left is Heretics on the far side. A solo versus a duo. Z-Dark and Amir. 6 years of experience, this duo together in Obs. Can you do it from the gas? There's no way. Latam on top.
Vamos Leviathan. Look at that crowd. We talk about all the Falcons fans, all the Gentlemates fans, all the French fans that have come through to support their squad. Well, how about the super fans here to represent Latam? They love it. We love it. A must-needed start to the day for Leviathan on Haven's Hollow and a win in the survival stage.
This is what I'm talking about for Leviathan. Let's take a look back on this engagement. They took it at the perfect time. Nobody could third party it. They're able to clean everybody up. Let's listen into the celebration. For those that don't know Deus Amir, have you been living under a rock? My goodness, one of the biggest content creators in the entire Warzone space globally, and of course has been advocating for and putting the LATAM region on his back in the content space and competitive space. Nobody's been doing it like Dave Samir. He's still doing it to this day. Another fantastic LAN performance here in the Survivor stage.
And a rookie alongside you in the conversation of Rookie of the Year, Criminal God, posing for the picture with everybody else. It's a big day for rookies. You got Fede on Novo, you got Praise on PBJ, and all of them have been playing incredible. Sario on Orchid. I mean, you just talk about how important the survival stage is for all of these players, and that is incredible.
Ridiculous stuff from Leviathan, and the fans are going nuts, because you're right. Leviathan's fans came out, man. Dave Samir knows that that energy has helped him get to this point. Man, the expectations for Leviathan is they had to drop some bangers in the Havens Hollow map. That is their best by far here on LAN. To finally get a win with a ton of kills, that might be one of the bigger games we've seen in this competition thus far. That was huge. We do need to turn our attention, though, to Novo. That was a map they could have won. They didn't, but they also dropped a crazy amount of kills. Fede was on 12 in that engagement against Leviathan by himself. The fraggers were getting their bloods.
You got to think, I mean, at the end, it was like, who's going to get the better blessing of the circle? I mean, at Novo just continuously was getting that coal depot pull, and it could have gone anywhere. It could have gone north side, south side. Like, there were so many opportunities for where that last circle was going to go to, and I like the patience out of the call from Leviathan, because you know that if you need to go to coal, you have the walls, the stone walls, that's going to be some natural cover to block you out, and if you need to back up, well, you had yourself a perfect zone.
A lot of fun to watch. Two totally different Havens Hollows map, but folks, you know where we're going next. We're going to Rebirth Island. We'll be right back in just a moment.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
Yeah, 30, he's roof, he's roof, I'm laying under him. You under him? Yeah, I'm hopping up. Yeah. One shot, come on, baby. Good job, baby. Fuck, I'm talking. Let's fucking go. I'm literally thinking, yo, the fuck are you doing? Oh,
1E, bro. Say. I could land on him, Tanya.
Yeah.
To him.
I'm in the water.
He's on green ping.
I see a kid here. I don't know.
Still with him, Mark? I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, you're going for five. Five squad, actually, by close. What?
Oh
my god! I can't fucking die today! I like that! Yo! I promise you I can't die today. Holy shit! I promise you I can't die today. Oh my god, bro. You are him, bro. I'm telling you, I'm... Nice, très bien, très bien. Très bien. Il est au-dessus, je crois. Ouais, sur moi. Ouais, sur toi. Crac! Ah! Let's go, baby! Bien joué. Go! 1. Crac! Nice! Bien battu, les gars. Bien battu, les gars. Voilà, mon gars! I'm waiting. He stood out. I'm weak. Sit out. Watch out, dead. Bottom spiral. Nice. We gotta drop this. I'm running. I see him. We need to start clearing forward. Yeah, we gotta clear forward. Yo, PA this kid. We go deep left. I did. Alright, start running. You have to run. I'm running.
Leviathan takes out match number 2. I hold Shift and Lace have found ourselves in the most exciting part of the stage. Shift, you gotta feel the energy, right? What was that?
What'd you say? Can you say it a little bit louder, you see?
I said Leviathan won that match!
Yes, they did. And we were on the desk yesterday. We had this whole group right behind us, giving us all the vibes, all the energy. We're saying, hey, one of these guys is going to get a win. Apparently today's the day. Looking good at map 2.
I mean, it was their map to win as well. This is something that they've been setting their sights on. And I mean, a tremendous effort yesterday. And to be in the survival stage, you know, is a little bit grueling. But I mean, they were able to take that top spot over Vitality.
New day, new Leviathan right now through 2 maps. Looking really good to Ravens Hollow. Vitality, like you mentioned, really putting on the pressure. So some teams are going to have to step up big for the Spanish-speaking squad to get involved.
And I know you love a little hot take. And speaking who needs to step up, Noobs and Dongy being taken down by one player. The 2v1 didn't go in their favor. What do you think that they might be making these crucial mistakes for?
It's the same story, different day right now for Falcons, and that's troublesome. It's the same situation we saw from yesterday into day one. They're having trouble on rotation. You got to figure it out because we got some hungry fans out here looking to cheer their squads on.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they especially the people around us probably don't want them to take over. But I mean, let's look at even the Heretics, right? We haven't really seen much from our Apex South team, but they are moving on up that position. I mean, I believe they're about 4th.
Yeah, and the other counterpart from Australia, Nemesis, have not been able to show up yet. So we've got a couple of the squads that are finding themselves in kind of polar opposites at the moment. And as we jump away from Havens Hollow, Rebirth, that's where you got to regain.
Yeah, now speaking of Rebirth, do we think Leviathan can go back to back?
Of course, absolutely. We are left.
That's a hell yeah. I'm going to get some more hype, guys. Let's go Leviathan!
All right, I still can't hear myself think, but another great segment there from Shift, Lace, and the Leviathan fans. He said, hell yeah, we are Lev, man. And as we move to Rebirth Island, I think that energy has to stay up. Rebirth, it's been a tough one for Leviathan.
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news for Lev, but when you go to Rebirth Island, you've been averaging 5.5 kills per game, and placing is even worse at 12th average placing per Rebirth Island that you've gone to. Forges keep no better, 7.3 kills per game, 7 average placings. So you now need to carry that momentum of a map win into the rest of your survival stage.
What we should see, I think we're about to get into the game already. Rebirth Island players are ready to rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen, and I like that. But during the game, you should see the leaderboard. What we're talking about, Leviathan and Vitality will be at the top. But Novo put up a banger. They didn't win, but they got a top 5 with plenty of kills. Novo will be in 3rd, and then it goes down from there. A couple teams that really need to step up on Rebirth Island. Leviathan picked up 49% of their points in the group stages in Havens Hollow. Big step up on Rebirth Island. This is the place most people will find their kills. So let's get active, let's get feisty, and let's fight for some kills on the map.
Not to mention, this is the most we'll see on today's action. We get 4 drops of Rebirth Island today. This is number 1. Let's see where everybody goes as we kick off with Leviathan, and they're going to be down into...
Good God. Okay, we got a lot going on. Leviathan starts the stronghold as per the usual. Falcons land square on their forehead. Chemical Engineering starts out of the zone. Where do the Falcons go? This is OG Falcons. This is what they usually do. Used to do when they won a long time ago, a couple of years ago now. And EWC did it on Rebirth Island. They were landing stronghold by themselves. They land square on Leviathan's forehead. Going to make them think twice about playing on this map.
And a couple other big drops on a map like Rebirth Island is you have Godlike being contested by Novo in HQ, Vitality in Control Center, as well as KGV down in Dock. So a lot of firepower crossing paths.
Yeah, Godlike pushing in through HQ, through Novo. These are drop spots that these teams threw up on socials and said, don't con us, and it looks like teams were disagreeing on who had control over these POIs. Got to earn it now. Godlike changing things up, going HQ. I really like this play. Again, every team has different strategies based on the lobby that they're in, what they expect their opponents to do, where they expect they can get an POI that they feel comfortable in and can play from well. But Novo have the at least high ground. Godlike going to be underneath him. But a quick glance back at what's going on in Stronghold. No free regains over here for PBJ, getting extremely aggressive. The Falcons find some kills on PBJ, who thought maybe there's some free real estate.
Falcons are just not letting up on Leviathan. It's sitting in the water. We know this team can do it, but we talk about teams that need to step up on Rebirth Island, and For Fun's one of them. Not a good day so far, and they're getting contested by Team Heretics, who are now getting backed up by Stallions into the water. Obs just trying to stay alive as you lose out on Zeppa.
Yeah, the big moment of that fight in Turbine is one. For Fun have gone back to their tried and true classic. This is where they used to land. They didn't when AGAL started beating them out there. They changed things up, and it actually worked for Fun. They picked up a ton of points on Rebirth Island. They go back to Turbine, and they get slammed, unfortunately, by the Aussies, who come swinging in, push 2, and almost get 3rd. Everybody's starting to regain. Juju tries to chow. He's going to lose it, but it does get traded out. Nice job from Bubble to at least find one.
It's going to keep your head above water and put Teeny and Co. in the water on that regain. Just just trying to get a lay of the land of the rest of the squad because there are still some bodies surrounding For Fun. Underneath them is actually going to be KGV floating at the moment, trying to bring each other back on into it. Down into the water with the pistols. Gooey is going to be caught. For Fun starting to get some early KP here on Rebirth Island, and what do we look out for? It's going to be the other team that I was going to highlight that needs to turn things around after a poor performance in games 1 and 2. It's Orchid in prison.
Orchid going for the chow. Unfortunately, going to get shot in the back. They didn't know he was here. Sariel could fall as well. There's a nice 1v2 from Freddy, who just plays the door well, just plays behind it. Says, peekaboo, you weren't expecting me behind you. See you later. 2 go down. Eclectic win a nice engagement. They desperately need some points. They've been struggling. They're not performing like we saw them do online. It's time to turn up on land.
Eclectic's in 15th place. Orchid sitting in 11th place. For Fun in 10th. That's why these teams are being highlighted right now.
The Falcons, one alive, Noobs. Last up goes to the water because that's what you do on Rebirth Island. Swim, swim, swim until your teammates are back into the skies. I'm going to start sounding like Dr. Seuss here in a second if I'm not careful. Noobs is literally running for his life, and the Falcons have regained. But that was a close one.
And it said H1 were wiped, but it was just a false positive as they're still going to be hovering in the skies. Coming on back in, Noobs. Catching Gooey in the water. There goes Godlike.
They're full out. Godlike eliminated. They play through HQ. Nova win that engagement. They get put in the blender and can't find a foothold on this map. Godlike go down in 15th. You can turn things around. There's still a total of 10 maps to play. Got in this one and another 7 more, 6 more, but still a lot more work to do on the map.
Really impressed by some of these teams that you would have never expected to be at the top of the leaderboard. At the start of the survival stage, PBJ sitting in 4th, Heretics in 5th place, DK in 7th place. Who would have had them at the top of your day 3?
Nice play from Sariel. Orchid find themselves in like 11th place. Measure for success today is 6th. Top 6 make it to the finals. Gotta step up. Eclectic is last alive here. Zanks. Kibby's gonna be cut down off screen, it looks like. Zanks is just trying to stay alive and make sure his teammates can fly him back in. Again, our zone is pulling further south. It's likely going to end up at Stronghold, where Leviathan has found their foothold. Things going well for Leviathan. Maybe not so much for DK, who gets swung on by the Stallions. They're able to take down 1 in the fight for Factory.
Still a lot of space on the map for teams to figure out where they want to set up shop. A couple teams that need to start thinking about their rotation is going to be both Orchid and For Fun. For Fun sitting in Turbine. They're going to be walking into Team Heretics, and there goes PBJ out of the game.
Yeah, PBJ full wiped. A team that I actually predicted to really step up in this type of a lobby. But For Fun need to step up as well. Rebirth Island's been a place they get a lot of points. Let's listen in and see what they decide to do.
Do you have any smoke spots? No, I do not. Okay. How's teammates? I'm getting shot from both, bro. Let me hold this for a bit. Wait. It's like that's really. I need one of y'all to shoot at both. Alright, actually, I'm just going to come on. I'm good. We're prison. And control. And prison too? Okay. Yeah. They're probably gonna play us, bro. Yeah, they might. Look at me. I'm gonna just go living or something. No, you can land on me. Land on us. There's guns inside. We can play up through prison. Alright, good play inside. I'm down. Make sure you get triple up. We're chilling. I'm getting up to the side, okay? Yeah. Fighting on top. I'm looking taking some space. There's guns right here. Fighting. Go. Fighting heavy. I'm on the towers. One get deep. Oh, he's deep right. Big left. One's over. You might drop your ladder, be careful. His teammates were dying. He was letting them die. But they're just baiting his teammates out.
Decent comms, but it really sounds like they don't know what to do right now. Playing underneath is not the rotation they wanted to make. It's a fairly safe one. They're losing a couple bodies here and there, but they're able to regain and fly back in. A quick glance at Leviathan for good reason. Showing 12 between the two fraggers. If Amir has any, they've got a banger on their hands just by winning out in Stronghold. They have control over the south side of the map.
But you know what that means? That means that Falcons haven't been getting KP just because Leviathan has had their number all game long. Talk about momentum from a map win in map number 2. This is exactly what we were asking.
Have regained. Dongi on his feet. 4 kills to his name, so they at least have some. The others, maybe not so much. They want to win back this Stronghold side if they can. And Ahsoka tries to do it by landing on Amir, and he gets it. Lands square on his forehead, finds the kill, and finds the high ground position. This is great news for Falcons fans. That's a great anchor spot in Stronghold. They'll be able to hold on for a while. Noob's actually going to hunt down Criminal God. One goes down. Could get traded out here, and that's exactly what happens. Zedark backing up his buddy on the backside. Ahsoka, Dongi maybe pushing forward, trying to wipe Leviathan if they can. Getting really aggressive.
Well, there goes Orchid. For Fun are finally going to put them away. As Prison just continues to be a bloodbath. Novo going to move in, see if they can get rid of For Fun and get the high ground at the top of the map right now before moving into headquarters. Stronghold still a toss-up between both the Falcons and Leviathan on who is going to be taking control of that. And as the circle just continues to move south, Living Quarters is definitely going to be a power position, but a lot of people are conglomerating into the bottom water side just below Factory.
Novo extremely aggressive onto Grandma's house. Peekaboo, Grandma's not home. For Fun is, but they're being sent back to the lobby if they're not careful. One down below, running for his life. No, flying away for his life. The last remaining player of For Fun heads to the water to regain flank, just trying to keep his teammates alive for a little bit longer. Resurgence still active for a bit, but not too much longer.
Yeah, 30 seconds, Resurgence is going to be gone. So now you have to start thinking about how you can safely rotate Heretics in the water. Vitality are looking to eliminate them and put us down into the top 10 teams of game number 3. There goes Gooey, 11 teams left. A lot of players on the map for such a small circle, very tied low. Living Quarters is kind of what you're looking at, but headquarters is A-OK for Novo at the top.
This is a wild zone pull. We're moving down towards Living. This is not great news if you're Vitality fans, considering our map POV and how many dang people are in the water on Rebirth Island. Stop swimming, you're gonna die to Leviathan. Zedark, no! I lied! The caster curse of all time! Leviathan go down in 11th! They had a banger map going! I am so sorry, gentlemen. That is my fault and my fault only. Holy cow. You can't win them all. Goes down in 11th place. Still a nice amount of kills. It's not a dud map, but no multi.
Then you know what that means? That means that Falcons are uncontested now in the Stronghold. They don't have to worry about Leviathan.
EK need a good game. They're trying to swim up to safety, shooting people in the back of the water. Let's go back to land, though. Vitality, a bit of a tough rotation just because they didn't get the zone pull. They've been chilling at Control Center for a while, and for this, they've got to take down Novo, who are contesting them now. Great shot from down low up top. Vitality in trouble.
This is a big fight for who's going to have the high ground moving into the circle. Novo realized that Vitality is their biggest test. Heretics go down. Noobs with the PA of a lifetime.
Quick listening with Novo as they battle through edge of zone.
Stima casa tutta, stima casa tutta. Matala qui. È che tutto là, pensa tutta. Posso buttarla?
All quiet on the northern front because we tune in. Fede is last alive, the rookie. One man, a couple stims in the edge of gas, trying to fight through Vitality to get to the new multi. I would love to see that PA on replay. My goodness, the Falcons get gifted a 3-piece with a great PA over the top. Listen, with those new updates, man, those PAs go crazy if you line them up near perfectly, but we'll see what Vitality can do as a duo as they start slowly creeping into new.
And this is where Fede, if he takes his time as a solo, can do so much damage. Vitality should be realizing this, that you have the height at Living Quarters. 4 trios right now are holding on to that high ground. All of them want to hold on to it.
Falcons in the best position. In cover, in zone. Ahsoka gets another one with a PA, by the way. Fede gets cut down. That is going to be it for Novo. 9th place overall, getting a little bit of a multiplier and a decent amount of kills, but nothing crazy to write home about. Still looking for their top 5. Look where the Falcons are. They're playing low side. This next zone will dictate everything as For Fun get cut down. We lose another team, but we need 2 more for the multi.
And it looks like Nemesis are still going to be alive. This is the first time that we see them in the final circle. So can they take on Vitality? Well, they don't need to because Eclectic's going to take them down. And now Nemesis in Living Quarters is trying to get rid of Eclectic.
I mean, this is a huge winning conditions for the Falcons. Talk about a turning at the tides. They get another zone pull back to the classic Falcons that we know and love. They win a win condition, and then they get gifted zone after zone. They
killed more people with PAs in the skies than guns in their hands. My goodness, Noobs has nearly 6 from precision airstrikes alone. They've got win condition, but still fights to be had. A team of 3, now a team of 2. Athletic moving their way to the top 5 for the first time in a while. Nemesis, a brutal day today thus far, finding their way to the top 5 as well, and they've got height.
Eclectic's going all the way around, and Stronghold Falcons are not realizing this.
Patience a virtue here for Nemesis, while the Falcons and Eclectic hopefully weaken each other. If the Falcons come out healthy in this, oh my goodness, you don't see the zone because it's off your screen. It's on the backside of Nemesis. This is going to be a free win for Nemesis unless a miracle can happen from Ahsoka's rotations.
This is for the ones down under. This is to see if you can go from last place and shoot on up.
A chance here with Bray over the top, spoiling Noobs' rotation. The only player that can make a play is Ahsoka, and he's just going to die to gas. My goodness. The Falcons, a solid map. They get their top 5, not going to get their win. This is Nemesis all day, every day, when they desperately needed it. My goodness, Eclectic get cut down. Kibby's last alive, and he falls as well. The Aussies finally do it. Nemesis, a brutal day today thus far. But hey, when you talk averages, you all know how math works. A couple bad maps warrants a banger. They got it.
And as long as you get kills to go with it, Nemesis should be feeling good now. Sweat off your forehead and some confidence behind you to get the gears turning. Game 3 goes your way. Rebirth Island, an absolute bloodbath, start to finish. We had 11 teams in the third circle. And even at the last seconds, Falcons, they did not want to give it up. Eclectic, great read to contest such a strong team. And because they whittled things down, they made it impossible for Falcons to find their win on the day. Eclectic giving a lot of teams a run for their money. Nemesis going a step above.
These guys got 10th yesterday in their group. They won the APAC quals. Not much to write home about for these guys until right now.
No
Final moment, let's listen in.
I'm carrying our left. I'm carrying our left. I'm carrying our left. I'm looking. Come on, boys. We fuck. Come on, cut. It ain't fucking over. Don't. Come on, bro.
Would you expect anything else from Nemesis? Their second map win of the tournament. That was one of the teams that we highlighted, Coach, going into today when we talk about teams that have that experience, that should be able to play well in those final circles as long as you get there. Nemesis have not only done it once, but twice across these 3 days.
I mean, man, the celebration there tells a lot of the story of how that team was feeling. Defeated, beat down. And you heard the final comms. It's not over. In the classic COD terms, it's never chalked. Got to keep pushing until they ring the final bell. Nemesis doing that actually quite early. That was only map number 3. Feels like we've been here for a lifetime and we're just getting started, man. Big win.
Shadow Major Maniac there. It's never chalked. Nemesis going to be feeling good for this one, but what does it mean for our rankings going into game number 4 for the rest of Rebirth Island? You had a great game out of Leviathan. They're still going to be at the top in first place. Vitality still in second. Novo still in third. Falcons moving from top 6 to top 4 now, as Heretics are going to hold on to the top 6 alongside PBJ.
You'll see that leaderboard here in just a moment, how it all shakes up, but pretty impressive to see Leviathan still maintaining a top either 1 or top 3 position, even though they fell in 11th place, because they found a crazy amount of kills before a multiplier even kicked in. So this is what Leviathan needed to do, frankly. You know, we talked about how they earned basically half their points through the group stages on Haven's Hollow, first 2 maps of each of the days. And in Rebirth Island, the biggest problem was they just dropped duds. 2-point, 3-point, 5-point games. So to have their quote-unquote bad placement map still be a lot of kills is a big win for them. So watch out for Leviathan still. Let's head down to a quick interview before we get into our second Rebirth Island map.
What's up, everybody? I got a mirror with me on the main stage. Leviathan is on fire here to kick off the survival stage. We got the drums going. The fans are in your hand. Amir, talk to me about right now about how you guys are currently feeling.
Viva Mexico, cabrones! Vamos! Just feeling electric right now. My teammates are insane. I'm so lucky to have them on my team and not against me. I love those guys. They're insane. I just gotta stay alive.
I mean, that's all you got to do, man. To talk some more about your teammates. Yesterday, throughout the entire group stage, you as a squad dropped 63 kills. Halfway, you guys have went past that, over 60 kills currently within 3 maps, man. Talk to me about the slam power of this team. And you got the rookie, maybe rookie of the year, Krim guy. He's dropped 21 so far. How are you keeping him so cool, calm, and collected?
You know, he's young, hungry, talented. I love to play with him. I just, try to guide him a little bit, but he's insane. Like, I don't need to do much. And Dark, he's my longtime duo. I love that guy. And he's like the human turret. He doesn't miss.
No, you guys are firing off on all cylinders, man. You are the heart of LATAM Warzone, man. When it comes down to the fans out there and all the LATAM players, they're watching you guys right now. They're cheering you on. They want to see you to make it to Sunday. What do you want to tell them out there in Spanish?
Gente bonita, gracias a todos por el apoyo. Desde el principio del año que comenzamos con este nuevo equipo, que estuvieron apoyando, los que siempre han estado confiando en nosotros, los que nunca se han bajado al barco. Buena scrim, mala scrim, buen resultado, mal resultado. Siempre están apoyándonos. Ustedes son la razón de por qué estoy yo aquí. Los amo.
Los amo. Leviathan is here, and they are breathing fire. One more thing, though, from the captain, Amir. What you got to say?
Un abrazo a mis papás, a mi mamá y a mi papá. Los amo.
Got to shout out to Familia. One more time for Leviathan, everybody. Their tournament is on fire.
Team Orchid, actually, so French organization, French small team, but today there are 3 good players on stage. Donc je suis là avec toi, est-ce que tu peux te présenter vite fait? Du coup, t'es le CEO de la Team Orchid, c'est ça?
Ouais, c'est ça, du coup, grâce au CEO de la Team Orchid, on est sur plusieurs jeux dont Warzone à l'EWC, on est trop content d'être là. Maintenant, il faut se qualifier pour dimanche et ils sont là pour faire le travail.
So yeah, I'm CEO of Team Orchid. We have on several games, of course, we have on Warzone, we have a French team, only 3 French guys, and we are here because we want them to go to the final. So why are you coming in this place with all the Leviathan fans? Are you coming here because you want the hype as well, even if it's not your team, like feeling the energy of everybody? Pourquoi t'es venu ici là avec les super fans de Leviathan? Est-ce que c'est un choix ou est-ce que t'as juste kiffé pour avoir aussi un peu d'énergie et pour encourager ton équipe?
On s'en fout d'eux, ils nous font pas peur. Moi, je suis devant mon équipe, on les regarde, ils sont concentrés. Tout ce qu'il y a autour, c'est que du bruit, ils vont pas se qualifier, on va être à leur place. Donc, je les laisse profiter aujourd'hui.
I mean, I'm happy for them. They make a lot of noise, but I kind of don't care. We are better on the games, and now we're gonna destroy them sometimes. They can make some noise today because they will not be there tomorrow, but we will. Ok, dernière question du coup. Forcément, il y a plein de joueurs français et d'équipes qui sont là encore en place. Est-ce que tu as un petit shout-out à passer à d'autres équipes françaises? Est-ce que tu es content de voir Ravens et Mate déjà en finale? C'est quoi ton avis?
Bien sûr, on est là pour supporter dans l'ensemble tous les Français. On sera en finale, donc je vais pas dire qu'on n'y sera pas, mais si jamais ça se passe mal, on sera là demain pour supporter les Français. Que ça soit M8, que ça soit toutes les autres équipes qui sont là. Faudrait que la scène, ce soit que des Français, ça soit magnifique, mais bon, on laisse encore un peu la place et la chance aux autres.
I asked him what he think about there's a lot of French guy and French team playing right now, and he's happy for Ravens and Mates, and he's like, of course I am for my team, but basically it's really cool to have a lot of French players in Warzone and in France today. So if we are not in the final, I will cheers for the French guys, but I think we're gonna make it. And last but not least, dernière question du coup, est-ce que si là tu pouvais rentrer en tant que coach, qu'est-ce que tu dirais à tes joueurs pour faire en sorte que ça passe aujourd'hui?
que c'est dans le mental qu'ils savent faire. Ils ont fait 3e à leur LAN pour se qualifier ici. Ils savent le faire, là c'est juste du mental. Faut qu'ils restent focus. Ils savent très bien qu'ils sont meilleurs que tous les gens qui sont là et que moi je les vois gagner demain. J'en ai rêvé cette nuit, donc je sais que ça se fera.
So I asked him if he can be able to speak with his player now as a coach. What he gonna say to them for like encourage them, and he say they have to do what they know how to do. Like basically they make top 3 for coming in this tournament. Now they are kind of the best teams in this stage right now.
Yo, I'm knocked. Come revive me. I'm safe. Come, I'm safe. Come revive me.
I got you, bro.
Yo. Oh my God, thank you, my G. Let's go.
Thank you, Luti, for that interview there with Team Orchid. Team Orchid is currently struggling, but you at home, if you are a content creator, don't forget you can sign up to the Esports Foundation Creator Program. There's going to be a QR code at some point that's going to spawn right there. You'll be able to just go join, earn rewards, and just share this amazing content here at EWC with your community. But now to what it matters. My goodness, if there's another precision airstrike anywhere in this next couple of matches and Falcons just happens to have one, they better give it to noobs, Dandro.
They better. The Falcons, it's not a great start for them. They're in the blender. They can't regain. We're watching a lot of other action. And then all of a sudden, we're looking at the kill feed, and we see an airstrike come through. Okay, Team Heretics, goodbye. And then what happens about 2 minutes later, we see another one. So if I was able to give superlatives, MVP of that match is my poorly drawn airstrike that is represented here, because dear Lord, shout out my man Gooey Guy for putting on for the community there, but dear Lord, he had 9 kills, 6 of them were from those 2 PAs.
I don't think he liked losing that 2v1 on match 2. I think it was like, I can't have any of that. So match number 3, yeah, we're just dropping teams like flies, and that's exactly what we expect from noobs. Is it too little too late? But I mean, let's hope that we can keep up that energy.
As we're looking at the overall rank here, Leviathan currently in first place with those 67 points. But then we have Team Vitality. They started off pretty good as well. We have Novo now being able to do enough. Remember, for everybody currently tuning in, the top 6 will be moving on to the finals. Team PBJ, this was a team that was barely able to get out of the bottom 3 from their groups, and right now, Shift, they're doing enough to be in those top 6.
Consistent in kills. That's the biggest thing that we were wondering about when it comes down to PBJ. They didn't show it in day number 1. They did show it in day number 2, keeping some of the momentum. It just comes down to me, can they get to a top 5 position? Because so far, they've been floating just inside the top 10 for 2 out of the 3.
Looks like Jay Vela maybe finally found some food. Was on the timeline complaining about how he's had a lack of anything to eat. So I don't, maybe the mental is now on point. He's shooting. He's helping the team get there. I mean, I like the thing about this PBJ roster. This is kind of the story. Some days they look god awful. Other days they are putting belt to behind. And I love what we're seeing out of them today. This could be just the day that helps them push on to Sunday.
Yeah, it's kind of been like the PB&J and Heretics story, where they're just kind of over swapping and taking each other down on that leaderboard. And this is what you have to do, obviously, in the survival stage. But look, I gotta hand it to Orbs. He's actually top fragging for Heretics right now at least 21 kills. Previous match didn't go sort of the way they planned, but the consistency from Heretics is keeping them above that line.
We're gonna bring up Team Falcons once again because of everything that's currently at stake, especially with the way that the day started for this squad. It wasn't looking good. Luckily, this last game, and also Hisoka in that second match, being able to make sure he secured them a top 5.
Yeah, the top 5 is super crucial. I mean, it's just, you continue to see, though, in the first 3 maps, where the rotation game goes wrong for Falcons. It feels slow in a lot of ways. Like, where they're just getting caught between a couple of other major squads that are around them as they're trying to get into final circle territory. That's not something that we've really seen from Falcons in the last year and a half. So something's got to change, and maybe it's just by finding PAs to open up that space to run through. Whether it's successful for a full team wipe or not, run through that lane, brother.
Well, I think what's even more scary if you're in this lobby is that's the super juice a team like the Falcons need. I think they put up 39 points in that one game alone. And when you're looking at it, they're struggling through map 1, through map 2. This is where we've seen time and time again with the Falcons, where this is where they kick on the afterburners. And if there's anybody who knows anything about faded takes, it's that man on your screen right there, FIFA Kill, saying they're cooked about the Falcons. I don't know if he's standing by that one.
It's a swag curse.
I can't wait till like the 3rd retweet. What's it gonna be?
AG sitting pretty already in the match point finals. They have nothing to worry about. They're just watching everything that's currently going on here at survival stage. But we actually start looking at some of the other squads. Something that you actually brought up, Dandro, was Leviathan. Because Leviathan in Haven's Hollow, man, they're able to perform really well. That's where they usually get most of the points. But what happens after that?
Well, I think what happens after there is, obviously we're seeing some of these drop spots change. And with these drop spots changing, this is now, I think, opening up the map for a team like Leviathan. Now, coming off of 2 banger games in map 1 and 2, Warzone's a very momentum-based game. So they can use that, get into the Rebirth Island where they traditionally have kind of struggled a little bit. Now actually just put up some okay points over these 2 maps and then kind of just go all eyes towards Fortune's Keep.
And Shift, I'm looking now at some of the teams that we were talking at the beginning of the show too. What happened to Godlike? What happened to For Fun? They're trolling nowhere to the consistency or like the pop-up performances that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, consistency, I think, was the name of the game for Godlike yesterday. They were great in all 3 maps. Have not seen it yet. For Fun is an interesting story because they soak a lot of their points by Rebirth. So the fact that they didn't get a great opening drop means that there's a lot of pressure going into map number 4 here, as they're not going to have a chance to see Rebirth again until it's do or die time. So it definitely feels like for squads like For Fun, it's not a now or never, but if you get it here, it's a nice to have that you get onto that first page of the leaderboard.
Oh, well, hopefully for them. I mean, Rebirth doesn't come back until map 8. You don't want to wait there until then. Dandro, you want to make sure that they actually end up having a good match here coming up.
Yeah, I mean, this is about kind of locking in. This is the cool part about having 10 maps today, right? As we get ready to go through our set, you're going to have an opportunity to come back to these maps at some point throughout today. So just kind of make you those mental notes that you need. What did we do great? What did we do wrong? What do we need to make sure that we are going to be doing the next time we're on this map? Because it is an opportunity for those teams that are Rebirth Island focused. Reminder, folks, map 10 is back on Rebirth Island. So it's that one extra map that you're going to be able to get. It's that kind of lifeline that you might be able to have.
I was just happy to see how the coaches kind of come in and talk to the players. There was like one kind of like looking down, going, you know what you did, you know what you messed up.
Oh, Brax is saying more than that.
And then brings it at a hug. And then you've got one with like the iPad out going, yeah, so according to my analysis, if I were to take this and revert that into there, yeah, you should get more wins. But I like that kind of style.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I was listening to you guys, but I was also looking at the pictures.
You're good. Now we're getting some comments here too from Twitch and everybody currently watching all over the place. Vitality, honestly, we were talking about them, especially Sage. I wanted to see a little bit more out of him. He was able to kind of bring it as well right off the bat in match 1 when they ended up getting the win.
21 kills a part of that win as well. Really sets the bar. Plus, you get the follow-up of 2 different top 10 behind that. The only thing for Vitality is just stay in your lane right now. You've done everything you need to. You've got a lot of a buffer right now between you and 6th. Don't have any stinkers, and you should be good. Kind of the same story for Leviathan. You've done what you've needed to do so far. Keep your eye on the rest of the scoreboard as you go, and don't lose sight of it, but just don't finish 16th with no kills and you should be okay.
And I mean, a big part of that too is on Rebirth Island. If you noted, they've been landing living quarters all through the group stage. They make that shift here today, going back to Control Center. If you remember last year, 2/3 of this team was underneath 100 Thieves, landing at Control Center. They were actually ready and said, we'll take on Nova. We don't care. We've been able to do that. We won the contest all last year. Let's go ahead. Let's go back. Let's rack up those points as long as the zone gives it to them. And they land here, and well, Nova's nowhere to be found. So you give Vitality Control Center for free. Those boys are going to be balling.
And Vitality, I mean, they're going to be looking to just sponge up a lot of points because we want to see that sponge up as well from some of these squads because they'll just make it even tighter and tighter as we get closer and closer towards that 10th match. We're heading into the 4th match. Who's going to be stepping up? We don't know, but we're about to find out.
Thank you so much, Desk. What a great breakdown and some fun conversation points as we head back to Rebirth Island. Teams certainly changed up some drop spots, but you have to. It's a brand new lobby with some brand new teams you haven't played yet on LAN, and everybody's shifting and shaking things around and seeing what falls out of the tree and what sticks. So with that in mind, biggest POIs I'm paying attention to. Yes, Control Center, nice call out there about the Vitality shift back to Control Center, back to their home. Also, I'm paying attention to HQ. It's a very important POI on this map with a high ground position that Novo's been playing out of, and they're the reason that a team like Godlike got really frustrated at the beginning of the game because Godlike got pushed out of that HQ position and couldn't find a home.
Yeah, so do Godlike go to the docks? Do they change it up? Do they want to take on Novo yet again? It's a lot of questions. That was a great death segment. I love the vintage V-Daddy Ultra, Toronto Ultra jersey in the background too. That is a classic now. And no, I think that there's a lot to kind of depict from that. I think one of them is what Dan brought up, focusing on the idea that like this isn't it for you. Like the group stages, you played 6 maps, you were done. but you get to come back to Rebirth Island. So right now, you're just taking those mental notes.
Well, as of current, PBJ is holding the line at the bubble. All we care about is top 6 today, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody else is going home and getting their keys crushed. Through the group stages, our metric for success was averaging for 6th place, was averaging about 14 to 15 points every single game. Right now, we're a little bit lower than that. So the bar still a hair low for some of these teams. All you need is one banger. You could be up here in the top 6. A lot of talk about bangers. No bangers in MASH over here in Paris, but I'm having a banger of a time. Let's get into it. Rebirth Island, second time we'll see it. Plenty more today. Nemesis on your screen right now. Let's see what they can do after a nice win and a nice momentum shift.
Kick things off with a team that has not only won 1 map on land, but 2 maps on land now. Nemesis might have started off the day a little poor, but with that win, they have jumped from 16th place to 8th place. 2 points off of that top 6.
Nice trade back and forth. Kappa gets gun. Gamax in trouble. Levi got to come up and clean one up. They're going to win out early in living corners, at least for now. Unfortunately, Fede's in the area. HQ uncontested this time, as expected. Looks like Godlike has gone somewhere else. Where do they go? They go boat. They go outside of Control Center. Godlike going to go contest against Vitality, potentially on the outside of the map. This is going to give Novo a ton of room to work with. We swing down to PBJ, who's holding that line, and they're actually holding the south side of the map down in Stronghold, playing with Leviathan, as it looks like the Falcons have gone back to Chemical now that the zone is a little bit more centrally located.
Now that Novo are kind of left alone, I mean, Fede can just do what he wants, like what we saw in Haven's Hollow. He already had a 12-kill game. Can he do more now on a Rebirth Island? We haven't lost any teams. Say that. As soon as I say that, it's Orchid going down first. Top 16 in map 4.
That is unexpected. Orchid having a brutal day today, going down this early.
Master 5K, I mean, he's been the one that just hasn't been anchoring for this team. He just continues to get jumped on. He can't survive. It has been rough for the anchor of Orchid, and that is really frustrating.
Brutal. Down in Factory, we got to take a look at what's going on. Underneath, actually, Gooey has found one, KGV. Playing through Factory right now, trying to find H1 in their sights. Remember, H1 actually started fairly hot at the beginning of today, but have cooled off quite significantly here in Rebirth Island. You're going to get jumped by the Heretics as well. Got to be careful, going to run into another opposition. Unfortunately, pinch between 2 different teams. Going to be difficult to get out. Won't do that. Vidati's got to figure out if he wants to take this engagement or back off and wait for his teammate to get back onto the map. They can figure out how to address a tough situation. Just a quick look at Ops, Teeny, Zeppa. Unfortunately, getting jumped as well. Fede is here. HQ is free, so Fede is on a tear, and he'll take those, get some kills, get back up into the air, land back down, and go for some more.
The Heretic's not going to be fully out. They're going to be able to regain. KGV in trouble. Here comes Geeke. Blaze and Deki just going to leave Vidati and Kadzu on the ground with a hunch for the last remaining. Try to get another squad wipe here. And Heretics actually have fully recovered. They're back into the factory. They're going to try to contest these guys yet again, see if they can get some pacing back in after leaving Turbine here in Game 4.
And talking about return to form as well. Deki's been playing boat side at Factory for years now over on Rebirth Island. Quick look, finally seeing the Falcons strike in the kill feed for a moment, getting punished as well. It's okay, these are the fraggers. They're going out to find kills on the map. Ahsoka is safe in Chemical. Everything's fine for the Falcons for now. Eclectic, quick jump over to them. A midday thus far. Need to do a whole lot better than that. Need to be top 6. If you want a chance to make it to championship Sunday. Freddy, able to maybe find one, no, not enough. Gonna play patient with Kibby's down.
Athletic just going to be holding on to the outside of prison for fun, moving up towards them. Stallions in Industries. We haven't talked much about the Stallions team, but if you were looking closely at that leaderboard, the Stallions, they had 31 kills and only 33 points. One of the highest killing teams that we have on the day. They are just not finding themselves any placement at all.
Gamax gonna, oh my goodness gracious. Praise and Jay Vela just put on a little spin cycle on main. Unfortunately, Gamax was too slow to pull the trigger. got surprised by the aggressiveness of Jay Fella, who is shooting nukes right now. That'll be his 7th if it gets cleaned up. Could find his 8th on Zeppa. Allowed to play it up. Could Zeppa win his 1s? No. Jay Fella gets the blood. That's now 7, should be 8. Looking for more. PBJ are on a tear, and I'm looking a lot better on my predictions because they're shooting today.
I think Dan was right. I think he had a nice meal last night, and he is not hungry no more. He is focused. He is locked in. And PBJ, yeah, I mean, they're looking to push themselves away from the bubble into the top 6 further with a performance like this. Kill feed alert. It's Fede and Blade lighting up Geeke and Sleepy. So Novo still finding good value having their rookie push to the living quarters.
Yeah, let me be very clear. If you see green pop up to the kill feed, that's Novo. There is nobody around them in headquarters at all. They can do whatever they want on the map until late game when everybody compresses on top of them. So unless a bunch of regainers get active, Blade is going to keep shooting from up on high, and Fede is going to keep gunning and running. He didn't care about KDA. He's just looking for kills in general. For fun, back at Turbine, working their way through the docks area. It does look like they're actually on the backside of Godlike, who are still anchored out in the boat on the dock side outside of Control Center.
Noobs still farming the Heretics. Not all of them. The rest of them are still in the water towards the bottom. You can see a couple floaters in the sky. Dropping on down into Rebirth Island. Geeke. What are we looking at for them? They're going to be actually pushed up from the Falcons, so they're going to have a tough fight to take. V-Daddy below them. It's just Gooey last alive.
Nice.
Trying to stay alive for KGV. Geeke going to continuously keep some positioning spread across the factory.
Yeah, this is a big moment here at Living Quarters. This is a decent position for Nemesis. They dropped here. They've been able to hold it the entire time. And on the back of some momentum, seeing them starting to win some gunfights is great news if you're Nemesis fans. The Heretics on the south side of the map still trying to find a home after getting pushed every which way, and they can't find it. Zeppa goes down. Obs goes down. Last alive is Teeny. Where does he go? Of course, to the water. Who have we not checked on in a while? Leviathan. It's because they're alone in Stronghold. They've been chilling here for a while. They're going to slowly creep up to living quarters in a little while. We'll see them shortly. Does look like Vitality's another team we haven't seen in a while because they're over at Control Center. They've been chilling as well. Be curious to see what decides to happen with them as we pay attention to the Falcons to continue to find their kills.
Yeah, to kind of hit on Shift's point from before, Godlike continuously get farms. And right now it is just the spin cycle of Vitality, continuously putting you back on the respawn block. Each one, haven't really talked too much about them. They're in harbor between teams like Geeke and the Falcons. In 7 seconds, we get to see exactly where these rotations are going to need to look towards. So where are we going on the map? And it's further central. Prison's going to be active. Headquarters, Novo, they don't need to move. Control Center for Vitality, they're good. And same thing with both Factory and Living Quarters.
Snage got a sniper rifle in hand, baby. Control Center is going to be theirs. This is going to feel a little bit more similar, especially if it continues to pull this way to that train ending that they had on Haven's Hollow. They need to find kills, though. I don't think they hardly have any because nobody can test them at Control, and they've maybe poked and prodded at Godlike, but that's about it. Haven't done much else, whereas some of these other teams have been battling for their lives. Eclectic been playing just outside of Prison. They've actually found a decent amount of kills, 7 between 2 and all 3 up. They can actually play back through mid-Prison, continue to battle, and hunt down any regainers that try to fly into the second story or otherwise. So great job from Eclectic to actually find some points. Still looking for several more teams to fall, though, as it does look like he gets one fairly weak.
You got Heretics, Stallions, and Eclectic all looking for Prison. Still in the circle. Stallions, they need these kills. They need positioning. They need placement. Eclectic as well, desperately in need of a good game. So this is a big fight to take. Nemesis eliminated in Living Quarters.
Good golly, Miss Molly. I was hyping up their momentum, and Nemesis going down there and Living, unfortunate. And the main reason for that is 2 teams pinched them. Leviathan had to come out of Stronghold, like Seymour said. The Falcons having to come out of, yes, the north side, but it was actually PBJ that pinched with Leviathan, found Nemesis, and sent them to the lobby. So those are the 2 teams going to be battling over Living. We'll check in with them in a little while. For now, we check in with For Fun, who's yet again underground under a bunch of duress.
Well, fire sale going to dissipate. See those advanced UAVs pop up into the sky. Stallions, For Fun, battling for the bottom of Prison. Here comes For Fun on the slide through. Bye by Stallions. Anchor still alive. Job's not done for the squad wipe, but that is going to be troublesome for Stallions in the regain.
Nice job. H1 doing a better job of maintaining some semblance of control. Let's listen in to see how they deal with the Falcons pushing in.
They're on top of us, they're on top of us, they're on top of us. They take the stairs. One fall off.
I like the top 10 in some kills here. Should we move towards ammo? Or not?
I think we wait late as possible. Wait for teams to start fighting. Yeah.
You wanna what, third party?
Yeah.
On the boat? One guy?
Who has to move, yeah?
Both has to move, yeah.
The pressure came from the Falcons, but it went through the top side of Factory, and they completely skipped H1. So H1 said, do we third party? They're playing extremely patient. They're going to be late to that party, maybe the third, maybe the fifth team down on the Factory side, maybe battling for some kills, as it does look like Leviathan continue to find some kills. They're having the Rebirth Island maps that we need them to have. Eclectic, gonna barrel up their opponents and find one. Novo, still safe in HQ, but this is the part of the map that I was talking about where we slowly but surely creep up onto Novo. They won't be safe for long. They're gonna feel some pressure from Eclectic. They're gonna play the Grandmas and Leviathan, winning out the south side of the map. Depending on this next zone, this will dictate a lot for a lot of these teams. We have to all go to living and face the wrath of Deus Amir, who's on nearly, what, 3,600 damage? 6 kills, tons of assists. My goodness, Leviathan are shooting.
The Codfather taking names. Gamex gone.
Yep, this is where we're going. Living. This is what I was saying, man. Leviathan just going to hold their own. Everybody else going to have to rotate to them.
Top 10. Falcons have themselves positioning below Factory. They're going to have to work up the hill inside of the circle. The safe zone is going to be held by Leviathan. Sitting there, Z-Dark on 9 kills alongside Deus Amir. The Vets are leading the Sea Serpent all the way to yet another good game on Survival Day.
Yes, we can credit some zone pulls going to them, but they are battling. Connell, H1 finally getting part of some action, but unfortunately losing. Heretics going down in 10th. See you later. Australians gonna have to wait for the new lobby and wait for a new map for Funfall in 9th. They have an okay game at best. Still a lot of work to do as we move towards Fortune's Keep. For the rest, everybody just trying to scrape themselves back into this game. The Falcons, yet again, come stems and deep plays in gas to somehow, some way get it to top 5 at the very least. Dong, he finds another. This is nice for him. He's on 7. Falcons still have a chance, but this is going to be a rotation of death.
DK going to be eliminated. And it looks like Nova are playing for a little bit of a gamble. They're hoping that the circle's about to pull towards the north side. See where it goes. No! It's an eastern pull, and that is going to favor Vitality.
Falcons are the gas, getting a couple in transition, actually taking down 2 members of Leviathan. They may be able to get at least one of those revives, but for now, Novo's just holding on to the gas, waiting for top 5, and he gets it. Freddy dies to gas, the rest died to, it looks like Vitality, who have now earned the north side of the zone. And guess what? They get the zone pull as well. It might have been a Leviathan in-game, but it's Vitality gonna be standing tall at the end of the game. Novo in trouble as well, as Blade is just gonna creep in, see if he can get any piece of the action. Nope, see you later.
3v2, Leviathan gotta push through the circle.
Got him.
Skullface is watching them. There's nowhere to go.
Deus Amir, you did fantastic, but Vitality play patient. They get the final pull, and they shoot them all down.
Fish in a barrel. Vitality now have 2 wins on day 3. And at first, it was a pop-off. The second time around, it's business. These guys are locked in.
Biggest question for me is how many kills that they had. That was a zone that pulled to their drop spot. They dropped Control Center, and it ends at Control Center with that final rotation of the zone. Were they as active as they have been in some other maps when they get that zone pull? Gonna have to wait and find out about that one. What I'm impressed by is Leviathan's ability to find a ridiculous amount of kills when they weren't that very contested down in Stronghold. It's a wonder what these guys were able to do. A quick look at Skullface's win here at the very end. He's got 4, make it 5, make it 6. So hey, look, the kills come to him at the very last second. He kills them all. Let's listen in.
I'm picking up your spoiler. I'm playing up. 3v1. Nice. Good shit. You're fucking everything, boys. You're fucking insane. Fucking go. Good shit, boys. Way to fucking go, man. Keep it going.
Well, a lot of cursing and excitement because, frankly, well earned. A lot of frustration through the course of the year for this roster, especially with some shifts. There's all of that coming out to fruition here on main stage after a nice win. I mean, they got a 50% win rate here in the Survivor stage. You can't be mad about that one.
No, not mad at all. And this is a team that is looking to kickstart their conquest through LAN. Of course, Z-Smith, he has been having a great year with that Twisted Mind squad, now moving over towards Vitality. He had 2nd place in Birmingham, 4th place in Atlanta. It's a different story for the rest of the squad, but they're looking to turn it around.
4 done. To Fortune's Keep we go, ladies and gentlemen. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Welcome to the side of stage. My name's Barney. I've got Zeppa here from Team Heretics. Zeppa, let's first and foremost talk about that map 2 performance. 20 kills on the board in Haven's Hollow. How was that for you guys?
I mean, we just changed our landing spot. We're kind of going to where we're used to back home, and I mean, we think everyone here sucks, so we just killed everyone, had a decent game, and yeah.
As you do, as you do. Now, we've got to focus in a little bit on the fact that, you know, APAC have got some really strong prospects going into the championship finals, right? Into Championship Sunday. How is it for you, like, representing that region? Possibly you guys, also Team Nemesis with a win just on Rebirth Island. Does it feel good to maybe have some APAC representation tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely deserve it. We don't get the practice throughout the year, so it is a bit harder for us as a region. We can't really practice on 200-300 ping against the EUs and the North Americans. But yeah, we just make do with what we got, and hopefully we can make the finals.
So LAN is like the best practice, isn't it? It's crazy, isn't it? So before I let you go, I want to talk a little bit about your team. You've been a part of them and like teammates for about a year now. How's the synergy going? You guys are obviously starting to find some momentum now on the main stage. So what is it like between you and the boys?
I mean, I love those 2 boys. They're 2 of the best teammates I've ever had. They're both demons and 2 of the best players from APAC. So let's just keep it up and hopefully we can make finals.
Shout out to the boys from Team Heretics. It's getting loud over here, as you can already tell. It's starting to spice up on the main stage ahead of Survival Stage ending. But my man, thank you so much for joining me in this interview, Zeppa. He's got cold hands, man, and it's boiling in here. This guy's, he's cold as ice. See you guys in a bit.
It is indeed spicing up here on the main stage as we are about halfway through the Survival Saturday Enigma, and we just got a chance to watch Vitality win their 2nd matchup of today. How is it seeing them really kind of, you know, turn into that first place in 18 that we know that they could be?
This is much more like the team we expected them to be here in Paris. They are outside with a world champion on that roster and plenty of experience. And world champions from years back as well, so there's a lot of experience under pressure too that they've dealt with. But they're very much so a good set of maps there out of them because Rebirth hasn't been a great home. Okay. They changed their drop spot, Gold's control center, and basically bully every other team around them right now, and that shows that era of dominance that they really wanted to have here to remind everybody that they're a team that can threaten come Sunday.
I mean, just watching them here on the stage,
they should make it to Sunday based off of their plan. But there are some squads that we are worried about. A few teams on the bubble. You're going to be having GK, Falcons, Nemesis, H1, all those guys kind of floating around that 6th place region. And we know the biggest surprise there has to be Falcons, right?
It does. And there are some worrying signs. They're still struggling on rotations. We're seeing them misclearing pockets of space that they've done so well for so many years. But they are showing resilience. We have to bear in mind the circle locations. They have largely been against the Falcons through this tournament. They've been having to go with their Bravos drop spots instead of their typical plans. And we are seeing resilience out of them like in map 3. They should have died immediately. They managed to recover and put up a decent set of points. It's about now starting to see the Falcons that we expect so that they can get over that line. It feels inevitable at some point, but we've seen stranger things happen on land.
I mean, we've seen a lot of strange things happen on land. And I feel like you may even have a little bit of bias with all those EU teams so close on that bubble, looking to get into the top 5. Anything can happen, folks. It's Survival Saturday, and it's time to figure out who's going to the finals. Casters, let's get into some more Warzone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Blaze and Mr. Enigma. A quick look at the leaderboard there as we get into map number 5. To Fortune's Keep we go, and I want to talk about that leaderboard briefly because it's the most important part of this competition. You gotta be top 6, and as of current, Team Falcons are in 5th, but GK have found their way to 6th place overall, 60 points, holding the line. 6th with PBJ creeping up to 4th, but all 3 of those teams within 5 or 6 points of each other down at the bottom. Well, the top 3 are starting to pull away. That's Leviathan, Vitality, and Novo. Fede is top fragging in this lobby. The young gun, 18 years old. He's got 33 kills through 4. My goodness.
He's popping off. He had a map where he just had 12 kills alone. You know that that's going to be helping out his stats, but the difference between Novo and PBJ, 81.4 for Novo, 66.8 for PBJ. So yeah, that top 3 feeling comfy at the top outside of our top 6. Nemesis at 51.6 with a map win, and Heretics, the other APAC squad, just 1 point behind them. So I wouldn't feel too comfy if I'm GK, Falcons, or PBJ. You know you just have a team right behind you as we get ready to switch up this map one more time.
Fortune's Keep changes everything, and it's time to showcase the drop spots on Keep based on the circle that's polling. It's going to pull to the west. Winery going to be bisected in half. Let's see where everybody decides to land. So the Falcons, they go Graveyard, they go Town, and it looks like they're doing just that. Everybody else starting to cycle away. It looks like Vitality going far to the east to see what they could find over at Winery. And it looks like they're mostly uncontested, at least in the buildings that they chose. A team close by, that's going to be Novo.
A really late drop for Godlike. They are taking their time to figure out where exactly they want to go. Winery has 2 trios and a Slayer alongside this Novo team. So see what Vitality can do to hold the line on their drop spot. Other than that, it's going to be For Fun Esports, a team that has been notorious for turning up on Fortune's Keep so far this week, locking down the keep.
Again, Fede has 33 kills through 4 games. He is averaging over 8 kills a game. This is ridiculous. The kid is on fire. Let's see if they can keep up the pace. Here's a look at the Godlike Lake drop that we talked about. I only see Nate Dogg on the map. Where the heck are his other 2 teammates? I'm looking.
They're floating.
They're in the water floating. I don't know what they're doing, but Nate Dogg's alone. And so he's just looking to go get some kills. For now, he could find one here. No, gets gunned. See you later. Nice win there from H1.
What are they? Are they going on an Odyssey right now? Going all the way around. That is huge for H1 to shut down Nate Dogg. That's going to give them positioning inside the town. A little bit of KP as well to kick off your day. And you got to be worried about Graveyard for Falcons on that side of the map.
They anchored out on the boat that roams around the map. I can't see it on our video map, so I was like, what are they doing out there?
It's
They're
just
on the
like,
boat. Okay, it makes a lot more sense.
They are on an Odyssey.
Finally a team landing boat. Nate Dogg lands and gets obliterated yet again. So boat or not, their Slayer not finding anything yet. We'll see if they can turn things around here in a moment. Stallions, though, same story. In a blender. Leviathan causing that blender down at Lighthouse. They told the whole world on socials, we're at Lighthouse, come and get it, and nobody wanted it. Leviathan is way too hot.
Yeah, Leviathan, they don't have to worry about JDG anymore. That's not a group you're going to be contested by, but it still needs to be consistency out of these 3 to stay on top. Nate Dogg going to get gunned once more. Just has no sea legs right now as soon as he gets to solid land.
Criminal God has found 3 in the first couple minutes of the game. I do want to check back over Vitality over at Winery. This is a big fight. These are 2 teams inside the top 5. Vitality, 50% win rate, but Blade, he's shooting straight. 1 goes down, 2 goes down. Blade is just putting on a show for us, and they're going to hunt down the last remaining member of Vitality. You better run, you better hide, or you're going to be headed back to the lobby. Novo on a tear. Fede takes enough damage to ward them off. Vitality should get their teammates back here shortly, especially when Z-Smith is able to take down 1. Teammates back in the lobby, and Z-Smith does get cut down, but Vitality's fine.
Nemesis is going to be in trouble. They're getting pressured out by both H1 and Falcons, so trying to regain their way into the town. We look at Vitality pushed out of the Winery. They're down to a solo. Stallions are going to make sure of that and see if they can get themselves back in. Nemesis, they get wiped.
Nemesis gone again. Got pressured from 2 different sides, and they couldn't handle the heat. DK have found their way to some high ground at the Overlook, overlooking town and the water. They've got a couple kills, but that's about it. Heretics trying to respawn in nearby them, looking for some real estate. There's plenty of real estate here on Fortune's Keep. It's the biggest map we got. The question is, you're going to get shot as you try to land in. Is somebody sneaking and hiding in the corners?
Heretics have been such an interesting conversation point. Lacey brought up how good Obs has been. He's on 24 kills for his squad. Teeny, the next one up, he only has 10. So when it comes down to slaying, Obs has been the one to kick it up. But as a team, they just have not put the pieces together.
Our zone does creep a little bit further to the west. Most of Keep will be bisected. Winery now fully out. Novo's going to have to rotate in. Does look like Stallion's doing a lot of the same, but to town we go to take a look at the folks that are battling over potentially the end of the game. And H1, they're getting their gunnies up this time. Kudley on 4, Connell on several as well. H1 holding their own at town, seeing if maybe they can last to the end game and finally get some multipliers. Vitality under a ton of pressure as well, though.
Yeah, there's going to be a big fight here for the Gatehouse. Vitality versus For Fun versus Orchid at the moment.
Yikes.
And this is where Orchid was actually giving AGAL a run for their money yesterday, so you know that they are looking to resurge in this group on a map like this.
About 30% of Vitality's points through group stages actually came from Fortune's Keep, so nothing crazy to write home about there. Kind of a middling of Fortune's Keep's games before they played. This may just be one of the bad raps, and maybe they get a better one the next time. Orchid finally getting some points on the board. They have been brutalized through the course of the Survivor stage. A team that we expected. They missed up by 3 points.
Yeah.
A team we expected to go huge today, and oh no, For Fun get wiped. Jawad. They put on a show for us. The Stallions continue to find kills. They have hardly any placement points, but they're finding some points, and they're taking down this For Fun roster.
That's the thing. If Stallions can get themselves into a top 5 position, they have been putting so many kills on the board. So if they can put them together at the same time, expect them to make some waves in this leaderboard. When we look at the Falcons, still sitting on the outside of Graveyard, just waiting to see what prey crosses their track.
Again, Leviathan continue just to light up this kill feed over and over and over again. Again, they're playing from Lighthouse. They're going to have to rotate in for now. They'll go up to Concrete, but I'm just blown away. They're just more kills. It's Leviathan in the kill feed over and over again. These guys are putting up another banger map. Even if they go down early, they're putting up enough points to hold themselves at the top of this leaderboard.
I mean, Amir's got 23 kills, Dark's got 23 kills, and Criminal God's sitting on 36, probably top rating the lobby now.
Look at Novo in the skies. They've been put into a blender again because Novo played Winery. They got into a ton of action on the far side of the map, and in the rotation couldn't make it through. So they've been just in this regain blender with floaters in the skies, and unfortunately that regain blender gets turned off because everything is blended up into some mush that you feed to a child. See you later, Novo. 14th overall. Finally a bad placement for the young gun and the veterans. Nova getting cut down early could open up some points on this map. Fortune's Keep definitely changing hands to see who the top dogs are.
Yeah.
I guess except for these guys. Good Lord, they are farming. They're seeing everybody through the water, everybody through the smoke. Criminal God's on 7. Dark's got to be at least 7 as well. This is unreal.
With Novo out, next up is going to be Geeky on the leaderboard. They're only 10 points behind Novo, so this is an opportunity that you do not want to let go of. See if they can turn up while this fire sale is active. You expect them to start getting active and looking for kills. And I say that, they get wiped.
Unfortunate for GK. Quick listen here with H1. Let's see what they're doing. They're not rotating, they're holding, but their team's in the area.
Stabilize a little, stabilize a little. We're doing good, okay? Just stabilize. Hold that shit. Chill.
I can maybe kill someone solo on bottom, by the way.
Can you do that recon coolly through endgame?
Wait, flying.
On the right.
One more shot.
Good. Can you do that recon coolly? We do the recon. Do the recon.
No,
Do it. Listen.
Okay.
With so much space, Falcons are here. We just gotta stay our Falcons.
One is bottom.
Yeah.
It's popping up advance. They're popping up advance.
Okay.
A nice hold, great intel. Comms were very clear, and they're picking up some regainers. Things going well. Kudley on 5. In the meantime, though, some of our top teams are being eliminated. You've already mentioned several of them. PBJ also falls during that listen-in. So most of our top 5 teams are struggling. Leviathan still in it, and of course, Falcons still in it. And then in terms of 6, PBJ was 6. Yeah. So yeah, this is brutal.
And this is where Falcons can jump that leaderboard now. So they're looking for a good game. They're looking for a ton of kills to get it done. And a team that has been getting kills while that listen-in was going on is the Stallions. Nothing has 5.
Wow.
Jawad's on 6. This is a 12-point game right now for the Stallions. You see it in the top right of your screen. They're below Eclectic. However, if they get placing, this is going to be a big one.
Yeah, Eclectic have 16 right now. Leviathan on 14. At least, if you're a GK fan, you're already doing fairly well, and you found several kills early before you went down. So, nice 15-point game there from them. The Falcons, though, let's take a look at them. Been playing from town through Graveyard, and now they've got to rotate in, but they're still getting harried by Sage, who may win this engagement with Noobs. Nice stim to keep himself alive as he drops down. But the Falcons are just going to double chow this.
Top 10.
Resurgence is going to be closing here in a little while, but not yet. Vitality back onto the map. Sage bought them just enough time, and they're going to be near mid-map when they go flying in. Let's see if they can find any real estate, as the Falcons now have a fairly free rotation to the edge of zone.
Another fight going on for the Stallions. Vitality on the regain. Circle's going to be closing in 4 seconds. Where do we go? Going to be down towards the grotto. Smuggler's Cove still going to be very much in the circle. You can bank on the tunnels if you need an exit. The coastline is going to be what a lot of these teams are looking at taking control of. And that is exactly where we're getting the rotation from H1. They're going to be at the bottom side of this circle holding the high ground.
There's a lot of verticality still in this zone because of Grotto. Some teams could play low, some could play high, but of course we got to talk about Orchid lighting up the kill feed. I was about to talk about how deadly they are, and they wipe Godlike off screen from the north side of the map. Orchid desperately needed points, and they're finally getting it into a top 10 position, maybe for the first time in the Survivor stages. This is a big map for them. They've got a sizable amount of kills. The only problem with their position is that they're going to have to either rotate through and kill the Falcons, or they're going to have to rotate around into a very difficult building to push that is holding the Stallions. You can see it on your screen now.
Yeah, I mean, Orchid are in the Gentlemates position that we saw them yesterday in, trying to fight their way through Grotto. And with that, a lot of teams, if they get into troublesome situations, are going to drop down for Orchid to pick them apart.
Yeah, Orchid going to stay low. I love this play on the low side. It really depends on this new zone, and the new zone is pulling out of Grotto. So we're going to go back towards the Falcons, who yet again get a zone pull of all zone pulls. And yet, here's a look at it, top left of your screen. And yet again, Leviathan, unfortunately, get a bit screwed by this zone pull. They're going to have to battle underground.
My question's H1 trying to hold off of Leviathan. They got Eclectic right next to him underneath the cave. So they're pushing Lev into Eclectic to see who's going to win this matchup. And if Eclectic can win it, hold back Leviathan, it's really going to allow for H1 to just farm the kills as they rise this rope.
Leviathan zipping up, at least to dodge bullets and then come back down and die. I'm not sure about that play.
Nowhere to go.
Felt like they couldn't go up, couldn't stay down. And Leviathan down to just a mere deep inside the gas, hopefully able to slow play in while everybody else is battling for a top 5 position. Gamax down, but 8 teams still on the map technically.
And still big teams to talk about is going to be Stallions, who have rotated above the Falcons. Falcons still alive. H1 trying to find some positioning. Vitality have a chance to find their 3rd win today as they're still holding that high ground as well. And Orchid, they need to get out of the cave.
The Stallions finally finding themselves into some multipliers. A solid game from them, and Dongi is trying to punish some of these flyers. This protection is keeping them alive as they come flying in. they're going to get to at least a semblance of some safety on the high ground of some of these buildings in zone, and the new zone does pull over. Criminal God has made it. No, he goes down. 6th place. There was a chance. 7th for Leviathan. 6th for H1. We finally make it to the top 5, and the Stallions in a fantastic position.
Look at the rotation from Falcons, though. They're going all the way towards the top. Another elimination. That's going to be KGV taken out by Stallions, but looking for the zone pull is going to be Falcons. They need it. They're looking for it, and Stallions are trying to hunt them down. Falcons back up to all 3. Same with Orchid. All 3 are still alive, and Vitality are down to 2 for our last 4 teams.
Vitality down to 2, but the zone does pull to them. If they can get out of here, if they can win this engagement with the Stallions, Vitality can easily still win this. They get a god pull, but do they know that Kruger's here? Creepy Crawley, Z-Smith finds him, but no! Up from the rocks! Z-Smith goes down, it's gonna be up to Skullface, the hero, the solo. If there's anybody that can do it, it could be Skullface, but the Falcons come in extremely late. They play their gas as per the usual, and they play it well.
It's a 2v1v1, and Skullface is gonna look to bring the car in for some natural cover to block off the rest of these teams.
Skullface has picked up Dongi in transition. It's just 2 members of the Falcons and Noobs. Goes low, dodging bullets. Noobs reach out. Perfect timing to get Skullface weak. Gives them an opportunity. But somehow Orchid has found their way to rat underneath this entire time and stay alive. And Skullface loses the gunfight. The Falcons finally starting to fly high. And Orchid, 1 player left against 2 members of the Falcons. Will they finally get their win and blow up this leaderboard, turn it on its head, and finally find their way where they desperately needed to be? The Falcons double chow. They're not losing that one. Ahsoka, a deep sigh of relief, not a celebration. The most telling sign of a nice victory, but one that was desperately needed.
The first solid placing since day 1 for our Falcons. They get it done on Fortune's Keep. They got a lot of kills to go through, and the flags are out for the Falcons fans, cheering on their boys. Big game towards the end. Zone pull handled appropriately. And even though Orchid is going to bring things into a 1 versus 2, taking down Skullface, it's not enough to put these Falcons away. So big first place coming out. We got another new winner in our survival stage. Nobody thought these guys would be down here, but they are making the most out of it.
Quick look back at what happened in that one. They were able to take down Skull. Noob's great ego chow there to win it. Let's listen into the Selly or otherwise.
On the right. Hey, switch on. No plates. I'm working. Good job. Go. Good job, boys. Good shit.
Again, these celebrations are so key to listen into because it tells so much of a story. Dongi seems like the only one having fun, laughing through the win because of the play, while the other 2, they give us the deepest sigh of relief that they finally got the win they wanted.
And it's such a big game for a lot of teams, too, as we get to the halfway point of our survival stage. Eclectic made it towards the end. H1 made it towards the end. Stallions and Godlike.
Orchid, my goodness, to be there at the very end, getting 2nd place, they desperately needed it. Folks, we're going to take a very, a quick moment for us to breathe because we are halfway through the Survivor stages. You're not going to miss it. Back to Fortune's Keep in just a little while.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to Art Class as we're sitting down with the Falcons, getting ready to see how their artist skills are going to be looking as they paint the Eiffel Tower. Guys, you ready?
We're excited. Let's get it. Come on. Can we start?
Yeah, you start whenever you want.
We get a prize if we are the closest?
I think that's like up to you guys. If you guys want to have like a discussion, you know, whoever has the worst painting maybe has to pay for dinner.
Oh, I like that one. Okay.
Yeah. Are you actually finger painting? Hold on.
Nah, it was worse with the paint, and I was like, nah, let me go to finger it. And
mine's looking like a little Christmas tree right now.
What's the vision here? Like, is
the
this
vision?
like the top?
I'm just building like one side right now, you know? I'm about to build the other side. Try and make it a little 3D, make it come alive.
See, I like this one. Like, you started with like the base, you had like everything, and then you're working your way back up. What do you guys think for the competition? Is there like maybe anybody you guys are looking at to like that you might want to rival in a match point setting?
Well, anybody that's on match point, we're probably gonna chase them down. All the other teams look at us, come on, Falcons, go get them. You know what I mean? So it's kind of AIDS, but
it has to be done.
We gotta do what we gotta do.
Yo, mine might be chalked, boys.
Mine is
looking.
Mine might be fries, bro. This really on my face.
Let's see what you're working with. Let's see what you're working with.
Your finger painting?
This is fries, bro. I'm telling you.
It's actually not looking that bad.
It's fries. Hold on.
It's looking better than Eddie's.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think it's the worst.
Now, see this one, I gotta start barring up with.
There's still hope. Can we like zoom in on this by chance? The finger painting, by the way.
It's PA. It's too small though.
I feel like yours is starting to look like a circus tent. The way it's like coming up.
Why'd you give it a skinny little leg? It's a Christmas tree, bro.
Do you guys have like a preference, for the map set? What's like your top to bottom favorite maps to play right now?
Currently in the rotation, mine would probably be Haven's #1. I think Haven's is the best map right now. And then probably Rebirth, then Fortunes. But I think I like Fortunes, it depends on the day. You wake up in a good mood, get a nice coffee, then you like Fortunes.
This is fries, G. I think I'm done, bro. I don't know what I painted, bro. This is a guitar.
Couldn't be worse than mine, I'll tell you that much right now.
No, Eddie, actually yours is kind of like turning out
Donnie's
pretty
good,
good,
bro.
I won't lie.
Mine's fries. I cooked the legs, bro. I shouldn't have done the legs.
Looks like a rocket on 4th of July.
I see what you mean, like a guitar.
Damn, bro. Let me go look at Eddie's. Let me go look at his.
You don't want to see it.
You don't want to see it, bro. Just
I promise
trust
you
me.
don't want to see it.
Stay away.
Damn, now that's actually better than mine.
It's coming together.
You want to see mine?
Yeah. Hold up. Let me go take a look.
Go take a look, G.
Hold up. Let's see this.
Little bit of water.
What's up? Looks like a guitar with Paris on the side.
I think that this might be the best one we've had yet.
Better than Trick.
What's up?
I don't know. Trick was actually his was pretty good.
He goes to Disneyland,
But it's
bro.
close.
Like
That is true. He's a diamond member at Disneyland.
So between you guys, who's got second place?
You can put me in last, bro.
It's between you guys, not me.
I'll go last place, y'all.
He's easily first for
I swear, like if you didn't finger paint, you'd be second. I swear,
Nah,
as soon as your
man.
fingers got on it, fries.
I got some big fingers.
But I'm just happy that I don't have to paint, guys. I'm happy that I don't. That's been Art Class with the Falcons. Obviously, chat and desk, rip them apart if you want to, rate them, which one's your favorite. But we just know that I think you guys paint better than the casters. I think you paint better than the analysts. There's no competition from myself.
Well, it's Mason Miles here to keep you up to date with the storylines that have been unfolding for Call of Duty Warzone. Now, Miles, I would like you to take me on a journey through the storylines of match number 5, but I want you to treat me like I am 5.
Okay, you got it. Well, there was a great mountain, and on top of that great mountain, there was a very brave, buzzy little bee. That was Vitality.
Oh my God.
And then there was a mighty and powerful stallion, the Stallions. But little did they know, our buzzy brave bee and our mighty stallion had very, very stiff competition. Well, have I got bad news for you? There were 2 mighty falcons in the skies above that battlefield, and they swooped on in and they pecked them both to death.
Will I get pecked to death by the Falcons?
No, I think you're right. You bought merch. You should be solid.
Yeah, that's...
It should be sweet, mate. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
Oh, what a game!
That's really good. I mean, what a game for everybody as well. Of course, story time with Mason Miles is always going to be a little bit interesting, but I mean, look, what a turnaround for a lot of the teams that needed to have that switch around in that game. I mean, we've got 10 matches today, 5 out the way. We're okay, I won't get cancelled or fine or off this broadcast for singing over 10 seconds, but of course, this is incredibly crucial for them right now, and I mean, Falcons needed it. It was good to see Vitality, you know, they've been leading the charge, but some of these other teams might need to turn it up.
There's a lot of squads in the running as well. You saw the body language. So Hisoka's sigh of relief. The second that match ended, you knew they needed that one. And the fans right now, it is getting rowdy here in Paris. But Vitality, our French team, looking very, very strong indeed. A couple of wins under their belt and some high finishes. And again, the Stallions, what a run they've had. Not bad whatsoever. Well, late story time's over for now. It's over to the casters.
Nothing better than a couple of Aussies getting our blood pumping as we are halfway through our maps here today. Obviously, great games from Goj and Seymour, but Dandro and Enigma here on the mic to wrap up our survival stage day. We've been in the back. We've been losing our minds. Well, let's talk about this leaderboard, my friend, because we have a lot to break down.
We most certainly do, and of course Leviathan will sit at the top here. Now, this is a stunning statistic for many reasons. They've really struggled through group stages, will feel very underwhelmed if you're a fan, but then it's not only the performance on Haven's Hollow, it's them following that up with great performances and consistent performances through Rebirth and our first map here on Fortune's Keep. They've struggled consistently through those maps over not only this tournament, but the rest of the year. To see them at the very top, a lot of fans from LATAM very happy right now.
I mean, hey, they've been looking great. It was a disappointing group stage for them. They just barely made it here, but they've kicked on the afterburners. They have rose from the sea to take what is theirs, and it's looking great, especially here on this second map of Fortune's Keep. Now, reminder, folks, don't worry. We still got a lot of different maps here to play. They'll have another opportunity to earn some points on this map, but also another opportunity to earn some points on both Haven's Hollow and Rebirth Island. So let's get ready to hop on in here in a game number 6. Tank, he's feeling the energy. The Falcons are starting to take towards the sky. Let's get ready to rumble, ladies and gentlemen, because this is just heating up.
Most certainly is, and a reminder for everything that we've said about what has happened thus far. We are only halfway through the gauntlet. The team at the top sits there on 116 points. Vitality, 13 behind that. Just over 10 more are the Falcons. There's a handful of points to Novo, another 10 to Geeky, and they're under pressure immediately from PBJ. So everything in this second half. However, for all the teams that have started strong, it is about continuing that momentum. It is about keeping the wind in your sails here at the Keep. And we have got a circle from hell. It's going to drag all the way down into the southeast corner. Expect a lot of these teams to be squeezed up against each other very early. It's another circle that goes against the Falcons. They'll go with their typical Bucks drop spot, but they've got a long rotation ahead of them.
El Diablo! Coming to play. That's what I'm calling this circle here. A lot of teams going to have to make some of these rotations, but you called it out, Falcon already landing towards this book side. Jay Vela, he knows that Soka's going to be trying to make some type of move. Immediate drop there. PBJ maybe starting to see why they are in our top 6 currently, much to the surprise of a lot of people. And you're going to see Dongi going to be able to grab praise. This is a little bit of a back and forth.
Huge fights this early, not only, of course, to keep yourself on your feet and loot up and all the contracts and all the conversations that we have there, as is typical. Because this zone drags the way that it does, everybody in town wants to be the first on the outside of town, on the east side, to cut teams apart that are basically rotating through. Yeah. So you want to get there before everybody else, you got to earn it. And speaking of which, plenty of land mass to claim over on the eastern side. This is Leviathan applying pressure to the Stallions. Stallions on for a good tournament so far, currently sat in 7th, just one off the cutoff. Would need around about 10 points to close the gap on PBJ. Pia, not typically a landing spot that he wants to go to, but staying alive for now.
Won't be surprised if we tune back in a couple of zones and see that Leviathan has grown roots at their feet. They're not going to need to move at all. But down here, at that base side, we can see a bit of a battle going on as Nemesis. You get some early kills there. You're trying to sniff out this one last player. A couple of nades will come out on top as you are just hunting for Decky right now. You stay alive long enough to let the teammate spawn in above him. And I kind of wonder, are you going to try and get some of this ground loot and help on out? It looks like that might be the play. Looks like it's going to be Lays from a distance here. Up over the top, though, you get caught on the edge. That's Decky taken out, and already shots going into Stukex, who's grabbed the heli and starting to hit a little bit of a rotation.
Yeah, good plays all around, really. Nemesis, superb teamwork to isolate and drop the players from GK. But I like Stukex's play. Don't take any risks, just get into the chopper, take to the skies and get the hell out. Let boys get back in off the timer. It's short at this period of the map, so a little window will close. Speaking of which, let's over the next circle.
Falcons getting themselves pushed out here. They have the north side of town control, not necessarily the east that they want. They're beginning the rotation there. They'll have a couple of squads in their way first. Heretics, they're pushing back towards Overlook. Oh, and they'll find company, and plenty as Kadu drops the first and the second. Orbs and Teeny pulled apart, and just like that, the Aussie sent packing.
Well, guess what? Praise, he says, hey, nice work, fella. Let me get involved here. And just like that, Zeppa thought he was in a safe spot. Eclectic, Keybase will be able to find the kill, and first team eliminated. Heretics gone.
Placing on these Australian teams today has been diabolical. Heretics have seen that pretty much through the tournament, to be honest. A lot of kills, but not much in way of multiplier. Continuing that trend today for Nemesis has been sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit. For 4Fun, they're trying to find their way into this afternoon. They will have a little bit of pressure towards the middle of the map. But Gamax, towards the bottom of the leaderboard, must come alive here to stand a hope in hell. The problem is, concrete often between a rock and a hard place. We'll have to move across into the lighthouse more than likely at some point. For now, it's about holding turf, and you're under pressure, but from beneath. Do you read this flank play potentially coming through?
It's an interesting spot, that's for sure. It looks like you are fine. Both of your team members will push on out. Other side, over to the spiral, 4Fun. Going to hold the line as Novo is just down to Blade. This team looks so good the first couple of maps of our day, but they've kind of petered off. Just Blade make this read. A couple of early shots. That's going to put this team on red alert. And they're going to start to go hunting here. Blade has been able to back down. You can see Fede in the back. Feet underneath him. Loadout not too far away. If you get to that loadout, would be great. For fun, I think they're sensing they're not the only team here, but it's Orchid underneath. Fede gets dropped in the back, as does Blade, but this might be the activation here for Fun. Swing comes on out, Master 5K from the side. Shots are swinging. It's a trade fest here on this outer spiral side. It's a fight to try and get into the zone.
It certainly is. And Bubble, unflanked, will take their time. Set up, though, between a pincer that Orchid have placed here. A kill box, and Bubble steps straight into it. He's dropped initially, flanked to try and flee with his life.
Go to the top of the spiral. You'll put the plates back in. You jump over to the other side. An egregious ego chow from flanked as Bubble also gets dropped on the other side. Not expecting both teammates to get taken out. It's an early exit yet again for 4Fun.
Orchid, who've had a difficult afternoon, currently sitting in 11th. We're expecting a lot more kills from them. Might be the moment to light the fire back on them and remind them who they are. Why so many people had this team marching straight through from groups. Why they so nearly did. Despite the difficulties of this afternoon, a constant threat out there on the map. Leviathan sitting top of the pack. They're happy to hunker down in Lighthouse for now. They'll take their time, try and set out for a top 5. And welcome everybody later on. Namir is going to let the boomstick rip, cracks plates, and just continuing to strip opponents of utility and resources. The Falcons made a move for the boat. Dongi has found footing on the platform. But it will be Geeke recovering here at concrete. Feels like they've pushed Gamax out without much problem. And Stukex gets brought back in by the Resurgence timer. That squad should be able to set themselves up for a later stage.
We get a tune back in with Orchid. It's just Master 5K alive now, and he is getting hunted. Can you at least find one? Drop that Resurgence timer if you need to. It's a couple of good shots, and you can see already Zanks gets dropped in the back. Keybase trying to take this fight against Gamax while also maybe trying to find out this last neighbor from Orchid. Won't be able to find it. And I think if Geeke can sort of stabilize in this area, they have an opportunity to start getting a lot of these kills. You can see you have a couple of squads rotating underneath them. On that outer side, PBJ, they're trying to find a way through. But you do have teams constricting all around you. Head has to be on a swivel. You can't get caught lacking.
Falcons trying to get underneath Godlike here. Feels like they've been repelled multiple times. Godlike just going to continue to take shots at players in water. Amir joins in on the shooting fish in a barrel fiesta here. Soka and Co. It is biding more time. This isn't the way the Falcons would typically like to play this out. However, resilience has been the name of their game so far today.
You even saw Soka in the water there. He sees this zone. What does he have in his back pocket? It's a loadout Coda. This is maybe a little bit of a forward thinking that we like to see from one of the best in the game. And you said, not where they want to be, but I think for where the situation is, that's what you kind of like to see, is that forward thinking, bring out that loadout and say, yo, if we got to sit in the water all game and be able to fight these regainers, let's go ahead, let's make it easier. But you can see here as PBJ starts to rotate, and let's see how the comms are feeling here in game number 6.
Done.
Is there anyone in the water on you? You can't land. You can buy. Okay. You're gonna get shot from tower. I'm getting ripped. You can play the boat side. Okay, just play under. On you. Oh. Get water pistol. 29 seconds. Let's get on your right. Oh, fuck, no, bro.
Oh my God, Believe! I thought he was about to find it on Ahsoka. It might have been enough to get the teammates back in. Unfortunately for you, it's two of the Falcons sitting on top of each other. Take it down, eliminate from the lobby.
Yeah, you heard it in the comms. As soon as Believe enters the waters there, you recognize a couple of players in there, and well, unfortunately not long for the world. KGP going to work onto Geeke, trying to cross on out. Gamak's still going to be involved a little bit in this. They'll drop for Dati. Sleepy going to work. Vitality still active. They're in complete control of Winery, marching in from the northern side. They're in a lovely place to close this one out. But it all comes down to the next zone pull, really. We're going more into the water. Well, it's Suits, Soka, and Go, their machine pistols, which are getting them a ton of kills right now. Empathy jumps into the waters. Don't think he was expecting what he faced. However, if this next zone does drag back to land, all these teams got to figure a route out.
Dongi with the shark camo on the pistol, by the way. I love it. This is sometimes what you need. Have a little fun with it. Because the Falcons are currently second in the lobby with 11 kills already. And you're starting to see a little bit of why. It's hang out in the water, catch everybody trying to regain. They're just going to have ground loot. You're going to have these loadout pistols so you can start to go to work.
Putting all odds on your side if you are the Falcons. Unfortunately for Amir, you'll be overwhelmed at the Lighthouse. Fede getting involved as Novo look for yet another regain. Leviathan fans may be pretty happy with the fact that you're still in this matchup, but concerned that Criminal God is only on the one kill. For everything that you've held at this point, you haven't managed to push out at any moment. And if you want that multiplier to be worth something, they must start to go to work on those kills. So slow and steady, well, it gets you so far in the race. But the end section, certainly a sprint. And Leviathan have to find a way to come alive.
You can see in the top left side of your screen here, sort of the lay of the land, where all of our teams are sit on up. One thing that I'm immediately jumping off the page for me, it's Vitality. Like you said earlier, they're pushing down from that Winery side, but they've kind of gone wide here with one player, maybe just hoping to grab some on the cross. So while Vitality pushes from the north, you have the Falcons trying to hold the south. Unfortunately for them, it looks like it's a little bit of a battle with Godlike. Intex will get dropped, but not before Trick can make a trade. Up on the top, though, Dongi trying to get these shots from underneath the water. All three members of Godlike starting to circle around. And can they find the fish that are below them? Well, the battle in the water rages on. It's Fede up top, Hawker in hand, and he's hawking on all the competition from across the road.
Certainly letting it rip. It's a very different position from Fede. A man that we attribute to being up close and personal with an SMG. He's happy to play this one at range. Circle's going to begin to push these players further and further inland. It looks like we will settle this around the gas station that situates itself between Pier and Lighthouse. So all those teams, Lighthouse, of which there are four, must figure out a rotation. Vitality, they've just continued to hunker down on the north side. All the fight for the south, that's between Falcons and Godlike. You've got to tune in with it for a second there. Whoever wins that has themselves a long rotation towards the beaches.
The difference there is Falcons have 14 kills, Godlike has 2. So it feels like that's maybe going a little bit more towards the Falcons' way. Stallions. It's been a great day for them so far. They're looking to continue that. In the back, though, you can see Eclectic. They've taken a bit of a fight against Leviathan. And I think I'm seeing Leviathan get dropped. They have the positioning. Unfortunately, the Italians roll on up. But it might be just Fede from Novo. Has he found the opening? He's lurking behind. Trigger discipline on point. Gas will continue to move him forward. It's a Molotov for a defensive position here. As the last player alive, he has to be very, very careful about how he plays this.
High ground here for the Stallions, just going to let them bang out, and Lays and Stukex are the first to suffer in the crossing. Kruger and co. just going to push themselves out. I'm a little bit worried that's over-aggressive. You're probably exposing yourself to Vitality by themselves inside that gas station. Soku's on 7. Machine pistols have paid out. They don't need to get involved in the center circle fight. They're finding all their points right here.
They just need to clear out all of this water and they'll be good. On land, though, Q8Z, nothing. He's snapping with the CBRS. You're finding these members of Orchid, and just like that, Godlike have been dropped. So has Novo. Zone will continue to pull away, and we're down to the final 3 teams.
Kruger's going to send it wide. It's just one remaining player. It's Z Smith, the defending world champion, on that roster to stand tall against the 3 of the Falcons and 3 of the Stallions.
Oh my gosh, who will move first? Who's going to make the shots? You can see Falcon's already here on the early rotation. Soka, he's playing a little bit from behind, but Dongi rolls on up. MK78 in hand. He is letting it rip. It's a couple of kills going his way. You find Jovan, but Z-Smith, he's still alive, and he's wondering, can I get active here? Can I still find these late game points to help us surge up the leaderboard? Only 9 kills for Vitality right now. They need these points.
Both players just begging the other to shoot at the Falcons. They get third party in the situation. Smith's going to look for a route. Kruger might have to rotate sooner than he'd like, and the Falcons are waiting.
We got one stim in the back. Soka will find Kruger. It's a 3v1. All 3 members of the Falcons alive, and they will start to go hunting. Talons are out. Can you find this one last player? Smith does well to find Soka. Hey, it's a free 1.4 at this moment. Start to believe a little bit. The zone will continue to pull into the Falcons' favor. Smitty goes high. I've seen this kid work miracles before, but I don't know if you have it here. You see the fist bumps are out. He's actually just going to go ahead, might even just deny the point.
Yeah, sacrifice himself to the gas, doesn't care for handing any favors over to the Falcons, and all of a sudden, in these last 2 matches, you can see the confidence riding through them. This is much more like the Falcons that we've come to expect. Great in map 5, sure, but that one in number 6, they've rotated all the way from Bugs. They invested in the machine pistol players, put on the loadouts for the water, having seen the circle, having seen how this plays out many a time before. Dive in, take all the points. If they'd have just walked away from a top 5 with all those kills, they'd have been very happy, all things concerned. The fact that they get the rotation up, out, back onto the shore for free, I think even they would have been stunned by that and make no mistakes by closing out.
A back-to-back wins from the Falcons. Looks like a little bit more in form that we have seen. Started the day very slow, but now here on the back half, they are starting to kick it up. A little bit of a maybe just sort of overall veteran play there from Z-Smith. Says, hey, I can try and go ahead. I can try and win this one or deny the point. Yeah, I like that. I think Soka's feeling himself today. He knows that it's pistols up, thanks to that huge big brain water play to just take the fight over and over again.
I mean, it's one of the beautiful things about Warzone Esports. The meta is incredibly open. We have a sandbox and a set of tools that we love to play with here, and allows squads to play in the ever-changing circumstances that is Resurgence. And who's been better than anyone in the entire world over recent years at manipulating that meta to really suit him, Soka. So he's clearly made that comment at some point. Look, gentlemen, we're going to the waters here. We're going to play around this. Machine pistols come out on all 3, and they make it work. So yeah, glorious stuff from them. How that shakes up the leaderboard, well, probably considerably. You've got to imagine that Falcons jump way towards the top, considering they're already sat in 3rd. And as you said, going into the back half of this now with the momentum that they carry, they take a brave man to bet against them. We will, though, move on over to Haven's Hollow. We are finished on Fortune's Keep for now. It is just for the 1 map from this point on. We go Havens for 1, Rebirth for 1, Fortunes for 1 before closing out on a Rebirth. That was a randomized map done earlier on today. On Haven's Hollow, Vitality, Leviathan, they looked great there earlier on, and they've been great there all the way through this tournament. As such, expecting to bounce back and look really good here.
Yeah, I think if you are, though, the problem is Falcons have also traditionally looked good on Haven's Hollow as well. Maybe earlier on today, not the case, but give them a couple of the zone pulls that they like. They are now coming off of back-to-back wins. It's momentum underneath their sails. It could be a whole brand new opportunity. But I love all of Soka's family in the crowd, getting loud, hyping them up. Huge moments from some of our top teams here today all day long. You can see Vitality on your screen when it came to Haven's Hollow. They were looking formidable as well. Eclectic in that last map as well, looking extremely valuable on the map, just finding the kills, finding the timing. It just feels like everybody of these top teams right now, just no matter what the map is, they're performing lights out. They are doing what they need to do to get those points and to jettison themselves at the leaderboard.
Yeah, they certainly are, and for a lot of the teams towards the top, it will be about continuing on that vein of form. And one of those sides that are feeling really good right now are the Falcons. So let's go jump in with an interview.
Parents, show some love to the Falcons as they are taking over this Survival Saturday. Dongi back-to-back wins on the main stage.
things are starting looking up and the Falcons are flying high. How you feeling?
Feeling good. Realistically, we probably shouldn't be here. We deserve to be here, so we're trying to show out and make it tomorrow. That's the only thing that matters.
That's the only thing that matters. Now, as you said, you guys shouldn't be here, but I'm pretty sure some good things you can take away from this, getting some extra practice. You know, as far as the competition in this lobby, man, you know, you guys are kind of like running through them. Anybody giving y'all any issues whatsoever?
Not really any issues. It's just ourselves. We keep beating up ourselves. That's honestly our biggest enemy. I'm not worried about anybody else but ourselves and how we're playing right now.
There you go. Now, when you guys came into Havens Hollow to start off the day, you guys wasn't playing like yourselves. Going into it at map number 7, what's going to change?
We're starting to catch some flow, so hopefully getting some more gunfights, stop getting shot in the back, get some flow going in the map, and then we have a clean game, clean win, and we keep going on for the rest of the day.
You heard it here from Donkey, everybody. They flowing and they soaring, and these Falcons are still ready to play.
Body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
My favorite location in Havens Hollow, it's gonna be boat. We don't play it, but it's my favorite one.
Havens Hollow, I think I like the barn because my teammates are just a bunch of animals, and we're gonna win the whole tournament from there. So
my favorite location on Havens Hollow is Bank, like in the middle main street, because I'm landing there always as well.
My favorite one is Train Station, just because we've been landing there all year. I feel like we've really got that down to a T now. We've really learned how to play that POI, and we play it really well.
My favorite location on Havens Hollow is City. My teammates will be try to contest maybe boat for Falcons.
It's Mansion because it's a big spawn, lot of money, lot of contracts, and easy game.
My favorite POI on Havens Hollow would probably be boat, just because I only have to look 3 directions as an anchor and just my backside is clear because there's no water. It's all water, so yeah, that's why it's the best.
My favorite POI in Havens Hollow is lumber, because we're the lumberjacks.
My favorite place in Havens would probably be either boat or research, because it's like if we have the side of that zone to the left, you could go to the left and to the right for research.
I'd say my favorite location in Havens is Keep, but I mean, because it's large and I can do whatever I want there.
So far today, we've gotten some surprises at the start. Falcons, though, I mean, this is the Falcons that we have been expecting, Miles.
Yes, and better late than never, boys, because it was starting to get a little bit dicey. But yeah, their pool team's right back now, currently sitting at first in the standings. A big proponent for that game plan, right? You find yourself in a difficult circle towards the end there, a lot of water. What do? They make a massive change. They bring up the VLOX 5.6, or 5.7 rather, 5.7, excuse me. 6. Oh no, the VLOX 5.7, a fully automatic pistol. They don't lose any of their fights in the water where the majority of the players were. They rack up a ton of kills, manage to see the win.
This is exactly what we saw yesterday from Falcons. I mean, they stopped the day with a good Fortune's Keep. They start the day today in a little bit of trouble, but their Fortune's Keep is keeping them alive right now. Back-to-back wins is huge, shooting up the leaderboard.
Definitely going up that leaderboard. I actually want to go back to you, Seymour, because one team that we have seen go up the leaderboard has been none other than Stallions. They've been performing. They're truly, if I'm not mistaken, they're truly in the top 6 as well.
When we were casting earlier, I was saying this team has so many kills. Like, they're slaying so well. The placings were just missing, and now that they're matching it with some good placings, the Stallions have cracked the top 6, and they're a team that I'm sure is going to look to try to make tomorrow.
I think the biggest thing about Stallions is, like,
they're still doing what they did in the first 2 days. It just comes down to they need those little sparks to help boost their score, because average placement, average kills have been pretty consistent. It's right in the middle of the pack, but you add in one spark, one big map, it could completely change the dynamic of how the rest of this event goes for them.
Yeah, and when we're looking now, whoever is in 7th place, which is none other than PBJ. Before this match, they were in that 6th place, but now they are actually 6 points behind. Going into this final 4 match is not what you want to see from PBJ.
So 6 is such a ridiculously close number in a game of Warzone. I mean, you've seen how the way kills can fall either way. And again, at this point in time, we've discussed this coming into the day. We think without those big heavy hitters, quote unquote, here in the survival stage, there are more kills to be found across the map. Much more even spreads. A very, very close look there across the rankings. But still, it's anyone's game so far. That top 6 is nowhere near as solid as you needed to see.
We have been seeing teams be a little bit more consistent and starting to sponge up those points. Leviathan, I mean, the way that they've been performing today, yes, they ended up getting the win, but they have just been very consistent throughout the day. Same with Vitality, and Vitality is a team that wants to make it to the finals because they want to get those club championship points.
It's great for the program. It's great for the program here at Warzone when Leviathan brings the super fans out, the crowd's behind them, the players are showing up. We were wondering what was going wrong on day 1 and day 2, and they've put it together on Rebirth Island and Fortune's Keep. They go back to Haven's Hollow now, so it's great to see Leviathan at the top of the leaderboard going back to their basics.
I think just kind of as we look at these last 4 maps, it's looking like the metric to get in is going to be somewhere between 120 and 130 total points. So for the teams that are already in the top 3, should be guaranteed good to go. For teams like Eclectic, for teams like Stallions that are in the mix, they do need something big to help boost them closer to that total and put the pressure on the other squads that are only maybe 20, 30 points away from hitting that mark. But that's what it feels like the base is going to be. The bar is going to be about 120 to 130. So the teams that are finding themselves near the bottom or on that second page have to play hard these next 4.
And if we're talking about those teams that are still towards the top, that you're saying they have pretty much done what it takes to be in match point finals, they can also start, just throwing a little bit of BM out there. They can make a little bit of a life harder for some of the other squads.
Well, they know where they drop. They know who they want to go after. If you want to start chopping away at the legs of some of these teams trying to make a run, you know exactly how to do it. And it is bad manners. It's not gentlemanly conduct. But we play Call of Duty. There's not a lot of gentlemen left.
I want to see it. I want to see it, Seymour. I want to see some of those top teams that are already going to be going to match point finals with the way that they've been performing, saying, you know what, let's make your life a little bit harder. Let's see what you can do at the start of the match.
And they did it with a pistol too. Like I feel like Falcons are just checking off the list of everything that they can do at this point. They're back at the top. They go back to back once again, and they're just showing that it doesn't matter what they get to use. They're on their way for another trophy. They've already won 2 lands. What's another one?
I would say, for me, team to watch in these next 2 maps is going to be PBJ. They did not play Fortune's Keep all that well, but between what they did on Havens, what they did in Rebirth, they're going to have a second chance again at Rebirth at the very end. If PBJ can have a good map number 1, number 2 coming off this break, I think they have a chance to get up into that conversation for being in the top 6. So that's my team to watch.
I agree. I think that they have a rookie on their team that really wants to prove himself as well. Praise has been fantastic. They all have been fantastic. They've been slaying. They've been connecting. Back to Haven's Hollow and Rebirth Island is exactly what they needed.
And this is the business end of the tournament, right? We go Haven's Fortune. We go back through all the maps. We go right through them all. So whatever your good map was, you have one final chance here to really make it happen. Rebirth Island, the final cherry, the last drop of the day. I cannot wait to see how this goes. But again, this is it. Last chance on all of these maps for our teams to get some sneaky points towards the end, and that top 6 is locked.
And those teams that are currently outside of the top 6 as well, Orchid, I mean, they kind of been non-existent today. We saw the consistency out of them yesterday. We even touched base on them at the pre-show as well. But so far, they're sitting in 9th place. They're still within striking distance, and I kind of feel like they're also along the lines of PBJ as well. They need to make sure they start performing in this next 2 matches, or it might end up getting a little bit further away from them.
I think what Orchid are missing today is the capitalization on fights that start off good for them. Master 5K only had 5 kills through 5 maps. That's not what you want. I get that he's your anchor, but you have to be the one also following up behind your pace setters and getting new ground to work with. And it just feels like Orchid's been very stationary. Some of that I think is because of where the zones have been, but you need to find fights that are favorable and then push forward. Get that extra space like a Novo would do, not just sit back and hope that you can survive through whatever comes your way.
Well, when you got maps like Haven's Hollow and Rebirth Island. Like, it's about that efficiency, cleaning up, making sure that you're not taking too much damage, making sure that not losing too many resources. And for the early games for Orchid, like Master 5K was just getting forced out of his anchor position every single time. That's not good for when you want to send your Slayers out to get kills. You lose out on that anchor and you're suddenly just in such a bad position. So yeah, I think it's Master 5K, it's your efficiency. I think Orchid can do it. It's going to be difficult.
I've seen a lot of players not getting trades today as well. It's just really, really clutch individual kills, like those two pieces. Shouldn't be going your way, like pulling those players in, expecting a player to fly through. We've seen tons of those come through today. So again, this is the highest level we're reaching today. This is where the pressure is on. This is Elimination Day. We are seeing the best and the worst of some of these players. You need that fire, and this is the day. It's under the ass all day long, and some of our squads thrive, and some of them are dying.
And I'm glad you brought up players too, because we have seen some outstanding performances from some of the players here. Noobs, especially from Falcons. I feel like that was definitely the kickstart for Falcons, considering on how they were able to start off, right? Going into this next 4 matches, even the next match, which is one player that we're going to be keeping an eye on.
I feel like you're obviously looking at Noobs back on Haven's Hollow. Do the Falcons go to Mansion? Do they go back to the Riverboats? I think there's a lot of teams on Haven. Leviathan, Vitality had a win earlier on Haven's Hollow as well. You got to look at them to, again, play spoiler for a lot of those teams that are outside of the bubble. And Stallions, they're going to be the team on Havens that was contesting Mansion, that was contesting Pond, moving towards the barn, just continuously putting teams on the back burner.
I'm kind of done looking at the top 3 teams because they're locked. I'm more looking to see, like, what are we going to get from Godlike? Like, what are we going to get from Nate?
Yes.
I think just based on what we've seen from them the first 2 days, I think especially yesterday to what we've had today, it's been a little bit underwhelming considering the status of what this lobby looks like. So top 3 teams are pretty much guaranteed at this point. It's all about those teams that are sitting really between 4th and about 9th right now to see if they can make a big move. And I'm keeping my eye on Godlike to see if they can make a move, just kind of what we're talking about with like teams like Orchid as well.
Along the lines of Godlike as well, one team that I know you've been keeping an eye on, Miles, is none other than Just for Fun. Just for Fun Esports, remember, they were able to put up a good performance right now. With the way that the players are performing right now, it's just becoming too far. This is a squad that also needs to get a win and needs to just start being consistent, or possibly just have one of the players have a pop-off performance.
That's exactly it. You want one really nice map. That's all you're asking for here. The big pop-ups are absolutely possible. Absolutely. A squad like that, high skill players, caliber of them is up through the roof. One good map, lads, you're right back in it. Can they do it? They're running out of time.
Can they do it? That is the big question as we are about to head into match 7 of CUD Warzone Resurgence Championship here at EWC 26. Make sure you guys put in your pick'ems. If you're currently at home, share on social media, use the hashtag EWC. Is it going to continue to be Team Falcons getting that back-to-back-to-back? Or is it going to be one of those teams really needing the points to push up to that top 6?
Woo! We're heading back to the Hollow, baby. Another opportunity for some of these teams to get those precious points like they so beautifully put it. Some of those teams that probably will be very happy to see this map. Leviathan, Novo, currently leading the line when it comes to fragging by none other than the 2 young guns, Criminal God and Fede.
Yeah, realm of the rookies right now. And when we talk about size that need to come alive a little bit, Orchid have one of those. And it is Sariel that I'm looking to see deliver just a little bit more out there. He's not hitting the ceiling that he wants to be at. And I think if they're going to build their way into this afternoon, then you end up with, he's that superstar. He's the one we've talked about so much.
That's a lot of astute breakdown from you and Shift on what's going on with Orchid. I'm looking at Master 5K and 7. You're giving me 7? He needs to get active. He needs to get involved here. Yeah. I think if Orchid wants another chance, they're a beautiful team. They're fantastic. We've seen greatness from them here at this event. You got to kickstart it out here in these last couple matches.
Yeah, Master 5K, for those of you who may be unaware, was brought into this team for Atlanta when the Orchid anchor couldn't get his visa. He massively improved this team and qualified them for the EWC on that LAN because of his fantastic comms, but also his ability to shoot his way out of trouble. So he is a better player than this, although not showing it currently on Survival Saturday. A side that are very much so going to look forward to seeing the Hollow back in here is the Stallions. They're a really good side at this map, and the fact that they sit right on the bubble, this could be the moment that sees them pull away. Before today, picking up 45% of all of their points on Haven's Hollow, averaging 12 kills and an average placement of 6th. to get one of those kind of maps right now that would lift them away from the likes of PBJ and Eclectic and Orchid, who trail just in behind them.
Just on the outside looking in. I mean, so many of these squads have an opportunity. Teams like Eclectic, PBJ, Stallions, like you mentioned, have an opportunity here on Havens Hollow to maybe leapfrog, push GK Esports out of that 5th position and put them in a spot to make it to our match point Sunday. Feeling very, very good about it here. So let's get ready, ladies and gentlemen, to hop in to match number 7 here on Havens Hollow.
Circle going to be all important, of course. One of the teams that has been very impressive today on this map is Leviathan, and they are a side that like to change their drop spot depending heavily on circles. They have 3 different drops. In fact, at one point it was about 7. Thankfully, they narrowed those down for those of us who call ourselves analysts. But Leviathan are very much so a side that could now start to walk away from everybody else. Shift called it, thinks they're pretty much locked, but they don't want to leave that to chance. They do not want to watch Destiny slip through their fingertips. They must still perform, and we will get an incredibly Western pulling zone. Now, a reminder how this went early on today. Vitality locked it down at train station against Leviathan themselves and closed it out beautifully from there, and the contest is straight back on.
Yeah, you can see Leviathan and Vitality will continue to battle on that train station side. Falcons getting the boat for free. And it looks like there's really no one else. I am seeing one player flying all the way over to Lumber Mill by themselves. Back on over. Let's see how this contest is going. Sage and Smith, they find Amir and Z-Dart. Crimmy, he's good for a trade, but Sage, he'll get the cleanup. On to one, sniper in hand, Skull. Trying to clear it out. Potentially there's one less Leviathan player. He's got to be quick on this. He got one in the sky, but you might be able to put this team in a blender very quickly. Snakes are in. He's just trying to stay alive here. And just like that, you'll line up with your teammates. Leviathan not off to a great start.
No, Criminal got actually incredibly well to just burn through the timers, keep Skull at bay, let his boys back in. I mean, not for very long. Dark, he's going to float off elsewhere into the waters. Well, goes with the 2 Tomahawks. Neither of them connect, and that'll be him sat down, and Vitality win out yet again. Again, the contests through the year have been very 50-50, largely against T1, and when they have lost them, they've often been instant wiped. However, when they win those contests, they are so good at drawing up that line and not letting anyone pass.
Nice little 4-kill start for Vitality over at the mansion. Here are the Stallions. Kruger just trying to stay alive here. You've lost QAZ nothing. Jawad is A-okay here on the roof. Just playing a little defensive positioning here. You can see already, we do have the Aussies with you up there at Mansion, and a few other teams as well starting to move in. I think a number of these squads looking at those games from earlier and saying, I think we know the zone. We played it before. I'd really love to play it more from the northern side.
Yeah, Leviathan starting to work their way down towards this gazebo area, by the way. PBJ are one of the sides in the water. Close by, you've also got Godlike. And who wants to join them, get involved in the rest of the fight as well? That's Orchid pressing in from the north in purple. So yeah, a lot of pressure down at gazebos. We're going to rotate back over to Mansion, though, and talk about 4 different sides in the fight here. One of them being Novo. They rotate out early, and how the hell Fede stays alive there, I don't know. Great reactions from the young man. Vortex has his coverage anyway, drops Kruger, and now they're on the hunt.
Good fight there. You get a little fade away, you get the damage in. You find one more up here at the top. That's going to be Bray getting dropped. Novo, Vortex, doing a great job. Just trying to clear out this side. Unfortunately for you, Zeppa, he's underneath. He's welcoming it. It's a little bit of a double thunder from down under here at the mansion. Well, the APAC teams looking to battle out here while all of this is going on. Leviathan seems like they have maybe refound their footing as we see Godlike get dropped in the back.
A little bit messy, that one from Fede. No on that back, but his boys get their licks in. Vortex just going to check out through double doors here. We'll meet a Stallions player should he overstray against Stallions. Very good here at the mansion. It's where they qualified from in that MENA region and have picked up a lot of points through this tournament by playing it out, especially today. Geeke in a spot of trouble. Although actually it might just be the Decades on the hunt. I think he's just literally looking for players in the water. Bored of waiting around, wants to clear this out. More players float in right by him. Stuke's trying to give him the comms, but won't have the coverage.
So many teams in this area. Team Nemesis gets dropped. 2 teams already eliminated here, and we are just halfway through this second zone. A little bit more aggression here this time around on the Havens Hollow as the zone, similar to earlier, pulls us all to the west. You get a nice little lay of the land there on the top left-hand side of your screen. Looks like Vitality, for the most part, they have train station for free. Everybody else in this map playing on that outside.
A fake wipe coming in for PBJ there. They'll still have one off into the waters. The two teams eliminated are Nemesis and Godlike. Orchid, the side currently leading the lobby. Eclectic there. Not bad right now. 7 kills on the board. Got to rotate. And unfortunately being held out by teams from behind. That's Gamax. I was about to say key-based. Surely not. Doesn't get it done. Kappa will be able to get the kill, gets the stim, and shimmies his way back out. Teammates going to join him to squeeze up on the rest of the Italians.
Zang's trying to hold the line here, and I like the positioning from Freddy. You might be able to catch one. He does. Kappa feeling a little sleepy. Will get dropped. 2 members of Gamax still alive. One on the regain, though. Freddy doing the work to get that kill, lower the respawn time of the teammate, get his feet back underneath him, and maybe push the advantage here.
Fight here absolutely crucial for both teams. Next door, a buy station just outside of that main bank building. The rotation will be imminent, so you've got to get this cleared out, get yourself on the move, otherwise you're going to be held out by other teams. You leave this area in bits and pieces, and it will be hell to make the crossing. You're unlikely to make that top 10 in the 1.2 multiplier. I asked for Sariel to deliver a little bit more. 6 kills to kick things off is why Orchid are currently leading this lobby, so great stuff from them. They're going out, they're getting pressed up on these sides, but unfortunately Swizz, your duo gets dropped by Decky. Sariel just pause this, put a PA down, and honestly the right play there to just drop back to your teammate, let your boy back in and go again.
Yeah, not too bad. You can see there's going to be a lot of fighting here on this main street side to get it out. Last time we were here, the Falcons rotated just a little bit too early, didn't clear up their right side. It was Godlike who was able to push up on them and take them down. This time, it could be Orchid putting themselves in a great positioning to watch the rest of this battle going on. Gamax and Eclectic.
You can see why Eclectic are just hanging around this. They want this buy station, but they're worried to touch it right now. The second you enter, you expose yourself incredibly vulnerable to this Gamax side that refuse to leave you alone. They're thorn in the side. Squad 13 that was starting to press up, that was Stallions. Leaving the mansion after losing the battles, they'll square up with H1 inside of Grandmaster.
Forward and not realize you got a player coming in from the back. QAZ, nothing though. Not expecting to find 2 of these players from H1 down here in the basement. Nades going in, up over the top. You get the armor crack and you are Koodley. Start to fly on forward though, and you actually get a player from a completely different team. That's Novo. Blade dropped Fede here on the top. Now realizing you have 2 different squads in the area, and you just play your life. Hold on for the time being, because you don't need to put yourself in a worse for wear positioning though. Up on the top, a bit of a fadeaway. He will drop Ivy Fire. Stim's keeping him alive. He's trying to dance. Vortex looking over from the side.
Yeah, problem is you're attracting attention here from other squads. You will have Kike eliminated. Gamax also fell, so we're now at 11. Big wins from Novo, allows them to invest in the buy station. Fire sale active, going to get the advanced UAV up into the sky. That'll give you all the information that you need to then rotate cleanly into better positioning later. Fede sniffs a rat. It will be Kruger trying to rotate down beneath. And this is much better for Novo. Pretty awful on Havens Hollow so far through this tournament. Currently in a good place, and with all that advanced information, will put themselves in a lovely spot to continue to climb the leaderboard.
Much quieter early game for the Falcons here, sitting on 5 kills, but not wanting to get caught from a different angle. And Noobs maybe a little bit lucky there. That Sleepy is a little bit low HP. It's a nice little free kill for him. You can see we have teams rotating all around the map. Orchid, it's been a much better bat from them. They need the points. Let's go ahead. Let's do a listen-in with the French squad.
Wadi crack. Encore dans water. 17 full water les gars. Y'a des trucs à faire.
Ouais, top pompier.
T'as les teams sur dessus, Au niveau du pont les gars. Faut faire gaffe à ce cas,
Ils sont où?
Va de la water, va du pont, je le craque. Wadi. Il bouge.
Y'a plus un sur moi, vas-y, ils sont de l'autre côté.
Je suis good.
Ok,
j'ai lâché mon arme, j'ai pris l'MK. J'ai pris l'MK. Ok, nice. Wani dans l'eau, Wani. Je vais prendre le top 30 pour avoir des kills dans l'eau. Faut pas mourir les gars. Va du pont encore, Dans l'eau, ça arrive. Encore dans l'eau ici, ouais, j'arrive. Cover les gars, cover. Je regarde. Il est où le mec dans la terre?
Il va remonter, là-bas au fond.
Great positioning from Orchid, and in all that chaos, the Falcons drop.
Yeah, Duolingo going nuts here for me as I try and pick out exactly how many players they're spotting in different locations. And I tell you what, the juggling between them in terms of targets and what they want to prioritize, absolutely beautiful. And that's where Master 5K was brought into the team for. It's where he comes alive best. Help Sariel and Swizz and focus on what they'd like. Unfortunately, you've lost Sariel. You've missed Criminal God though.
No.
Master 5K, no, he gets isolated, and everything that you've done right all comes crashing down as Orchid will be felled. They are cleared out. Criminal God on 7. Leviathan's continuing to deliver here on Havens Hollow, a place they've called home since the start of the very year.
It was a battle in the water between Leviathan and the Falcons and Orchid. They were watching it all go down in front of them. Unfortunately, they get a little bit too laser focused ahead of them, and they completely forget about these players that were in the water behind them. A great play from Leviathan to come back up towards the top. Unfortunately, though, looks like you have a couple members of Vitality that are trying to look down over you. So over on that train station water side, a couple of those teams will look to regain, and in the middle of the map, you're just trying to get to this train station area. Athletics still alive. They were great at this map. They're finding the kills that they need, and as long as there's going to be a bit of this water in the zone, they are more than happy to chill out here.
Just trying to scale these cliffs, trying to get up onto the beaches, but well, Keybase gets isolated in the back, so Zank says, I'll come and help you out. I don't know if that's wise, considering there's 3 different players in front of you, and yeah, get the hell out of there. Don't know what Italian is for run, but shift your ass, gentlemen. Get yourselves out of these waters. Suddenly, Gamax have rolled up from the south. They're over the top. Zanks would be wise to just lay and sit this out as much as possible. Try and third party the fight at an opportune moment.
You can see him here. He's just trying to do his best to dive up and down, dodge some of these bullets. Will not be able to, though. Does get knocked and actually get fooled from Seppa. Completely different team. EWC still alive here. Believe starts to swing on out. Slow map from him as he is found out by Gamax, which has put themselves in the better position time and time again. So you'll lose one if you are PBJ. You're going to try and change the rotation. The only problem is you're still going to have another team on the other side. Gamax continuing this rotation along the cliff side. You bring down Zanks, and for fun, they're trying to stay alive, but they're getting picked apart.
All these fights have become incredibly more valuable as well because Vitality lost several bodies, so they've not got the control of the train station they would have liked, and the zone actually is going to just continue to drag along the coastline. So all these fights will give you now passage on through to the late stages. Heretics, though, they won't see them. For fun finally appearing in the later stages of a map. One more team to drop for the top 5 and you 1.4 multi.
It's got to be huge. Novo surges on forward. Praise J Vela getting dropped like flies. Only one more team needs to be eliminated. Put us into the 1.4. Z-Smith, he's still alive here. And just like that, he's done what you've needed to do. Believe gets dropped in the back. That is going to be PBJ eliminated. You're into the top 5.
Novo have 9.5k here. They're going to pop in some likely streaks, probably a UAV up into the air. No, it's a PA. Just try and flatten out that center circle and let them rotate. Blade's going to wait on the moment to call it. Fede and Vortex are going to squeeze.
Gamax, they're in a good position right now, but they just cannot expose themselves. You will be able to take down Dark. Clear out that backside if you can. You do not need to get aggressive. Smitty, though, he has been able to get the kill onto Blade. He gets the money, gets Skullface back in. These are guns on the ground. Skull, he might be able to land on these loadouts and continue to get back in the fight. Underground, though, it's going to be Novo and Gamax trying to battle here. Slide out. Not going to be able to find it if you're Fede. Novo says goodbye.
2 players of Vitality exist inside a train station. They're the red number 1s. There will be a 4-fun duo towards the top end and 1 member of Leviathan. But otherwise, it's the team at the bottom of the board. Standing tall here in the train station will belong to them in terms of numbers, and they will rotate early to get to where the zone's pulling.
Oh, beautiful catch there on the player trying to cross. Skullface not able to make it there, but all the shooting is going to allow Criminal God. He pops back up, gets the shots in, pops back down. He will not expose himself. Juju and Flank and Bubble, all 3 members of 4Fun still alive here. They're going to make that early rotation. They have strong positioning.
Yeah, it's a great call. They actually got out into the pond by station, super deep out there in the wilderness to get their boys back in, gives them the opportunity.
Oh, no!
But Kappa and Sleepy go big, fine flanked and Juju. Skullface clears out Criminal God elsewhere. 7 players, make it 6. 3 teams, 3v2. V1 over train station, but the zone drags back off towards pond, and who's there early? It's the 3 of Gamax.
They're controlling the road. Gamax, all they need to do is just wait for any of these players to move. Bubble, he makes the hero play, trying to get the buyback, and I think he's actually able to. Do not believe what's on your screen just yet. Skullface hops up towards the top here, and actually all 3 members of Vitality have been able to come back in. For fun, they're starting to pick apart Gamax. Fly towards the sky, gonna be able to find find Sage, but Z-Smith will cut down the final remaining member of Gamex. He's gonna back on up, get the res on in. It's a 2v2, it's for fun, it's vitality. Smith, he surges on forward, CBRS won't be able to get there. It's Skullface, still alive. Can he find any of these low HP players? I don't know if he can, but if they line up, he might be able to knock him down, but they surge forward, they find him, it's Big Juju to take the map.
A much needed victory for fun here at the Esports World Cup. Sitting towards the bottom of the board, but you see Juju getting loud right there, letting his boys know, look, we're a better side than this. There's a reason why we're at the Esports World Cup, and we qualified out of the toughest nation on the planet. They have the capability, they've shown consistency at LANs in Atlanta and Birmingham before. They've shown levels of performance, they've got them through to finals. The fact that they're towards the bottom spot surprised many, but in that moment right there, step up, stand tall. It's great plays from wherever it was alive to rotate out towards pond in the initial sense while all the fight's picking off at train station. One buy-in, you scoop up a bit more money toilet side. Second buy-in, you drop in, you smother out Gamax and Vitality. But absolutely lovely to see these gentlemen, a community favorite for sure, get their first on the board.
I need somebody in Twitch chat to please clip that Enigma said North America was the toughest nation. More fun.
Toughest nation to keep happy. Lord, you guys can play on the timeline. Either way,
doing great. We got to talk with you. There's so many buybacks happening in this end game. I mean, it looked like it was down to one person, but I kind of want to hear the comms in this end game, man.
Clear the right. I'm in EMP. I'm about to get to the wall. I'm about to get to the wall in front of us. On the shot, weak. Let's go, man. Back in this shit, man. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, man. Come on, bro. We do this shit, baby. Stop playing like this. We fucking do this shit, bro. Come on.
Woo! That is the energy you like to see from a team who desperately needed points on this board. I mean, coming in, dropping some solid numbers, getting a win like that, this is where it starts. This is where the comeback is real. Because the reality is, man, I mean, from where they are and where they need to be, it's not as big as some people might think.
No, it's not. They actually finished 8th in their group. In that Group B, a hotly contested group with a lot of top teams in it. So they are a solid side. And also, Havens has been their worst map so far through this tournament, picking up just 23% of their points on it. Their best, it would be a certain rebirth where we head on off to next. If you wanted wind in your sails for a certain something, it would be to go to the island, rack up a hell of a lot of points. That could shift you right up the board. Yes, they have a bit of a mountain to climb. We've seen them do stranger things before. And if that gap currently sits where I believe it does around 20 points, they can scale that just on this next one.
Well, we got to get ready to head to the island, my friends. Let's go ahead. We'll be right back here in a little bit as we get ready to head on in to the next map.
We book Esports World Cup up.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Première question, bon, comment ça se passe pour l'instant? On vous a vu hier, vous avez fait 6ème, donc à une place seulement de se qualifier en grande finale. C'était quoi le mindset avant d'entrer dans ce survival stage?
Bah, avec hier ce qu'on a fait, on savait qu'en arrivant ici, on était un peu bien. Il fallait juste bien jouer, mais que là, actuellement, on joue pas très bien parce qu'on n'arrive pas à aller chercher les tops. Et c'est juste ça qui nous manque.
So yesterday we finished, I asked him like how he feel because yesterday he finished just 6th, so it was just before the qualifying placement, sorry for my English guys. And then he told me like, yeah, arriving today, like the mindset was pretty good. They were like kind of favorites, but they didn't make it good games at the beginning, so they have to go back now. But for now, like, yeah, they feel a little bit shaky, but 2 top 4 in a row, so they're going back now. So second question, So now you have 2 top 4, you're getting up on points. What is the thing you need to put in the games for be able to grab that top 6 now? Du coup là justement tu as fait 2 top 4 de suite, tu galères pour l'instant sur les places au moment où il faut être au mieux du classement. C'est quoi les trucs qui vous manquent là tout de suite maintenant pour réussir à aller chercher ce top 6?
Bah, comme j'ai dit, on fait beaucoup de kills durant les games, mais on n'arrive pas à aller chercher les placements. On est souvent mal placé, on se fait hold par la zone, etc. Donc je pense qu'il faut qu'on aille en zone directement et qu'on attende et qu'on joue plus slow.
I think we made a lot of kills at the beginning of the games, but we're getting a little bit like in bad positioning every time, and it's hard for us to play the top position. So we need to focus a little bit more on the macro because our micro is good, but we're getting a little bit lost on the map, and that's cost a lot of points because we choke some games. Ok, une dernière chose que voilà, là forcément il y a le coaching staff, il y a toi, il y a les joueurs. Je vais te laisser y retourner rapidement. C'est quoi l'état d'esprit dans lequel vous êtes? Est-ce que vous avez un peu peur? Est-ce que vous essayez de voir game après game? Comment est-ce que vous faites pour bien repartir sur de bonnes bases?
Bah là, on fait game après game, comme tu as dit. On joue la game, on regarde pas trop les games d'avant, les erreurs qu'on a fait, etc. On joue game après game et on essaie de grappiller les place par place et game par game.
So I asked him like how you feel guys and what is like the motivation speech, and do you think globality or game per game? Obviously he said we're going game per game. We watch the ranking at the end, but we know we're a little bit behind, so now we just focus each game for doing the best game we can, and this is the only way we can make it. Thank you very much, merci beaucoup. Good luck, bonne chance as we say in French. Back to you guys.
Bienvenue mesdames et messieurs, welcome back! Some of the Gentlemates fans took a break, they've gone to the restroom, so we stole their seats, and we have been joined by some very, very special friends, some guests, as you can see.
It's getting a bit naughty over here at EWC.
We got a lot of ghosts over here, my friend. This
is spooky.
Wild.
We've got classic ghost over here, over there. We've got campaign ghost on the end. We've got, there's French ghost. He's got a beret. Absolutely fantastic. Monsieur Fantôme. What a great time we're having at EWC so far. And what a fantastic map. We're almost done, mate.
Listen, that was like a repeat of map 1. We went back to train station, except in this time, Vitality didn't win it. Flank goes huge. There was a buy station at the end, couple buybacks left, right, and center. And for fun, they desperately needed the points, and they got them.
They needed them. We talked about it beforehand that they needed one big pop-off. You saw Juju stand up and say there are 3 maps left. They're feeling good. A big change in the standings and exciting stuff all around as it's getting pretty serious. I feel like these guys are well ready for MW4.
Yeah, I have a feeling that after we wrap up this segment, I think we're all going to go party with the ghosts. This is going to be a good time.
We're going to go do ghost karaoke. I think that's a good idea. What do you think, Johnny?
RIP, by the way. Spoilers for the campaign. Hey, that's tough. How are we feeling, team? We ready for another map? Me too. Ghost 3 to play. Any early predictions?
Yeah, I think For Fun have a ton of momentum. I want to keep harping on them because, frankly, they're a second half team. Day 1, they were terrible in group stages. Day 2, they were fantastic. Second half right here, doing great in the survival stage.
That's all from us on the fan side of things with the Ghosts.
It's back over to Enigma and Dandro.
Well, I would hate to be Miles' Twitter notifications right now, as he has just spoiled something for a lot of people. But what I do love is us being here and getting ready to head into our second to last Rebirth Island of the day. An opportunity for, quite frankly, a lot of our teams to put points back on the board.
Yeah, certainly is. We've still got several maps to go. So for all those teams towards the top that feel like they might be locked in, just got to get themselves a little bit further clear just yet. Look at the standings. Vitality in a great place, 150 points. Leviathan just in behind them. Falcon sitting in a little bit of a shelf. And then it is Novo and Eclectic and Stallions setting up the bottom half of those that will qualify through. However, hot on their heels, DK, Orchid, PBJ, all sides that don't mind a little bit of action on Rebirth Island. So how the script could flip by the end of this one.
Yeah, if you're any of these teams, if you are an Eclectic, if you are a Stallions, you do not feel safe right now. You are still on the chopping block potentially, as we have these last final 3 maps left. You have to still perform here on these maps if you want to hold the line and ensure that you can get to our championship Sunday.
Well, Orchid in particular, they are a side that have been picking up a lot of their points on Rebirth Island, almost half. And considering how well they played in groups, missing out by 1 place in terms of getting through to Championship Sunday. They drop one of those bangers, and they could be in for a real look in terms of qualification. And considering how slowly they started, what a return to form it has been. Important to note, the water tower gets destroyed. Now, that's typically a landing spot for Eclectic, and a lot of sides will utilize that for regains later on. No longer available, thanks to the airstrike that comes through at the start of this one. Zon's going to drag heavily off towards the southwest corner.
So all these sides going to be pressured into the same locations. And there's a lot of water in the mix as well. Pay attention to some potential machine pistols coming out.
Ooh, a lot on the line here. You can see Heretics have decided to be here at the turbine, and well, for fun, continuing a lot of the momentum that they just found at the end of that map, last map, continuing to keep the guns hot, already bringing it to them, and Heretics are still trying to stay aggressive at this POI. You got one at the top, you go down below, Bubble, he may be the anchor, but we've known him for years as a shooter indeed. And he's letting it be known here, hey, I can still shoot my gun. I can still hang with the best of them.
He has stepped up through this year when his team have needed him most. Again, this time needing a lot more points on the board to really start to threaten those top squads for qualification through to Sunday. Plenty already in terms of kills. This is the start you'd want if you're a fan of these three.
Elsewhere, plenty of action inside a prison. The fact that the water tower was destroyed means Eclectic had to play in through medbay. That then pushed Orchid straight out. An interesting reversal of fortunes there. In the kill feed, Vitality is laying claim to everything that Gamax were bringing to the map. Geeky, he's playing around the boat side. And Deki gets there, but exposed himself to Gooey. The trades are afoot, and Lays gets enough done, but this might be curtains all of a sudden for Geeky. No, Stukek's thankfully in a spot to cover over the top. And we'll keep the squad in the fight.
Yeah, is able to just kind of help get that trade, immediately jump back into the water, and you can see here H1. They're sitting in this area, down towards the stronghold. PBJ and the Falcons will battle Praise. He hops off the top. He's able to get the knock, but not the actual full. Donkey will look on over and actually get the full onto them. So he'll maintain 3 if you are the Falcons, but for PBJ, it's just Javella and Believe. And well, quite frankly, you are split right now. Falcons foaming at the mouth, seeing PBJ down here at Stronghold. They've been very vocal that they love that PBJ is here. This is a strategy we've seen them do for years at this point.
It certainly is. Many of you may remember them winning on this very map in 2024. And looking great on it in 2025. A lot of changes to their strategy this year, but Stronghold will remain all faithful. Heretics will go back yet again towards Turbine. Repel. Ooh, T-Bays. Oh, a lovely little up and over to drop Bubble. We'll get the confirm. Plates should slip in. No trade coming through just yet, but more Heretics bodies coming in behind them.
Yeah, you have to be really careful if you're for fun now, as you have a couple of teams surging forward. Back over towards the factory side. We know that Geeky is here. Fennec, he's actually been able to kind of hit the wrap here. Good shots. Deki found on out. They're on this rooftop side, and you can see immediately it's get out of factory. Let's start moving up more towards the north because Vortex is here. Let's start working as a team. You have Sleepy from Gamax above you. Nice little catch there, out the window, full clean. Novo continuing to sprint around this map.
Yeah, and look at the pings, they know exactly where Kappa is. He's trying to do his damnedest to stay alive and ensure that his team have more to say in the map. But the do-si-do does indeed work out pretty damn well. We'll get his boys back into the skies momentarily, but I will say, Kappa, yeah, for all the hard work that you've just done, that's your reward. Either way, Novo, such a strong rebirth side. We were all surprised to see they were going to change their landing spot headquarters for survival there. But they are making that work, handing over to Control Center, finding to Vitality. Orchid have reclaimed the land from Eclectic on the water tower side. Prisoner spot that they so often farm many a kill out of. The circle's going to push beyond it later on, but for now, just trapping all rotators in between a rock and a hard place.
2 teams that won't be having to rotate. Team Heretics, Team Godlike, already out of this map. The 4-second zone can even close. We saw Heretics battling for fun down there at the turbine. Get a nice little look at maybe how that contest went. Back over here towards Living, it seems like out of Stronghold they've come. A little bit of a regain here. Can they gatekeep? The problem is it's hard to gatekeep when you're surrounded by about 6 different squads. What can you do? Guns up. You find Gooey trying to jump through the window. Not going to be able to get there. A little Molotov up with the top. A little barbecue action here in the summertime, and go ahead, get that kill.
Raise. Here's Fede nearby. 2 rookies going to work on one another. Harbor and Red for Stallions, who actually have a most wanted ongoing in the moment. How helpful that would be in the early stages, just to kick yourself off into a fire cell. And that is Eclectic dealt with, cut to the sword. Unfortunately for the Italians, that continues a bit of a struggle so far through today on the island. trying to fly forward now towards another side in front of you. It is going to be H1 creating nothing with the SMG. Plays the head incredibly well and some lovely shots in the end to get the drop. Just holding all these squads rotating in, but there's more action oncoming.
Little shimmy, shimmy, ya, shimmy, yo, shimmy, yay. Takes down a little bit of a shoulder there. Listen, man, I like the sauce. I like it when players are able just to outplay each other. And you have to have it if you want to get these points on the board. You can see for Geekay, they've made their way to the boat. Just slowly lurking their way up. See if they can find an opening on some of these squads that are nearby. You have to be very, very careful though as this fight starts to break out. Let's see, how are the vibes feeling for our German and Austrian friends?
I see it. I get Satchel. Hij komt. Ik ben op die drop maybe soon. Ach, die kans. En de WhatsApp is het al in.
Well, I asked how it was going, and very quickly we found out how it was going. You're getting wiped.
I mean, it was a great play, really, but unfortunately Vedati had a Molotov cooked and launched it straight into the grills of Lays, and that means that all of a sudden that tide flips entirely against the German-Austrian team, and it will be that Katsu, Vedati, and Gui, and how the hell that squad's still alive in this tournament, I don't know. But either way, they will continue on through this map. Fede welcomes Master 5K into his clutches, drops him, takes control over the spacing at Grandma's. Next circle pull, all important for a lot of these sides. Continues to constrict towards the living quarters, so very central. All those in decent positions. They'll not feel under too much pressure just yet. Trying to track players out of the sky. The Orchid moving in from prison. Vitality complete control over control center. The rest of them, pretty much 10 out of these 12 teams are all towards this south side. Your factory, boat, living quarters. It's where the hottest action is. So Fede and Co, if they do manage to hold Orchid out, they can just turn and lay waste to everything beneath them.
12 out of 16 teams, 2 more need and drop to get any type of multiplier on the board. Fire sale is active, so advanced UAVs starting to get popped. Line your pockets with everything that you need to try and play the rest of this map. All of a sudden here, we're starting to see some of this constriction start to happening like Andy was just talking about. Jay Vela getting out some of these good shots on some of these 4 fun members as you're starting to dance around. You are Jay Vela, you have run flank directly into Believe, so good teamwork there. Give you a nice little bit of a positioning here. Over on green, you can start to see Vitality, currently second in the lobby on kills with 15, as they're trying to start to play out of control center, and I love it. You're leaving your anchor just over at control. Let these boys fly tents and start to clean up.
It's not a bad idea, Believe. Weighs one up, a little crack. Sleepy will tuck himself down under the waters again. Falcons, they've locked Stronghold down. They've got so much space, and to be honest, at this point, you need it. The advanced UAVs come through from the fire sale. All important now, because the climb out of Stronghold is all uphill. If any squad is looking to hold you out, you must be aware and able to counter. And I can tell them that Nemesis have control over green, so if they do turn in their direction, we'll be able to hold them out.
I think 4 fun get wiped in the back during all of this. I'm going to ask our observers if we can just stick over here. We got like 8 teams in probably a 50-meter radius that's going on this side of the map. It doesn't matter if it's factory, living quarters, or up towards Grandma's. There's just so many different squads hanging out in this area. Stallions, they have come to a standstill here. As you can see at the top of your screen there, ladies and gentlemen, Resurgence only active for a few more seconds. If you're going to fly at something, you need to do it now. Otherwise, you have to play cautiously.
That's why the lobby just slows to a crawl there. That's why Zisman is giving himself up instantly to make sure he does come straight back.
No.
Well, all the work that you've done to take control over the top side of this map, if you were Vitality, undone in the blink of an eye. Sliced apart by Novo. 12 kills out of Fede, a rookie here dragging his side through Survival Saturday, desperately wanting to pull them to the line to fight for the championship.
Stallions now starting to work as a unit. They're moving forward, but I think Novo has an idea that some of these players are around here. Blade's actually going to drop Believe in the back, and you can see just so much action happening around the map. Another team getting dropped. It's going to be 4 fun. 12 points for them in this map. I don't know if it's enough to really kind of cut down some of that lead that their opposition had on them, but already, as some of these squads are just trying to make it into the zone, It's these players that have the positioning that are cutting them down left and right. H1 also eliminated.
Play with that sniper in hand will be wishing he had an SMG or the like in the other pocket should he get pressed inside that building. Nemesis continue to lock down green. So wherever they're aware of Falcon, you can assume with the direction of the turned arrows, you do know that there is a squad rotating to your south and up and over the top as everyone tries to figure out what the positioning looks like, and also banking on where this next zone may pull. In the kill feed, Dongi will knock Kadzu, Praise, taking little pot shots at the Leviathan roster, who are all out at sea. Top scorer so far in the lobby, Novo, with nearly 30 points, Falcons with 22, and then it's Kadzu and Co with 20. After that, it's all in your teams. So it's about getting that next multiplier, all important at this moment.
Stallion starting to push forward. Let's see how it's going for our team from Meta. Let's go ahead, let's do a little bit of a listen in. Maybe not, I don't know. As it looks like they have been wiped. Novo will hold the line as the Stallions push forward and are just not able to get that fight to go their way.
Novo on 27 kills and showing insane resilience to make sure that they're not pushed out of that building. Blade starts to press forward now. You've got two teams down beneath you. Do you read it or are you just going to push forward? PBJ in the next building over. It's a breach and a clear attempt looking to come on through. Nemesis have control of the entire northwestern side of this, but to the south and where the zone is, it's the Falcons. They will have the low grounds where the teams can look over, but as if they walk out as a 4-3 because Falcons are in a great spot to just hold that out and await whatever settles from the dust.
You have to play this perfectly if you are any of these teams. Bray from Nemesis, he's going to hold that top side. You see Levi, the teammate, going for a little bit of a high-low if you can. On that outer edge area, you have Katsugui, Vidati, but Dongi! He drops a nade on the top of Krimi and Amir, and he is going to single-handedly wipe Leviathan from the lobby. That puts us into our top 5. 1.4 multiplier activated, and look where the zone starts pulling. It's directly on top of Novo, and it's another score streak from Noobs to cut down the competition.
It's an incredible call because just as they find that kill onto Leviathan, all of a sudden KGV decide to press forward, whereas Noobs do drop another preemptive streak, and as they walk in, the French duo get bombarded from hell. In goes Praise. He's going to work together with his duo. Jay Vela gets it done. KGV off the map, down to our top 3.
Playing on this bottom side, the Falcons starting to lurk their way up, but you have Nemesis above you. They have the high ground. If they look down, they might be able to look and see some of these Falcons players having to rotate. But they're in the zone for the time being. It's two teams on top of each other and one team down below. Couple of lethals going out up over top. You're just waiting for where this zone pulls again. And if you are the Falcons, you're kicking yourself because right now it is these two teams who have position.
First of all, Dongi's on 15 bloody kills. Woo! Also, this zone's now going to drag, so Falcons trying to figure out how to execute on this. Desperately hoping the other two teams are going to fight one another, but it's layer cake action. They don't need to look at one another just yet. They're trying to hold out this side, and there goes the first domino.
This is screaming like a Ahsoka gas play if I ever heard one. Unfortunately, this time, you're getting looked at by so many different teams. Look at your mini-map, though. It's one player already making a big rap from PBJ, just trying to get any type of high ground if they can. Down below, it's Soka and Noobs going for a little bit of a tap. And look at this, Bray has made the read. Believe pops his head up, he gets laced. So does Soka down below. Nemesis, they've just been patient all day long, and finally it seems like it's coming to fruition.
There is still one Falcons player rotating out through the gas, by the way. Heading for the buy station, won't get there. Drilled. See you in the next lobby, gents. 3v2 for the Aussies to get themselves a big set point on the board.
They need to take this to PBJ. It's a 3v2, but you've set up a crossfire. If you are on this inside area, just laying in a way, who makes the first move? Wymax goes towards the top side here. Nice little 2v1 right now, and if you could find Bray down here on the bottom, this could be huge. Shots go out, he'll pack on up. The Limax, he swings wide. You're gonna be able, you get the armor crack, you find Jay Vela, it's just Praise, you surge forward. Nemesis will secure the map win.
Muted celebrations out there because unfortunately it's been a tough day for that APAC roster. Amalgamation of sides that have done great things on global stages in the past. It's just not been their day thus far. Sometimes, maybe good, they fill out that category there. It's been their floor games, unfortunately, leave them just a little bit underwhelming. But either way, great closeout on the island. You never know. We've seen crazier things in terms of comebacks. in Warzone tournaments, in Warzone events. But Falcons up towards the top. They will be feeling great after the recent runs that they've had. But some of the big scores in that lobby. Talk about Novo, in particular, as a rebirth team. My lord, Fede was going nuclear out there to ensure they continue that trend.
Brother, we have Novo with 27 kills, Falcons with 24. Nemesis have 18 to end that map. EVJ have 12. Kazugui Vidati 17. Just so many of these top teams have the points.
For sure.
Had to sound for Nemesis though as the end of this map.
One on the door, one E, dead. I'm dropping. Nice, boys. Come on. One at a time, one at a time, one at a time, one at a time. We needed that. One at a time, one at a time.
Nice, completely correct. That's experience playing on through out of Limax. It is, look, this is one at a time. We just got to take it step by step. If we can now chain a couple of those wins together, you never know where we might be. Because the last map, may I remind you, is Rebirth Island. Should you be within striking distance and you have another one of those maps, you never quite know. But it will be a route to go. But coming back to your point about the number of kills, we talked after the show yesterday, you and me, about the issues the Falcons were facing and how they're really struggling to get that duo going of Dongi and Noobs. I do think Noobs had an underwhelming day, but Dongi also didn't hit the levels that we're so often accustomed to. A top frag in every tournament he's ever touched. 15 in that map, at least when I last saw him. So yeah, he's very much so feeling himself. And when Falcons start to have these kind of map performances, looking like they'll qualify through to tomorrow, hopefully not getting too far ahead of myself, but those are the kind of pop-off moments and takeovers that remind this side why they're everyone's favorites going into this tournament.
Unfortunate stat line from yesterday was 6 kills out of Noobs across those 6 games. Ouch. Sitting today, getting ready to head into map number 9, Noobs is sitting on 40. Dongi's got 50, Soka's got 30. Weird how it lines up so perfectly like that, but it just shows that the Falcons have found their consistency here today. These are the numbers that we've come to expect from this roster. It's Soka as an anchor. He's still frying out where he can. He's still finding all of those kills. It's Noobs and Dongi, like you said, working as a duo. They seemingly have solved the problem, but we still have 2 more maps to play. We got to start kind of focusing, lasering in on some of these bubble teams. Right now, that is Team Eclectic in 6th with 103 points. We got to go ahead. We got to take a little bit of a look at the championship club because we have a lot of teams here in Warzone that could earn some great points for their organization. So let's go ahead. Let's take a look at it.
Just closed out the competition for MLB. Reporting live from the Totem right now as Team Spirit are walking themselves up to collect their win. They just closed out the competition for MLBB and did so in a very dramatic fashion. Went the full length of the series and Team Spirit got the win that their club needed in order to be trophy eligible. Not only that, but the 1,000 points will take them from 14th on the leaderboard all the way up to 7th place. This is a huge point gain for Team Spirit, a massive jump up the leaderboard, and will really give us another team to be talking about in the upcoming weeks.
have crowned a champion on one stage, but today is about destruction, demolition here in the Qiddiya City grid for Warzone Resurgence Series. Shift with Seymour. We got 2 more games, brother, and we have a 15-point gap from 5th to 10th. Which really goes to show with 2 left, anything can still happen.
Destruction and survival. Teams are surviving right now. Top 4, pretty much a lock in to see tomorrow. But for our 5th and 6th team, Eclectic and Stallions, they got to be careful because they got some teams on the rise. Like you said, 15 points, and we're seeing some of those teams really step up, PBJ being one of them.
Absolutely the case. I mean, a lot of the teams that are floating just on that bubble line had a game right there on Rebirth that helped get that gap a little bit tighter. Of course, with 2 maps left to go, that means we've got Fortune's Keep, and our random 10th goes back to Rebirth. I'm looking to my left. These Team Orchid boys get a little eye contact. They're sitting here like, we know we're right there. But the thing about it is, with 15 points between 5th and 10th, all those squads are going to be running and gunning, looking for opening kills, get those early points.
And it's not like it's even that big of a map that you need. It's about surviving, getting to that end game. A little bit of KP and some good placing can really push you into that marker. It's anybody's moment. And I think for Orchid, that's a great call because yesterday they were one of those teams that at the end of the day turned up.
And I think the thing that we noticed in the last couple of maps, you may have been like, hey, we're in Circle 4. We only have 8 teams left. That's happening because everyone's looking for those kills early. So when we get to Fortune's Keep, I think in particular, we're looking to see who's going to contest who off drop. Do you want to stay away from the big dogs? See if you can stay away and make sure you're fighting against the bubble? Or are you going to try to just get everyone out of the way early, take a big POI, and then all of a sudden turn it into your land to dominate, your little domain to dominate is where I was going with that. What do you think?
I think that this is going to be one where we're looking at a final in Rebirth where 4 teams are probably going to be going head-to-head to take it all. It's about getting to that championship Sunday. It's about getting towards that trophy and avoiding your P getting knocked into that.
2 games left. Let's get it going.
Well, if you were looking for a domain to dominate here on the Fortune's Keep, it is going to be 2 particular sides that really stand out amongst that pocket of teams right on the bubble. Eclectic, they've typically been pretty good here through the tournament. They sit in 6th on 103 points, so my God, how they would love a big game on a map that suits them. A side that sit in that gap, that is going to be Orchid on 95 points. They're in 8th, so they're looking to close up, an 8-point gap to get themselves inside that top 6. However, this map really hasn't suited them through this tournament, achieving around about 20% of their points here. So it's been underwhelming, but we talk about standing up in the big moments, closing out when it matters, being superstars. We talked about Sariel as a potential rookie of the year walking into this tournament. If he stands and puts out a big map right here, gets his boys touching that line, he re-enters all the conversations tomorrow.
Well, you're going to need to make it happen. If you want to be there, you're right on the cusp, you're right on the edge. The only thorn in the side, the only wrinkle in this entire plan I can feel here, Enigma, the big dogs are eating. We have top teams right now who they've already made it. They know that there's no way that they don't make it out of here. They're playing loose. They're playing free. They are running at everything. They are finding the kills. But we got to hop in here to map number 9 and talk to me about that zone, bro.
That is something. We're going to be way off towards this northeastern side, so largely somewhere between Winery and Bay. We've even seen these circles before end up in the water, and teams utilize the boat as a safe haven. So many sides are going to change their landing spots up. That's going to push everyone together very early. Nemesis will get Graveyard relatively for free. It's the Keep that's hotbed of action right now. We want to be there to see what's going on because that kill feed is going absolutely berserk.
There's so much happening here. I love that Nemesis are going to be here at the Graveyard. They might have just a little bit of opposition, but yeah, I mean, when you're looking at it around this map, so many different areas here at the Keep. This is going to be one of them. You have Novo, you have Falcons in the mix. They're not the only ones looking to be here at the Keep. You got a couple of other stragglers floating around here as well. For both these teams, it's just about kind of looting up where you can and then playing for that loadout. Get it nice and early. Noob's already taking some shots against Vortex. Back on up, play with the team.
Yeah, tough thing for Falcons, if anyone that you don't want to fight in tight hallways with SMGs, it's going to be that Novo side. Let's take a look at Geeke at the Bay. Set themselves up for what is considerably later conditions. Not a fight that will kick off much just yet. Then again, Stukek swings and checks Kudley's temperature very early. So you'll lock it down. But again, This is a spot that everyone will scrabble over later on. For now, it's places like Winery, the Keep, and Gatehouse decide to try and cross this map as quickly as possible ahead of the encroaching gas.
Connell. Moving around, you're just getting a nice little lay of the land where so many of these different teams are. Oh, apparently Juju just popped a nice little two-piece against Novo. On that side, PBJ on their lonesome, it feels like, here on the main street, all on their own, just maybe trying to throw some shoulders. Good shots. MK35 in hand, a nice little armor crack on the player going up towards the bell tower. But I think for PBJ here, they're going to be A-okay. They're the only team that's on this left-hand side, besides Nemesis, it feels like. So it'll be easy rotation for them. Let's keep looking at some of the action around the map, though. Cluster coming in up over the top. As Athletic, they want to back up here. They don't need to take this fight, of course, against the Heretics. Or Gamax.
Right, this has been a solid map for the Italians through this tournament. Sitting in that final position. Definitely want to make sure they take advantage of being here once more. After this, it's all about the Rebirth Island play. Somewhere that has been relatively punishing to Eclectic. Didn't help last time out that their literal anchor spot was destroyed by that early airstrike. Orchid playing up through the terraces. Sariel tries to dive out, VST goes Burt, and you will knock one of the APAC boys down. 1v1 here up towards this northern side. You can set yourself up for lovely rotation. Buy station nearby should you gain control. Master 5 drop straight back in. There's plenty of loot here to strip from the corpses of your opponents. And as a 3 will gain control, you have repelled this APAC roster. That's your first checkbox though. It's all about your keep or potential gatehouse rotation from there.
Yeah, you decide, do we want to try and play through the keep or maybe on that outer edge down below from the keep? Those are the decisions you need to make here. But inside the church already, Gooey, he's backed up one of these players from Godlike and is looking to maybe surge forward. The only problem is you still have that APAC roster. After getting pushed, they have to back on up here. Swizzin will be able to find one in the back. But already, it's just these three teams in an awkward stare down, and none of them are in the zone. That's why this battle's so important. Good shots, Gooey. Finds Levi. Will cut him down.
This KGV roster. A little bit outside of that race, really, but just hanging on the bubble. Good map here would put them well and truly in contention, in a position that none of us really thought that they would be in come this tournament. We all had them being exited yesterday with an underwhelming amount of points after the troubles they've been through. Don't even like each other, the three on that team, if you're unsure. PBJ, they'll hold the higher side of Grotto, just looking to stop any teams rotating on beyond them. Looking to scoop as many points as they can before they themselves start to move towards a buy station. Gamax falling back in from the skies. Orchid trying to move, and again, this terrace's side, it's one way or the other. You either have to force yourself through the keep, or it's all the way through the courtyard. And no matter which way you go, you're running into trouble. Sariel, no way! That is disgusting from him to drop Kazu. Keeps himself up. Vadati will get the trade in there eventually, but keeps it as a 2v2, an even fight for Orchid that will allow them to consider their options.
Wow. You were asking for it. We needed to see them start to go huge. Only 2 maps remaining today, including this one. In match number 9, it's a time to start coming alive for this French roster. Got a lot of fans here in Paris. We got to take a look at this other side of the map. We can already see Nate Dogg is found by Vortex. Novo trying to keep a nice little high ground view over what's happening down here at the docks. Looks like for the moment, Geekay have to go ahead, back on up. You're into the water here. You're trying to get to the boat, have a little bit of stabilization if possible. The only problem is you got Tekka. He's already up here, ground loot in hand. Fight starting to break out. Stukex and Lays, they got to play this as a 2x2. Intex does a great job to crack down Stukex. If you start to see all 3 of these arrows will cut on forward. Intex will get dropped. And Godlike, they're not going to have any opportunity to help their boy out because already Decky's on the hunt. Nate Dogg's in the water. You get the armor crack. You have to reload the gun, but you don't want to put yourself in a precarious position.
Got to assume the Godlike comms are way off in that moment. Not sure who thought it was a good idea to send it onto Intex in a 1v3. It wasn't going to last very long. You were going to be isolated. Master 5K in a spot of trouble. Does have one stim and probably wanted to be preemptive on it. As soon as gas touches him there, is dropped. Who's next door? It's the Falcons playing out of the keep. That's why Sariel and Swism will turn head, try and get out. Looking to open all these crates, burn through that resurgence timer, slow everything down, and allow their third back into the map.
You can see where we're sitting at. The Falcons on this keep side, just on the outside of zone. They want to be able to just make sure they clear all of this before they commit to moving forward. Because you do have Novo right in front of you, as well as Orchid nearby. You have to be careful. Sariel diving it around. He finds himself at the end of the gun of Noobs, but Doggy, he'll drop on down. The dynamic duo of the Falcons are on the hunt. Sariel will be dropped. It's only one last member of Orchid alive. And they will get away, but for the Falcons, I mean, they're just kind of playing this nice, slow and steady. They're trying to go ahead. They are trying to win the race. BBJ on this outside in a battle against Novo. Let's go ahead. Let's listen in with them as they start to make their way up the leaderboard.
They're stuck on the buy. They're on a god heady though. They have a fucking yo, reverse their glitch that.
Watch out on this guy. One shot across in the tower.
One's under. Hold on, I'm priming this with you. He ran. Yo, Ape close. Ape close if you can, Chris.
Wait, I can't.
Oh, no.
Looking at the kid on the bottom. Looking at the kid on the right. I'm looking at the kid on the right. Look at the kid on the bar. Look at the kid on the bar. He's ordering me. Watch out. Dead. No, I'm gonna die.
I'm just shot.
He died. You're good. Slow down.
Yeah, keep out back. I'm looking over you. I got P8. I have to play some for a second.
Find me. Yeah, nice.
Nice, I got P8. Careful.
Yo, this is free. You can take I gotta get in bottom.
Okay, we can swing right. The advance is out.
In this house.
Yeah, get to right.
There's a kid in the house.
Swing the right to winery if you can.
Oh my god.
There's an advance up there.
Dumped on you after the bar. I didn't know if there was a kid in the house or not. Oh man.
Bro. Better play those kids quicker, dude.
Yikes.
I mean, we did.
EBJ, it looked like the fight was going their way.
Oh my fucking god, bro.
You didn't hear the comms.
Pushed off of these fucking...
They're not great. They're so frustrated right now.
Well, that's a huge moment for them. They do trickle into 6. Just trip over that line during that ongoing fight with the amount of points they get on our live leaderboard. They will likely drop straight back out of there and have to settle it all on the island. In that moment as well, some of your biggest rivals are being felled elsewhere, so how that could have turned into a great upswing for you, a huge boon in the moment. But now they'll have to sit and watch and change through all the POVs and hope to God that their nearest rivals are also suffering. We're moving quickly to the bay here. So many sides rotating in for more than the keep. We've got at least 4 or 5 different sides in the water. Eclectic send it. Drop 4 fun. Will be one still standing. Nade's perfect. Gets the crack early. Cubase will let one flee. Goes for the res instead. Resurgence not going to be great kindly to you right here. So you want the full 3 for the rest of this fight.
Aggressive play from 4Fun to think they can just waltz into this building and then take one in the back. Novo will be felled. But they got at least some decent points on the board, so don't have to worry. But for right now, for 4Fun, they needed this to be a huge map. It was looking great. They're on 13 kills, but it's just a little bit overzealous on the push. And Eclectic will hold the line. You can see here, Orchid still alive, still kicking. They've made it into the top 10. They've secured the 1.2 multiplier, but they need to continue to play this out, get to that top 5.
They're less than 10 points from the top 6. So Orchid right now begging for the multiplier to reward them with something. A handful of extra kills would go a long way too to closing the gap. Geeke lays on 8. Top team in the lobby when it comes to kills currently. 16, been very active over controlling this boat from the very early stages. Squad 7 out of here, also joining them, godlike in the moment. So top 7 now. All these teams just slowing things down, looking for that top 5 before they get active. Of course, the water fight's ongoing. Falcons are going to hold the south side of this zone. It's a horrible rotation for them to make next, but it's all these squads just sitting around this bay building that have to worry about this next zone pull, and it's not a good one for the majority.
No, I mean, this is basically what Falcons just need to do. If they lose the zone pull, if it goes somehow more north, they're okay with that. They're playing down onto that rotation. If it pulls to the right like this, they're A-okay. They can just kind of play up on this land. And exactly, they can do this, where they see the rest of the map beautifully. Donkey, he cuts down a bubble that leaves only one more team remaining to put us into that top 5 and get that coveted 1.4.
That's a good figure crossing. Vitality will be in their way for now. This squad just sitting in 5th, right on that cusp of seeing tomorrow's championship finals. And for a team that is so damn good at closing, how valuable that might be, despite having to make it in through survival stages. Geeke at the boat. Orchid will be in the water as well. It's Leviathan, actually, who joined them, but not for very long because the circle's shifting everyone over. There is a full 3 if you are GK. Unfortunately, Stukex is dropped. Dark goes big for a couple of kills. Shifting Leviathan way up and down in that moment as well. Third party out of Orchid. Sariel gets his third on the board. Now have machine pistols and can go a swimming. Get Decky and Lays though. They have full utility and they'll answer in kind, avenging their anchor into the top 4. The next zone though pulls everybody back online and back to the bay.
Oh my gosh, look where Vitality's set up. They're going to be feeling beautiful about this. Eclectic is there as well. But how do you get back into the land? It seems like for Geeky, they're struggling to just figure out how do they make the wrap back here on the outside. They have been able to hop on up. They've been able to drop Donkey from the Falcons. You lose Decky in the back. It's now going to be all onto Lays to try and keep this alive for Geeky. Playing out into the zone here. You can see all the members of the Falcons still alive though. They're on this rotation, and Eclectic, they're on the inside trying to fight for position.
Geeky Dyer on that rotation, and I don't think Decky ever intended to be there. Missed his jump on the way up, so heartbreak for them. Falcons in a commanding position. They're just going to do what they've done so often. This is how they won Birmingham, if you can remember, all the way back to March. Sit outside, let everybody else deal with the smaller masses. And they themselves just get active once they know what the picture looks like.
3 members of Eclectic, 3 members of the Falcons, and just a couple of members of Vitality still alive. Zone will pull back down towards the docks. You're going to hear these footsteps if you are some of these members. Smith found from above onto Soka. Skullface, he pops on up. Tries to send a couple of bullets to look over his boy. It just won't be there. PA rips across. The Skullface will be dropped. It's now going to be the Falcons. It's going to be Eclectic here in a good old-fashioned 3v3 to end map number 9. A huge moment here for Eclectic to get this map win, but you're tanking gas, you're losing teammates. Freddy dropped, Keybase dropped. It's got to be on to Zanks. Can he find the timing? Can he open up the Falcons here and somehow put this into a series of 1v1s? It's a big ask for the Italian. And I gotta say, I don't know if the Falcons are gonna give him the pleasure of making that happen.
Zanks has had an eye on Noobs once or twice here. Just worried about pulling the trigger. Needs a clean set of fights. And I tell you what, well, as COD timing goes, that couldn't be much bloody worse. Falcons close it out, establishing themselves dominantly on the day. We all didn't expect them to be here. Let's face it, they should never be looking at a survival situation. But as Dongi said, they deserved to be in this position. It was a disappointing group stages. Now, though, reminding everybody they're here to cement their legacies comfortably through to tomorrow. Of course, muted celebrations. This is a level that they expect to be dominant at. For a lot of the other sides inside of that map, great for Eclectic to be in the late stages. They sit right on the cusp there, 120 points, with PBJ falling early have likely established themselves a small gap.
Yeah, DK, also a huge map for them. They were right on the cusp there as well. 22 kills, 30.8 points for them on that map. It's a great opportunity. Even though they were already within that top 6, we still were talking about a couple of these bottom 2 spots still in contention to potentially slip away from them. So for that, that's basically what we like to call a little insurance game. That's to make sure that you're creating a nice little lead on the opposition to make sure that you're making it onto Championship Sunday. But you can see here in these final moments, though, it's just great work from the Falcons. I want to hear some of those comments. You said it was muted celebrations. Was that the case?
Go, boys. Go.
Yeah, I'd say so. It's just one of them. It's a tough one, really, for the Falcons, because for everything that's good about today, you're definitely sitting thinking, yeah, but we shouldn't be playing this lobby. This is a lobby that anyone would expect us to walk. So, and they started that relatively slowly compared to their standards. So, the tank could go. They'll get very excited. The fans, the family, they'll be very much so doing their damnedest to keep spirits very high moving into tomorrow. But for Soko Dong and Noob, this is what they expected. So, not much in the way of celebration. But regardless, they're having the time of their lives. So the Falcons fans here have been incredibly loud all damn day. Of course, their position locked in. behind Vitality, Leviathan, and Novo, you could all say are comfortably through to tomorrow. It's all about that pocket afterwards, which consists of Geeke and Eclectic currently sitting in qualification position. PBJ, Stallions, Orchid, maybe for fun if they have an absolute banger, but yeah, you're probably talking the three I just previously mentioned on the island.
They would have to go nuclear. Impossible? No. Probable? Also probably not.
Look, man, they got Juju, the man with the biggest smile on the planet here in Paris. Love to see him.
I've seen Takeover Juju before. I have. I mean, it's only, realistically, it is 18 points, right? So if you are maybe a team Eclectic, you get wiped early, you pop off, you drop a nice little 25, potentially even 30 kills as a team, you get 1.4, even better, you get a 1.6. It's in the cards. It's possible. That's the kind of the fun part about Call of Duty Warzone. You can have these huge swing moments if needed. But when you go back to the Rebirth Island, you know what? It's one last opportunity to make it happen. Let's go ahead. Let's get the players lobbied on up. It's one last match here on Survival Saturday, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back to get the action started.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Falcons with another win. If there was any doubt, this squad is...
Okay, sorry, hold on. Seven's gonna get to that in a second. I'm doing a quick CC update right now because we have Falcons playing in Street Fighter 6. It's a best of 9 and they are 4-3. Falcons are barely holding on to the lead and this could be huge for them. It's an opportunity win. They've been playing from the lower bracket, 7. I don't know, we just saw Falcons really well. I felt like I had to tie it in. Here, take this back. Okay, bye.
Thank you, Glitter. You know, Falcons is not only just doing good here on our stage for Kirilla City Grid, they're also doing good on all the other stages. And honestly, that was absolutely wild, Miles.
So I just watched her jump over the balcony, land on her feet, and just keep running straight back to the street front. I've never seen anything like that in my life.
She also said parkour.
She said, I've never seen anything like that in my entire life. Wow! That's what we want to see out of Glitter, just hustling around, getting all those news from Club Championship. But now, as we're heading into the final match here for Survival, it is about those top 6. And boy, have we seen some shifts between those top 6. As now, I mean, Eclectic too, Stallions, remember before, last time you saw us, Stallions were in the top 6 as well. They were performing good.
Until that last map, they get outside the top 10, don't find many kills. It opens the door for what is going to be an absolutely dramatic final map. I'm pumped.
Well, look, let's rewind the clock a little bit. First few maps, Falcons no good. What did we let them do, folks? What did the collective lobby let them do? They gave them a runway. They gave them a runway, they gave them some time, and they have taken off. And there is no looking back, ladies and gentlemen. You had a chance to kill them. You had a chance to go for the head, and you missed. And now they're first.
Sponge of the points. Guess what? Falcons definitely wanted to play that role. Vitality, Leviathan, I mean, these squads are set, even Noble as well. But we're looking closely at that 5th and 6th because PBJ, Stallions, they're still within striking distance, Lace.
Yeah, I mean, even with like Novo sort of being eliminated a little bit earlier in that map. Now, I'm being crazy here, but they're opening, that gate just a little bit more, so they best be careful. But of course, yes, this opens up for PB&J, Stallions, Orchid, For Fun, which is also on the other page too.
Yes, yep.
They're actually so close that even going into this last and final game, they could definitely push their way into that top 6.
And as we're going here towards the second one, you were talking about them too. Orchid, For Fun there. For Fun, a bit of a stretch, but it could be possible.
They would need a lot of help from the teams that are currently in 5th and 6th. But from 120, 125 for the team in 5th, down to Orchid's 111, very doable. We saw that just in this last match, Stallions were out early, stalled out completely. That is very possible to happen for one, maybe if not both of those two teams. So this is one of those tough moments of, do you try to gatekeep and save your spot in the top 6, but you run the risk of finding 0 points, or do you just kind of keep playing, keep trying, keep acting like this is a fresh game?
Yeah, and even coming out, I'm going to take you back to, I think it was match number 8, and you saw Nemesis obviously take the win. They were looking pretty disappointed even after taking that W, and I think it's kind of like they're understanding that it might be unachievable for them to reach that 6. I mean, a win is fantastic, but they weren't able to get that sort of eliminations onto the board.
That's the scenario you're talking about there, Shift. Like, we've won the game, we got away at the end, we don't have any kills, we've got nothing to bank here. I mean, this is almost, it's a win in itself, which is great, but no points, no progress up there in the board. That's a real stinger. To your point, though, do you park the bus? Are we safe in 6th? I don't think so.
Do not park the bus. All right, we've seen what happens when you end up parking the bus, especially a couple of weeks back, but we're not going to be talking about that one. Right now, I know you were able to find something in the last match with PBJ, so talk to us.
Yeah, I mean, it's from the POV of PBJ, but it's actually praising what Falcons are able to start doing more of. So let's kind of get into this third-party situation. This is something that we saw a lot from Falcons last year, and even through the beginning parts of this year too. So kind of just tally the situation right here. Falcons are the team on the bottom part of this fight towards Keep, where they like to spawn. They're going to keep an eye on what's happening on both sides of this battle that is coming in. Then as soon as you start to see people falling, well, that's when the clown car comes out and you start to get Falcons moving quickly to get back into the mix. Thank you for the sound effects, Miles. It was brilliant. So as you kind of see, again, this is an intense fight between Novo and PBJ, but look at what happens in the kill feed. You start to deal with a situation where, you want to start fighting? Sure. We'll just make sure you've got no exit here, and of course you still have your anchor in the back just in case things go wonky. But as soon as you start seeing the kills come out for Falcons, that's where they don't just hold this position and trap in. That's when they start to push forward to actually find these kills. This is something that we've seen Falcons do a ton of throughout the course of this year, but also the old roster last year coming out of just Stronghold when we played Rebirth. We have not seen a ton of it so far in this particular EWC, so it's really encouraging to kind of watch how Falcons continue to play forward and take advantage of situations as they unfold in front of them, instead of what we've seen so far this weekend, which has been, let's wait. Let's try to get into a position and not follow up and capitalize on teams that are already weak. Much better from Falcons.
A little bit passive. They let teams get away with things that they really shouldn't have. And look at them now, right back on top.
And that's something that we were talking about yesterday too, before we ended up coming to survival stage, how some teams could actually use survival to sharpen up those skills, to tighten up whatever they needed to do, right? Rotations, taking fights, all that stuff. And right now it's working wonders for Falcons, Lace.
It absolutely is. And I mean, you can see it in their faces as well. They're like, boys, we got this. We freaking got this. And I mean, this is a team that can absolutely got this. And I mean, just keeping this momentum, no one is catching them whatsoever in this position. And I mean, I am praying to see this same energy going into the finals, because we all know it. They're going through, and I want to see this exact same similarities, cohesion that we know in the Falcons and we love.
Falcons won't be slowing down anytime soon, but it is going to be about those top 6. Eclectic, GK Esports, you're currently within the top 6. Can you do enough to continue and actually make to match point finals? Or is it going to be PBJ and Stallions, Dandro, Enigma? This last game is going to be wild.
It's called Survival Saturday for a reason, and that's because it's survival of the fittest, and there is no better map to end it on than the good old, the classic, the bread, the butter, Rebirth Island.
No, most certainly not. Of course, a storied map in the history of Warzone competitive, but also through this tournament. We've seen several teams rise here to the pressure cooker that are so many of the POIs existing on Rebirth, but several crumble under the pressure. It is hot here, it is heavy, it is action-packed. And for all of those teams that were hoping to just simply stumble over the line, you will have no hiding place to do so here. There are not pockets of space to tuck yourself away and hope that others will settle their own business. You, yourself, will have to square up, throw down, and find your own points. And for one last time, these players will drop in for 10 of these teams. Last time they'll drop in at all.
It's been a battle through Birmingham. It's been a battle through Atlanta. It's been a battle through the online qualifiers to get to this point, to have the opportunity, dare I say it, the privilege to feel the pressure here in this map number 10, to try and go nuclear, to put the team, the organization on your back to make it to a championship Sunday at the Esports World Cup. A chance to earn life-changing money, but also those coveted club championship points for your org to help give them the prestige they need. We got to drop on into it here, Enigma, because it's a nice and center zone. Will hopefully allow a lot of these teams maybe an opportunity to breathe. But already into the action for Athletic, not going to be the case as it is trades against Gamax already.
Yeah, team you probably weren't expected to run into at this point. Keybase gets that one all wrong, so down to just the one, and he's up in the air. Zangs is getting shot at immediately here. Athletic, the side that are often so good on the island. Last time out, it was a struggle because they lose their water tower anchor spot. They still managed to flush several teams out of the prison. Do no such thing in the early stages here. Another team, hot and heavy, is PBJ, and they'll wipe Leviathan immediately. No, triple check. That is a confirm. That is not true. Sorry, that is a false confirm coming through from Codcast. Appreciate you for that one. Thank you very much. But either way, PBJ will get a hold of the stronghold, a place to play out from there.
What's important in that is that it's early kills for PBJ, okay? For them to be able to hit the ground running, they're down there towards that stronghold side, maybe potentially worried about the Falcons. Falcons will have nowhere to call home there. They're actually up over at Chemical Engineering in that battle, you can see in the kill feed. So for a couple of our bubble teams, though, we have to see where did they land? Where are they? Orchid, one of those teams. A great last map here. Can they keep it rolling? Gamax, they find themselves in the battle all day long. Sariel from behind. He's going to be able to find one. Sleepy, tagged, will be able to drop from below. And Sariel, he's not ready for this push from above. It's a couple of shots, but they actually don't commit to the fight. Because look who's on the other end of the tunnel. It's Athletic, but also you have Vitality moving in from control as well.
Yeah, 3 different teams being pressed into a tinderbox right there. Master 5K, thankfully for Orchid, is out of trouble. He's well aware. But it will be Athletic now facing Vitality. Freddy's got to go to nuclear here. Won't get there with all B bodies in the tunnel for the Italians. Swizzer now to go pretty big. He'll bring Kappa initially, but trades a foot. The Heretic squad are rolling up as well to third part of the situation. Killfeed going crazy here. Sariel also won't get much done, so thank the Lord and your lucky stars that Master 5K is waiting at the water tower. Otherwise, Orchid could have been saying their prayers early.
Brother, our top teams do not care right now. They are flying at everything. Just trying to get active in these fights. And already, we see Gamax has been eliminated. They are our first team, and unfortunately, really in no opportunity on the leaderboard to find themselves in the conversation. We will say goodbye to them already here at the Esports World Cup.
I thought Freddy had nailed an absolute dime of a throw for a second there. Doesn't actually come through, just about short. Blade trying to just preoccupy some more position here at the top of the water tower. Checking on Leviathan. Broadcaster said they were white, they said no such damn thing. Crimmy just going to squeeze forward, Semtex up into the top. SMG in hand, going to get bullets into Limax. The wall bank gives him a little bit more flesh, but not enough to get the knock.
Up towards the top. Ooh, Crimmy! Caught gun up just a little too slow here. It's a huge kill from Praise as they've made their way out of Stronghold in here into the zone. Ray down below won't hold the line. Praise and Jay Vela doing a great job as a duo here to just carve a path forward. Can't believe up here from Stronghold you'll meet up together. If you are Geeky, Jay Vela and Praise putting on a show right now. And a map that matters the most was in contention for Rookie of the Year, and you're starting to learn why. I'm looking at that kill feed. I think we also lose 4 fun in this exchange. Orchid still swinging in the prison. The action is brewing everywhere.
Rookie
praise are delivering here on land. Reminder that praise, while many consider him on the outside of the conversation, he's going big. Not only yesterday to get his team into survival stage, but now here to potentially force them over the line and into Sunday. Orchid continued their struggles on a map that they've called home and dominated on through much of the year since this roster came together. They'll sit still though, within 5 points of PBJ, who have now taken 6th from the jaws of Eclectic. Heretics, they're finding a lot of kills way out of the conversation. But they are being a real thorn in the side, a pain in the ass for anyone who wants to get themselves through to Sunday.
I mean, I want to see this Orchid team have a very strong map here, end on a good note, but just feels like it's regain central for them. It's hard for them to find the timing and the opportunity to go and seek out those kills, let alone get guns in your hands, it feels like. Factory continues to be a hotbed of activity here. H1, you'll lose Kudli. Ivy Fire, no plates in hand. You got a stim that'll let you skirt out of the way, but unfortunately for you, you still have Nemesis lurking nearby. Eclectic, they're trying to regain over here at that bio side against Stallions. A team that they're probably happy to maybe take some of these fights against. Kruger on the outside, gets the buyback. We're starting to see a bit of a regain from Eclectic here.
Yeah, lovely stuff to stabilize. They were under a hell of a lot of pressure in the moment. Came into this map holding that last qualification spot, have just slipped out on the live leaderboard. Those kills might actually tip them back in, as is the back and forth between them and PBJ. And of course, Geeky, who are currently in a blender, also right there with them, just 5 points ahead. Jawad trying to get the Stallions going here. They are still technically in the conversation, just 10 points back, would need a banger, but losing bio is probably the worst way to go about it. PBJ have managed to get themselves out of Stronghold incredibly well here, pushed all the way up to living quarters. They'll have yet more rotating to do, but as you start to look towards that fire sale, scooping the loot, getting the contracts done, all the resources there to make the play.
Love the regain here from Eclectic. They've moved out of that bio side, trying to take some space here in Industries. Nothing you have to worry about. You do have the Falcons over at Chemical. And I'm looking at Geeky here, a team that needs to have a consistent map, and it looked like it's just going to be one player taking a nice little swim in the lobby. So it's not going to be the maybe opportunity you want, and whew, I'm real glad that we tuned over at the right time. Stukek's still alive, Geeky's still in it, but he's got to immediately head into the water. Talk about a blender. Geeky finding themselves in the middle of it.
Yeah, that gap that they had to the teams behind them has dropped considerably. Just 3 points up on Eclectic and 1 more point up on PBJ. So they've got to find a stabilization and quickly, because the thing is, one thing to stay alive, you need points, they come from kills. You want the multiplier to matter, you need points. So they're in this horrible situation where they're just watching this gap, the position on the leaderboard, slip through their fingers, and every single second that they're there, every moment becomes more desperate.
Well, it's one thing to try and be able to have the opportunity to get points, but it's another for these other squads to be the ones racking the points as well. PBJ, they're off to 14 kills already in this map. It's a hot start for them. They are feeling good, ensuring that they are going to claw their way. Potentially, reminder folks, this team yesterday was in contention of being eliminated, and now they are fighting for yet again another shot. Here we go. Let's see how they're feeling here in this game number 10.
Guys, it's up. It's just one. It's gonna run away. All right, we have to play this. These kids don't have an advance. Yeah, play up. Let's go. Let's get to front. Let's get. Watch out. Yeah, get the shot. I can buy. I paid the buy too. Or I paid headquarters. I'm gonna take space. Yeah, we have to go where Jay is. I hear there's hella people going all the way through. I can't. I have to roll low. I'm coming. I could just roll all the way through. Go Herbert maybe. Oh wait, yeah, we don't need kills. There's a lot. Can you look at get on me? Yo, I'm hawking kills. Grandma's just sending, Jay. Okay. Here. They're up. I'm looking at your car. Come on. We should keep running. I'll take that. Only 2 red. Go. I got off guns. Grab guns. Going in red. I'm just getting in red. Drop down. I'm in red. Yeah, there's two. One top and one low. They're gonna fight. Yeah, get in. Here. Play this red team, maybe? Yeah. To do it. Take your time. They have an advance. I'm going above them. I'm gonna pitch their back. Okay. Take your time. I'm playing slow. Choker's looking over. Yeah, careful. There's one in my second. They're both over my second. Make them work for it. We don't need these guys either, okay? I'm throwing it. On the roof. Yeah, on the roof. 100%. I got one. Nice. Connell. That's okay.
This kid's still on the top or some shit.
I'm grabbing this round. I'm grabbing this round.
My second, I'm backing up. Okay, I got paid.
Okay, I got him most wanted, bro.
Factory's looking. Okay,
on us close. Yeah, on us close. Yep, got paid. They might ISO you if they have damage.
PBJ in a battle. I like the comms. They're understanding how they want to take this fight, but they got to keep it rolling because just as one fight ends, another begins. Nemesis hears all this battling going on. They roll up. It's Brave from behind as Nemesis will swing and drop the members of PBJ. They had 17 kills. They'll end this map with 20.4. But while all of that was happening, we also lost Geeky. This leaderboard is wild.
To confirm, by the way, PBJ will fall inside the top 6 by just 2 points. So now they're hoping and praying that everyone in behind them won't make magic happen through the later stages. GK are out. Eclectic the other side holding a top spot. They're just about staying alive. They position themselves on this prison side. We're looking in with them now. Zank's actually going to be further forward. It's Freddy who sets up at the water tower anchoring, just flipping those rolls for the moment. But Orchid, that's the side that could run nuclear. They're in prison. They've gone crazy there very recently. If they do that right now, sides like PBJ will be weeping come the end of this lobby. Katu and Co, they're way back. They would need something nuclear. It's not been bad to get control over this boat, but got a bit of a rotation ahead of him, a massive pocket of space that honestly no one's dealing with.
Orchid have a long road ahead of them if they want to try and be that last final team in. Currently sitting on 8 kills. They got to turn it up a notch for the remainder of this match 10. They want to try and do it. Setting yourself in prison is a good way to make it happen, but for Eclectic, it's just going to be Keybase is the last one alive. As you start to see, it's a bit of a party here in the prison as we have a number of teams just trying to hold on as the gas pushes at their backside.
Orchid want fights. They desperately need points on the board. Zariel and Swizz and the SMJ duo, there's nowhere where they've been more lethal. Keybase will lose a chunk of his plates, a little bit of his health to the gas. Does have a stim. Down to just his last 2 plates in the back pocket, though. Zone's going to drag all the way out to Turbine. So look at a lot of these sides now moving their way out of prison. Problem is, you go too early, you'll be shot from above. There's plenty of windows, the rooftops, of course. You go too late, you'll be held out by the sides already set up ahead of you. So it's all about calculated gambles, educated guesses, godlike. They're dead. They're done. We won't see them through to tomorrow.
Just trying to keep our eyes here because Keybase from Eclectic, he's the last player alive. Eclectic currently sits in that 6th place spot. A lot of action happening. Vitality looks like they've been eliminated. But look at Levi, he's flying forward. He's on 11, by the way, and he is trying to bring it to KGV. Smokes causes them to get lost in the gas. Up over the top here on the stairs. Oh my God. You run out of bullets. He's trying to keep it going, but you find Gui, you find Vidati. You've managed to drop them for the time being. You are cooking right now if you are Team Heretics.
PBJ out and Eclectic out and GK out and now Orchid dealt with. That will potentially seal the final standings for some of these teams. Nemesis, they will make a brave stand here on the hilltop. Soka's going to fly, but he will be fried. Bray gets the knock, but unfortunately as he fades away, Noobs is there on the trade. So it's just then a 3v1. Falcons to seal the deal and put their stamp on the day.
I mean, we came into today wondering, could the Falcons make it? Could they come back to the form that we know and love? And it looks like they have. It's another day in the office. They don't even care that they win anymore. You heard Doggy say it. We are our biggest competition, and you can see it on their face. This is a way for them to get back into form and look like the scary team that we know they are heading into a championship Sunday.
I imagine there were some tough conversations last night. I imagine there was VOD review. There was a lot of should we, could we. But today they've answered all those doubts. Yes, there'll be many more questions when they hit a tougher lobby tomorrow on Championship Sunday. But for everything that they could do today, knock down the quarter towers in front of them and march on. Looks like confirmation for Eclectic that they make it through. The celebrations ripple out on the stage. But my God, it was only just, I can tell you that it was by less than a point.
If you are GK, you are very, very frustrated in this moment for Decky, Stukex, and Lays. You called it less than a point. 2 kills is what separated Team Eclectic and GK Esports. GK was playing lights out all day long today, and as you just see on your screen, the frustration from so many of the different squads who weren't able to do it here today. Bubble literally sacrificed so much this year for fun to go play with those two, and to end like this is heartbreaking to see for so many of these teams.
Confirmation, of course, that the sides that we expect to be locked in were Falcons, Vitality, Leviathan, and Novo. Your top 4 teams, and pretty damn good all day. After that, Team Novo and PBJ. PBJ on 133 points, Team Eclectic on 132 points. GK will miss out on 131.
And you got to give some credit. Orchid sitting at 125. 6 points away. It was just a couple of those games that they drop early where they're missing kills. It was a late start for Master 5K, right? I mean, he has 14. Sariel's sitting at 43 along with Squizzin. It's okay for your anchor to have less kills than your other 2 fraggers that are there, but you just needed to have a little bit more. I mean, you just see how much this means to a lot of these players on your screen right now. Zeppa back here again, back representing Australia, and still just falling short a little bit alongside H1, part of the hometown hero show's own lineage.
Same old story for some of these teams, unfortunately. For several of these players, it's just so close yet so far falling at that hurdle. KGV, of course, they were far more impressive than I actually expected them to be coming into the tournament, to be honest with you, but they won't make it on through. Zanks continues to hold his head in disbelief, and as he may well, he probably thought that they were done. No idea who else was in the lobby and whether or not they'd done enough. 0.8 points you get, Bo. But for other sides, the bitter taste of defeat. For those of you who've come on over from APAC regions, from MENA, from so many of these expansion areas, hoping to represent not just your team, your organization, but the entire continent. Yeah. Unfortunately, this is how it goes. Live by that sword, fall by that sword. So many just did.
Well, and you can see here on the other end of the spectrum, it's all happiness, it's all elation being shared between the 2 Italian teams who have made it to Championship Sunday, between Novo and Eclectic, a region that has really surged up in the last year alongside the French, right? 2 regions that we've really been looking at to see, you know, hey, we've been looking for more out of you, and now here we are. Of 16 teams in the lobby, 2 of them have your region, have your flag stamped on them. Yes, and then you and I both know, we talk to a lot of these players, that's about 50% why they love playing this. That's why they love being at the Esports World Cup, because it's not just about playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's not about playing for life-changing money. It's about being able to say, I put my country on my back, and I was able to perform, and I was able to bring recognition to them. But just when you're not able to do that, it's just an extra little bit twist of the knife.
It is. It's a sore one for several teams. Unfortunately, 10 of them bid us adieu at this point, joining the 6 from yesterday. We'll also be watching on. However, we of course have some keys to crush. We have some teams to send on victoriously. So let's send it on to Bonnie down at the stage to close out Saturday.
Team Falcons. Now we'll come through the PA system. How's it going, boys? Feeling good?
Feeling great.
I like it. Now, going into the survival stage, you've of course made a statement by securing that top spot. Do you now feel that obviously being here, managing to do that today and doing it in style has given you a bit of momentum going into Championship Sunday tomorrow?
Yeah, I think we showed what we've been showing all year and how good we can be when we actually do play our potential. And I think everyone saw it here today.
I think that actually, like, you guys being in the survival stage was obviously a bit of a shock for a lot of people. So I'm going to come around here. It's a little bit of a shock for a few people, but, you know, coming out here, showing up the way that you did with the additional pressure of being Team Falcons in the survival stage has kind of really showed what you guys are about. Do you feel like this has given you an opportunity to iron out some of those issues that maybe you were facing in the group stage?
Yeah, for sure. I think it was a blessing in disguise. You know, us going to losers, it was a very humbling experience, day 1, day 2. But we crossed our T's, dotted our I's, went back to the drawing board with our coach, our teammates, We figured it out, and we look at it as a blessing. You know, the glass half full instead of half empty.
I love that. A bit of positivity in the air. Boys, join me. Let's go to the back of the crusher. Let's do the fun bit. Here we go. So, obviously, as the champions of the survival stage, securing that top spot means that you get to destroy 10 keys. These eliminated teams, step up, come on, let's go. So that we can all see your beautiful faces. Okay, now these keys obviously represent the 10 teams who have been eliminated from the survival stage. This is how it is. This is how the cookie crumbles. You know it. Dongy, is there anything you'd like to say to the teams before you eliminate them from the competition?
Nah, I mean, we came out here focusing on ourselves, nothing against any other teams. Everybody try to show out. At the end of the day, it is what it is. If you didn't make it, I apologize. So.
That's the nature of competition, and fair enough, that is GG's. Now, before we get into this, obviously we'll set the scene a little bit. The teams that were in that kind of bubble that we'd like to call it, 7th through to 10th, we have GK Esports, Team Orchid, Team Nemesis, and Team Heretics, all unfortunately not making it. Any surprises in there for you?
GK was a surprise. They were doing very well early on. They, unfortunately, in the second half, couldn't close it out. So that's kind of a surprise for me. Other than that, not really else.
Fair enough. Okay, Soka, if you could do us the honors of pressing that button and opening up the iris so that we can destroy these keys. Please don't destroy. Okay, now we get to see the insane crusher underneath, ready to chomp down on these 10 keys. Dongy, would you like to do the honors and gently pull on this lever to destroy the keys in 3, 2, 1. Sayonara, and just like that, 10 teams have been eliminated, leaving just 16 keys intact going into Championship Sunday. Tomorrow, remember, it's a very different animal. It's match point finals tomorrow. It's going to get crazy. Team Falcons, congratulations for securing first place in the survival stage. But now we're going to head over to Blaze because he's going to do some interviews to close out the show.
Yeah, now that we done got rid of the rest of the teams, the only ones who remain is the teams that are qualified to play in a Championship Sunday. And I got 2 on the stage with me right now. Everyone give a round of applause to Vitality and Leviathan. I mean, what a tournament for you guys. Amir, we got a chance to chat before, but now you guys have officially made it to Championship Sunday. How does it feel for you, Dark, and Crim God to be able to make it?
We're feeling great. First of all, can we get some noise for these 2? They played insane. Come on, boys. Let's cheer them up. Cheer them up. Feeling so great. First time in finals for EWC. Excited to go back to the hotel and prepare, and just excited.
I mean, I know you guys are over the moon, man. You know, we talked about your young rookie. You know, we got a chance to see him drop 57 kills, 56 kills on the main stage today in the finals, man. Crim God, are you feeling good right now? You feeling good?
Yeah, for sure.
I know you are, man. You had a great day today, and we will be seeing you guys on Championship Sunday. Now, let me move on over here towards Vitality. As Vitality, you guys had a crazy 3 days. And, you know, Skull God, I've talked to you a few times. You know, you talked to me about your role being a support player on this team. You look like a main slayer over the last few days. Just how happy are you for you, Sage, and Schmidt to make it to Sunday?
Well, we were going to make it Sunday no matter what, so I'm glad we got the 10 extra maps in. A lot of good practice.
And so when it comes down to, you know, getting those 10 extra maps, like you said, you guys wanted to qualify yesterday, but just had to go through the ringer. I mean, you guys are feeling really warmed up for tomorrow, yes?
We definitely are, yes.
Definitely are. And now, Schmidt, I want to ask you, you know, when it comes down to being able to defend your title, all right, and be able to say, hey, you know what, I'm going to be the only one on my squad from last year to go back-to-back. How does it feel to be able to play against your old teammates tomorrow?
You know, obviously, you never want to go to LCQ. It wasn't as clean as we wanted it to be, but I trust these guys, and I appreciate them for trusting me with the team swap, and we were absolutely frying out. We literally said, you know, at the end of the day, it's just more reps. Today's a new day. Sage's comms, IGL was ridiculous today. Skull's a man of few words, but hearing him speak today was great, and he just doesn't say anything, and he's just picking up kills, and you're just like, who'd you even kill? But I'm super excited for tomorrow.
I mean, I'm really excited to watch you guys play. And Skull, can you shift on over? Because I want to talk to Sage. I haven't got a chance to really chat with him all weekend long. I've been looking for you, Sage, man. The IGL here. Talk to him about how these few days have been for you.
I mean, coming into this, it was definitely a different experience. We've had a different teammate going into the last couple of qualifiers, but now having Smith on our side, definitely a confident booster. Having the MVP and last year's world champion, like at the end of the day, Smith definitely upgraded us and made us a better team. And at the end of the day, that does nothing but improve my game and how I can succeed for these boys. And at the end of the day, like the last 2 days were really, really bad, but it all comes down to the perseverance and everything that we could trust in each other and we could shout out more reps at the end of the day, and we're putting on the name for Vitality and showing out.
I mean, you guys are definitely showing out for Team Vitality. Everybody give them a round of applause and give Leviathan a round of applause as well. We will see both of these squads tomorrow for Championship Sunday with the other 14 squads battling out on this stage for the trophy to become a EWC champion.
And at the end of the day, those squads will be moving on to match point finals. And if you're looking at Falcons, they're going to be looking to be in that same position tomorrow. We were alluding to it from the beginning of the day. Some of these squads, you might have been able to just sharpen their skills, sharpen what they needed to do here at EWC 26. And he ended up being a blessing in disguise, especially for Falcons.
You win 4 of the last 6. Yeah, that'll play. I don't really know how else to say it. Best average finish on the day, most total kills on the day, and they stayed consistent throughout really every single match. Top 10s in every single one of their finishes.
This was who's back? Falcons are back. But a lot of teams, again, getting the opportunity to have those reps. I mean, LAN is a different beast. You're playing from home, one thing, playing from a facility maybe, but playing on this stage, the setups, the environment, the noise, there are so many variables you can't control, so many variables you have to get used to. Some players are able to tune that out. That's why we have our folks, winning the groups, making their way over the Sunday immediately. But this journey, a long and arduous journey, and now we find ourselves in a tough spot. And again, camaraderie at an all-time high. There's so much good energy in this room right now, and the vibes have been fantastic all day. The fans have turned out. It has been a wonderful, wonderful survival day.
Extra experience too for teams like Novo. We saw the rookie Fed being able to frag out as well, but there you have it, the top 6 teams that will be moving on. And I want you to keep an eye on how close it was for that 6th spot.
Yeah, I mean, I've been keeping my eyes on PBJ. I was incredibly scared that they might have been bumped out of that top spot. Obviously, they got eliminated a little bit earlier, but they were able to get so many kills along the way. But yeah, Team Nemesis actually came along, squad wiped them, which I was there refreshing the leaderboard going, oh my God, did they just make it? And of course they did. And I mean, after an exceptional run, we got a little listen in with them and you could just see the passion and everything that they were holding throughout this entire 10 matches. And they were very, very lucky just to make it in there.
And for 7th place, GK Esports, you saw them being eliminated and you could just see their dreams starting to crumble.
Yeah, and for good reason. They were sitting in control of their own destiny, really going into the back 4 games, and then drop a 12th place, 13th place, 13th place. They were almost saved by the 4th place 22 kills, but you have to play consistently, not able to quite do it.
And as a player at a tournament like this, that is a loss that is going to stay with you for quite some time. You don't exactly get the bounce back event in quick succession, no. I mean, MW4, you're now thinking about the next game, but you cannot do that without ruminating over a difficult loss like this. So commiserations to those boys. It is not an easy place to be, an incredibly tough scene in that final map.
Yeah, I just can't keep seeing these players cry. It makes me upset because it's not just like this tournament. They've been working for months to get to this spot. So of course, all that sort of build up is going to happen. And look, I'm going to turn to a little bit more of a thing that I was hoping would happen. I thought it was going to be a championship run for Nemesis. I don't know if you watched that last game there, and I was like, could they do it? I mean, it was pretty close.
They had 2 wins.
Yeah.
That's the thing. They had 2 wins today, but outside of that, nothing.
Their whole day was either top 3s or bottom 3s. There is no in between for them.
And those top 3s, again, a little dry and not enough kills. And that's the way the game could play sometimes, depending on where everything's working out, but where the kills are being found by other teams in those environments as well. So you roll the dice a little bit with the Battle Royale, but again, the consistency from those top dogs, really impressive.
So here's the final segue point. There were 4 teams who broke past what would be match point tomorrow. Falcons, Leviathan, Vitality, and Novo. Only one of those teams was able to win a match after they got to 150. In fact, they did it 3 times. You know who I'm talking about, it's Falcons. Different set of lobbies, but that's what the talking points could be tomorrow. So for all the other squads that are out there, they need to come out hot and they need to know how to win once they get past that threshold.
Soka's going to be looking to just flex on them. You don't want to see me flex because it's just not there. But tomorrow, these teams will be looking to become the champion here at COD Warzone Resurgence Championship at EWC 26. Make sure you tune in. We've seen the top dogs now of survival, but tomorrow we get to see the top dogs from Groups A and Group B once again in match point finals. Tune in tomorrow.